Good
Hi,
morning.
everyone.
Good morning,
morning.
Teddy friends.
Warren gets the belt today. Congratulations, Warren. What's
That's
up,
right.
Michigan? Yeah, Jason. Real close, bro. Try tomorrow. I feel good about it. Wheezy's in the building. And my fireman. Jesus. What's up, David? What up, Zabo? Hey, R.I.P. Ray Liotta. Michigan uses the Ray Liotta meme because he and Ray Liotta are about the same age, right?
Oh, ouch.
Hey-o. Am I allowed to make those jokes? Or is that a Chatty House only thing?
I don't know.
What up, P-Dub? What's up? Baby daddy.
The baby daddy.
Tyler, what's up, Jacob? Good morning, good morning.
Hello, Zachary Gray.
Well, yeah. I love this fan base more than you guys know.
Oh, yeah, man.
It's just the best. Like, that's why I can't, one of the things I can't stand are fans that just have no awareness. What's up, coach? That just have no awareness of like being willing to say that their team did a bad thing. That's not Kings fans.
Well, I also, they turn on people quickly and then they hold grudges. I love all of it. Okay. Very much like,
Oh yeah, it's the
fool
best.
me once.
It's so the best.
Yeah. I'm here for it all.
Sports would be better if every fan base is like this. All right, here we go. All right, day 3 of De'Aaron Fox Trade Watch has begun. Welcome into the Insiders. That's James. I'm Kyle. Jiffy Lube sponsors the program. Thank you, everybody listening on ESPN 1320 AM. We appreciate you all very much. Everybody watching on YouTube and Twitch at youtube.com/ESPN 1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. We appreciate you all as well. And anybody listening on the free Odyssey app and anybody listening on the podcast, if you're subscribed to the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show, available wherever you get your podcast and you're listening to this program via the podcast feed, we also appreciate you. The Oak Grove Kid talk line is 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. I know people have opinions about everything going on with the Kings, whether it's on the court or off the court. If you would like to chime in, we'd love to hear from you. Again, on the Oak Grove Kid talk line at 916-909-1320.
We haven't heard from Mitch in a while.
That's probably on me. I'll wear that.
Okay. I was just wondering.
Yeah, no, I do a bad job of unlocking the phones and Mitch, because again, it's me and James on this program.
Yeah.
And I sometimes forget to unlock the phones. And if Mitch got tired of us, I understand.
Okay.
I get it. I'll wear that. That's not a Mitch problem. That's a me problem.
Yeah, I don't know when people are calling.
I don't either most of the time.
I don't.
To be totally honest with you.
Do you just happen to look down like,
yeah, well, the only way I can see, so peeling back the curtain, we'll have De'Aaron Fox and King stuff coming up, but peeling back the curtain real quick, I have a screen on the board in front of me. And on that screen, there's a bunch of different tabs that I can click through. There's volume controls and different auxes and different intercom controls and hotkeys and all this different stuff.
Got it.
The call control is where I see the phone lines.
Uh-huh.
And so if somebody calls right now, one of the lines will light up. And I can put them on hold. I can put them on through the board.
Okay.
If I'm not on that page, I can't see that someone's calling. And oftentimes I just forget to go to that page.
So there's not like a big red flashing light that says, "Hey, call coming in."
No, if I'm looking at you like this, I can't see it.
Well,
but if I'm looking down even a little bit, then I can see the flashing.
Okay. And look, it's been a stressful couple of days. It has been. So the fact that we are really focused on talking back and forth and not staring down at a board makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
If you want to call, please do. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. I would love to hear from you on the Kings' loss last night, on everything going on with the De'Aaron Fox trade. I know people have thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that there's a camp that's like, just trade him and get it over with. And I know that there's a camp that's like, do whatever you can to keep him. I know our buddy Matt George ran a poll. We talked about this yesterday, but Matt ran a poll on Twitter where the last I saw it, 403 votes. The question was, do you trust this Sacramento Kings front office to get a De'Aaron Fox trade right? Of the 403 voters, 87.8% said no.
Whew.
And I think that's probably a pretty good representation of where the fan base is at.
Yeah, there's now 569 votes after I had to vote. And 86.8%.
Oh, 86.8.
86.8% say.
Oh, it's trending the right way for the front office.
Says no. 13.2% says yes.
All right. We'll talk about the loss last night to a shorthanded 76ers team. Not the Kings' best performance of the year. My guess is some of it had to do with the trade rumors swirling. We'll discuss that. But DeMar DeRozan was on whatever podcast Lou Williams hosts.
It looks like Lou Williams and
back.
Danny Green, right?
Yeah, Danny Green, and I think it's Michelle Beadle.
Oh, that's possible.
So NBA newsbreaker, and honestly, this is a great question from our guy Lou Will, asking the question that needs to be asked.
Yeah.
Salute to Lou Williams, man. Here's his question and DeMar DeRozan's answer regarding a De'Aaron Fox trade. Again, this is via the Run It Back podcast. Here you go.
I want to ask you a real question, a tough question. You chose Sacramento this offseason over the likes of a lot of different teams. If Fox is traded, do you reconsider your future with the organization, or what would you like to see happen for it to be a positive for you to remain there as well?
Yeah, it's tough because, looking at the landscape before I came here, the guys I talked to was Fox, Domas, and Malik. Those are the core guys that, made it easy for me to make my decision to play here, and a key player, juggernaut in Fox, not knowing the future of that, it does make it tougher. I don't have much time left. I'm not trying to play another 5 years, try to maximize the opportunity we have now to play with a great team. You never know when dominoes fall the wrong way, when it comes to organization, it makes it tough, so it's something that, we just got to weigh out and see. And, for the meantime, make the most out of it, so we'll see how it pan out.
So I don't think he said anything out of pocket there.
No,
I think that's probably the correct way to go about it, because you don't want to lie through your teeth and go, no, it's fine. Everything's fine. I'm going to be here. I'm under contract.
Like while the locker behind you is burning.
Right. Yeah. So I don't take issue with anything DeMar said, and I don't want that to be the discussion, because I don't think he said anything that was probably lying.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think he said anything that I would blame him for saying.
No, I mean, it's honest. He's 35 years old. He's been in the league like 73 years, and it's come to a point where he can see that his career is coming to an end sooner rather than later.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't want to be stuck in the same situation he was in Chicago last year and the year before and the year before. And he's looking at his career the right way. And I don't blame him. And hey, look, if you're the Sacramento Kings, you should be looking at him in the same exact light.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I don't know what we're going to be doing here. And to be honest with you, I don't know if you're going to be the same player next year and the year after. And if there's a deal out there that makes sense to them, hey, they should be looking to do the same thing.
I want to use DeRozan and his answer of, I don't know what my future holds here if they trade De'Aaron Fox, as just kind of the avatar. Again, this is not, please don't take this as blaming DeMar, thinking that he's saying anything out of pocket.
Yeah.
But I think it highlights how precarious this De'Aaron Fox situation is, and how it expands the branches of it, and the ripples from it go beyond just the point guard position and the 1A position.
Well, of course. And look, every single player that is super meaningful to the Sacramento Kings has a major tie to De'Aaron Fox. like Domantas Sabonis was super excited to sign an extension here to play with De'Aaron Fox.
Right.
Malik Monk is one of his best friends and decided to sign a new four-year deal this summer after coming to the Kings 2 years before to play with De'Aaron Fox. Keegan Murray is Uncle Keegan. He's Uncle Keegan because he watches De'Aaron Fox's kids.
Right.
So, like, they're all tied to De'Aaron Fox. And when you take him out of the puzzle, it means that, there's nothing worse than trying to build a puzzle and figuring out you're missing a few pieces. But we're talking like 2 of the corner pieces are gone.
Right.
And there's no way to put this thing together because you're missing 2 corner pieces.
Right.
That's tough.
Man. Like, I don't know. I don't know, because my thought process in all of this has been, okay, if you do this right, you can keep your window open. If you extract the right things in trades, I don't know how much I buy this, but Shams Charania on NBA Countdown last night reported the Kings are receiving dozens of calls and dozens of offers. First of all, there's 30 teams in the NBA.
So dozens
Let's do some math.
Yeah, that's tough.
There's fewer than 3 dozen NBA teams.
Yeah, he could only say a couple of dozen. He could not say a few dozen.
2 is the maximum amount of dozens.
A couple
dozens, 2 dozens. No, but even if it's the Grizzlies calling and going, okay, what about this offer? No, okay. All right, well, what about this offer? Like that's not happening. So to me, I don't think they've received dozens of calls and dozens of offers.
I don't even know if they have their phone lines turned on like we don't sometimes, Kyle.
Well, we have the Elk Grove Kid Talk line open right now.
Right now. Okay, but you know what I'm saying?
We have someone on hold.
I don't even know if they have enough like people to answer the phones and to figure this whole thing out.
Sure.
It's
so
a bad situation.
That's what all of this comes back to. I've tried to talk myself into, okay, actually, did this on the radio yesterday. Go back and listen. James Hammond, Kyle Madsen Show. Subscribe to the podcast. Actually, if you do this deal right with the Spurs and you stretch out your bench where you have Devin Vassell and Stephon Castle and you can get Julian Champagnie, and if you can get Jeremy Sohan, like all of a sudden your bench depth is really nice because those guys in their current role with the Spurs are way underqualified for their roles with the Spurs.
Yes.
But they'd probably a little overqualified for the roles they'd have with the Kings as like 7th, 8th, 9th guys. Okay, you take De'Aaron Fox out, you got to figure out the 1A, but man, that's a deep team. That's a good, and with some good players.
Mm-hmm.
But it all comes back to, you trade De'Aaron Fox, nobody's going to be like, hey, actually, wow, we're better now. DeRozan's going to be looking and going, you brought in a bunch of dudes from a 20 and 23 team?
Yeah.
We're not winning a title with this group.
Well, not only that, but like he went through this. Like the whole thing, hey, let's bring in Zach LaVine.
Mm-hmm.
DeMar's been through that.
Yeah. You want to create the Bulls?
Yeah.
Want to create last year's Bulls?
The Bulls West Coast version.
Domas is way better than Vucevic. I'll say that.
Well, yeah, and I like Malik Monk more than I like Kobe
White.
Kobe White.
Okay, that's fine. Let's get to some calls. 916-909-1320. 916-909-1320. We're going to try and talk about the game last night, I promise. But let's get Don on the line. Don, you're on the Insiders with Kyle and James. What's up? Hey, Don. Yeah, it's you. Go ahead. All right, I'll try this. Justin?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, hey, how's it going, man? You're on the Insiders with Kyle and James.
Not doing too well, man. I just need to talk it out to somebody that knows Kings because this is just very, very frustrating. I'm looking at I honestly don't know what direction we need to go because the way the front office is looking at it, they want to salvage this. They want to win now, and they want draft picks, which kind of typically you need to pick one direction. Losing all confidence in the front office. So I guess my question to you is, I don't think there's a route we can go to patch this. I think that the players on the team are definitely seeing the dysfunction in the organization. We have Keegan's extension coming up. So it's like with the front office we have, with the ownership group, actually, I guess mainly the ownership group, how do we create atmosphere where it attracts free agents, it attracts players' agents. I just think everybody's going to be steered away from Sacramento. As you know, back in the day, they said, "Welcome to basketball hell." That's back in the works. So I'm just trying to see, what do you think we need to do? Is there any resolution? Where do we go from here?
Great call. Thanks, Justin. Not trading De'Aaron Fox would be a great start.
Yeah. So we've had like a ton of discussions about this, right?
I want to pause you real quick. If you're on the phone, if you're calling in, we don't have a call screener.
Yeah.
So it's going to ring for a while. Just be patient. If you want to hang up and try and call back, please do. We want to hear from you. We just don't have anybody who can answer the phone, and I can only have one person on hold at a time.
Well, that and Kyle's going to call you Don when he picks up.
You're going to be called Don. If it stops ringing and I say Don, that's you. This is a horrible setup we have, just to be totally frank. It's what we're working with. So we want to hear from you on the Elk Grove Kia Talk. And again, it might just ring for a while. If it does ring for a while and you get sick of it and you want to try back, please do. We're not answering because we don't want to hear from you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So for me, like, I like to take a little bit of time to digest stuff. And I know it frustrates people because they're like, hey, how come there isn't a King Speed podcast tonight? And it's like, because sometimes it's better to not just be reactionary and
1,000%.
cry and freak out and, you know, like have your podcast go viral because you're acting the fool. Like, that's not how my approach is. And I'll be honest, like, my thoughts on this change. They, you know, as you get further away from the initial like shock and awe of what happened, you start to develop more of a, I don't know, like my analytics kick in, my mind that likes to dissect this thing.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said it on D-Lo and Casey the other day, I would not be shocked if De'Aaron Fox is not here after before, if he's traded before February 6th, if he's not here by February 7th, I would not be shocked.
Mm-hmm.
But the more I think about this, the more like my mind keeps changing. And like Vivek Ranadive, first of all, loves De'Aaron Fox.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he also loves the fact that this is the one guy out of all the draft picks that have come through Sacramento that hit and became a star.
Mm-hmm.
And we all know that Vivek loves to take pictures with famous people. De'Aaron Fox is a famous person, one of the most famous people in Sacramento, but he's also like an NBA star. And whether he's an all-star or he's not, or he makes all-NBA or not, he's still one of the top 20 players in the league. And replacing him is going to be nearly impossible.
Yep.
I do think that there will come a point where 1 or 2 or 3 options are brought to the desk of Vivek Ranadive from the owners, from the management group.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to look at those. He's going to say, I want to sleep on this. And he's going to come back the next day and say, you know what? I can't do it. And he's going to try his best to fix this, to repair this, to get to the summer and make a decision on whether this is the right management team to make this crucial decision in this franchise's history. This is a pivotal moment where you can go right back to the doldrums. And this thing could spin out of control very quickly. Yep. You remember when I talked about this, about when you fire Mike Brown and then De'Aaron Fox opts out and then the front office gets fired? Hello, we're here. We're here.
It's happening.
We are right there. So, like, this is what we were, like, the cautionary tale that we were trying to warn you of. But I do think that Vivek is a guy who does believe in himself and his ability to repair a relationship.
Mm-hmm.
And I do believe that he's going to take one last run at this to make sure that he can't be somebody who fixes a problem and gets his thing on the right path. So I might have changed my mind on whether I think that De'Aaron will be here past the February 6th deadline. It can still happen. But I also think that, like, erring on the side of caution, you still have a year. You still do hold some of the cards.
I want to expand on that here in a second. I want to get to some of these calls, though. Appreciate everybody calling the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. Don, you're on the Insiders. What's up?
Hello?
Yeah. Hey, Don, what's up?
Yeah, I'm just calling in. James, you stole my thunder. The owner's going to go meet with Fox. My buddy knows the owner's daughter. The owner's going to see Fox Friday in Oklahoma City, and they're going to sit down and have a dinner, and he wants to repair this with Fox.
Right. There it is.
Got some insight. Appreciate you. Hey, what was your name?
He does not want to trade Fox.
There it is.
He wants to tell Fox he wants to make deals, and he's going to make deals to improve this team. That De'Aaron is too good of a player to get rid of, and if anybody goes before Fox, it will be Monty and Wes Wilcox.
Dynamite. What's your name, boss?
My name is Joe from Elk Grove.
Joe from Elk Grove. Appreciate the call, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's not just James Ham that's the Kings insider. Joe from Elk Grove also the Kings insider.
There you go.
But I think I think that's the right thing to do here. You have to if you're Vivek Ranadive, forget Wes Wilcox, forget Monty McNair for a second. If you're Vivek Ranadive, your goal is to keep this thing from capsizing.
Well, of course it has to be.
Right. Like there's hands-off ownership, and then there's hands-off ownership where you just disappear and you don't exist. Then there's hands-on ownership like Jerry Jones with the Cowboys, where you're literally the GM as the team owner. I think there's a happy medium, because at some point, if you're Vivek, you have to step in and not over meddle, but go like, hey, we can't, like, no. This is not what we're doing. I don't care what picks you're getting back. I'm going to do everything I can to first repair this relationship.
Yeah.
And I think that's the right thing to do, whether it's going to dinner with the Foxes in Oklahoma City, whether it's doing it in Minnesota, or whether it's doing it here in Sacramento. Trying, if ownership is not doing whatever they can to try and repair this relationship and ensure that De'Aaron Fox is not only here for the rest of this season, but through next season and signing an extension, then they're doing it wrong. So I don't know if it'll work out, but it's why I don't think, like, the more this goes on, it's why I don't think the trade deadline is a week from today.
Mm-hmm.
Noon next Thursday is the deadline. These kind of deals, you're not trading a De'Aaron Fox in a week.
Unless
at least,
a Godfather deal comes in.
Right. Unless just, I don't know. I don't even want to make up a deal. This massive deal comes in where you're like, okay, well, we have to do that.
Yeah.
But because this is going to be a tough negotiation, because the Kings don't want to let him go.
No.
So that's why I think he's going to be here past February 6th. And they'll see what happens this year. They'll try and compete this year. And then, hey, if they're a first-round exit and Fox is like, I'm done here, I don't want to be here anymore, I'm not signing an extension, then you can figure out the trade this summer. But I think you have to kick the can down the road as long as humanly possible.
No, I totally agree with that. And I think you also, just the way this whole thing is played out, there's a reason why the Kings are in this situation.
Yeah.
I mean, like, they asked for help. Like, not only did De'Aaron Fox ask for help, his agent came in halfway through the season and said, can you please get help?
Mm-hmm.
That help has still not come.
Not even a little bit.
The only transaction they've made is to waive Orlando Robinson. That's it. That's what they've done. Like, you set your roster a couple months ago, and like, look, that's not to say that that Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox haven't done a good job of finding diamonds in the rough, of adding a player here or there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, it's not enough. Like, you can see a team gets to a point, and if you can't push it over the top, or if you look at, one move that you made, and that move is like to add a DeMar DeRozan, who is like at midway through the season saying how he doesn't feel like he's got much time left in the league.
Right.
Like, okay, we get it. Yeah, that happens. But if that's your one move, and that one move also cost you a 6'8" small forward that everybody in the locker room loved, like, you got to keep doing. You got to keep building. And that's where I really, like, there has to come a point where you have to decide, is this the right group to make the decision?
Sure.
And a lot of the time it's like, hey, we can't do it. We can't figure out a way. No one wants to talk to us. Okay, well, maybe it's just
we'll find someone who people do want to talk to.
Maybe they want to hear from a different voice.
Sure.
Maybe somebody else has a different angle that can piece together a trade that makes more sense.
Yep.
Maybe that's what will happen here. I don't know, but I definitely know that trading away a 27-year-old star is usually not the right answer.
Typically not.
No.
That's typically the move of a team that's going to start careening downward before it bounces back up.
Yeah, just so people know, like, De'Aaron Fox has 8 more years in the league until he gets to DeMar DeRozan status.
Yeah.
Like 8 more years.
That's a lot of years.
I mean,
so many
like
seasons.
half of his career, he's not even to that point. Yeah, that's wild. Okay.
The Oak Grove Kid Talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Again, if you're calling and it's just ringing, please be patient with us. We don't have a call screener. We can only have one person on hold at a time. If it rings for a while and you get bored and you want to hang up, please try back. I promise we want to get to everybody today. We want to hear from you at 916-909-1320. Don, you're on the Insiders. What's up? Hey, Don. If you're on the phone, just start. Yeah. We're talking to you. What's up?
Oh, how are you guys doing today?
Doing great. Well, not
Good,
okay.
good. Hey,
Just okay.
Yeah, I think this is interesting with the news. Like, you guys are talking about how DeMar came out in that interview today. It didn't really catch me by surprise per se, but I think it's interesting when you look at Malik Monk. He took a really big pay cut to stay here. He could have gone to the Magic, who were going to offer him. I mean, he didn't even look at any other team's offers. And you look at DeRozan, who said that Fox was a key piece to why he came here. And just thinking about how quickly everything soured. The vibes this offseason were great, and now it seems like we're in full, panic mode. I'm wondering, do you guys think, obviously the front office is at fault here because they should have made more moves, like you were talking about Mitchell, but Mitchell, we traded him away. Do you guys think that it's a two-way street? Because Fox's agent with Rich Paul and them, they aren't making it any easier for us to trade Fox because they're just saying, hey, it's San Antonio or it's nothing. And other teams might not want to take that risk now. It's driving his price into the ground. And in return, guys like Malik, maybe Domas, and maybe DeMar, they're kind of getting stuck. They're kind of getting the back end of everything.
Thanks for the call.
Yeah. I mean, like, look, I think at some point, you have to take care of the situation at hand. You got one fire burning right now.
Mm-hmm.
And once that fire's out, then you have to see how much damage was done. You have to assess everything. You got to go back and say, okay, is this thing structurally sound, or do we have to tear it down and rebuild? Mm-hmm. And there's a good chance that you will have to tear it down and rebuild. But as of right now, like, look, I still think that there is a way, number one, to repair the relationship with the player specifically, like the agent, everything else, like the player specifically. De'Aaron Fox has been an extremely loyal person.
Yeah.
And I know that this is not where he wanted to be in this situation, but at the same time, you can see the frustration. Like it's palpable. Like if you have listened to me talk, whether it's on a podcast or whether it's here on the Insiders, you listen to Kyle talk, we're all frustrated that you can't do anything, that you haven't improved the roster.
We want to have a different damn conversation about the Kings.
Yeah. Like,
and not, well, they could trade for this guy. They could trade for this guy, Zach LaVine. Like, what? I want to talk about size, athleticism. I'm so sick of saying those two words.
Yeah.
I'm so tired of it.
So basic. I
want to do something different.
You get to the draft and you're like, okay, they're trading the pick. That's all I heard.
6'2" guy. Bring him in.
Bring him on in, 6'2". Okay. Oh, but he's got a wingspan. It's like,
great.
He's a 42-inch vert. Okay. Right. Can he play power forward? The answer is no.
It's a no.
It's no. So yeah. I'm with you.
I'm gonna squeeze one more call in here. Really appreciate everybody jumping on the Elk Grove Kid Talk on today. Okay, so I'm gonna turn the call up. If you've been listening and it's not ringing, that means we're going to you. I know you can hear me right now because I know how the phones work.
And when he calls you Don,
when I call you Don,
you can go ahead and correct him and say, "Hey, this isn't Don."
Right. This is such and such, and then we'll start talking. Okay, here we go. Don, you're on the Insiders. What's up?
Yo, this is Rayshawn. A big fan of this show.
Man.
Have a bit like a very non-understanding of just like what is Monty and Wes actually doing. I feel like I've been sitting here for the past 2.5 years listening to you guys talk about, and with James specifically, talk about how he just hasn't did anything, or we had these deals on the table, and I'm just confused on why is that. That was just my only question.
That's $1 million question.
Okay,
thanks,
so
Rashawn. Appreciate the call.
So in the world of sales, and trust me, being a general manager is just a function of sales. Mm-hmm. In the world of sales, your job is to convince somebody to say yes. And the person's natural thing in their mind wants them to say no.
Mhm.
And you have to be better at making them say yes than they are at just saying no.
Mhm.
And that's something that the Kings have not been able to figure out. They have not been able to sell this thing properly. And partially it's because they don't have a lot to sell. But whatever they have to sell, just so you know, they are the ones who are responsible for that.
Mhm.
Like, they're the ones that stock the shelves.
Yep.
They're the ones who have the picks and the players that they have.
Yep.
And that's it.
That's it.
You gotta go out there and sell what you got. And if that's not enough, you got to give more.
More on this. More from you guys. Your calls at the Oak Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. De'Aaron Fox trade stuff, fallout from the Kings' loss last night, and Zach LaVine keeps entering the conversation. We'll discuss all that next on The Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen, and we're on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear. If you see any good talking points, just start.
All right. What's going on, everybody? Just so you know, the Kings would gladly pay him. They would. I'll even star that, and we'll talk. We'll talk about that. Yeah. Me specifically. I mean, look, how many deals that are right there? And I know people in the past have said, "Hey, what is the deal that didn't get done?" Sometimes we know what the deal is, and sometimes we don't. Like, I don't know. Fartcat69, which is a silly name. I have not had a good sandwich lately. I do. I should not give up one of my secrets. There is a place called the Cheese Shop in Newcastle that makes an incredible sandwich called the Rat Trap, which is off the hook good. I should bring one of those to Kyle one day. We should break bread over
eat a sandwich.
a Rat Trap sandwich.
Never mind. I don't want that.
No, it's they take all of the all the different meats and put them all into one giant bin. So there's turkey, there's ham, there's roast beef, and then all the extra cheeses that are left over from the ends of the cheese block, and they put all those so you can get a sandwich with all kinds. You don't know sort of what
It's just a grab bag of meat
and cheeses, and it's so good. It's all on a Dutch crunch. Oh,
good question, Fartcat69.
Yeah. Me and the family are good. Thank you for asking. Keep it real, G. We've been again. This is these days are long and they wipe you out.
Good question here. We'll save that one.
That one. A C.
Salute.
Primo J. Yep. Just had a rat trap last weekend. Sorry.
I'm missing out. No, that's fine. Missing out. We'll save this one. We'll save this one.
Yeah.
Someone in the chatty house didn't like the Don bit.
That one? What?
Yeah.
It's a year and a half in. We can't change now.
Yeah, dude. It's a whole thing. It'll change the day we get a call screener and I can actually say whoever's name it is, then the Don bit will go away.
Oh,
But for now, it's because here's the other issue is part of the reason I do it is because right now the person on hold is wireless caller. I don't have a name. I have no name.
Yeah.
And I don't want to go, caller, you're on the air.
Some people, it says their name and you know who it is.
Yeah. But even then, I don't. For a long time, my caller ID, because I was on my parents' phone plan, my caller ID still came up as my dad or my mom, one of the two. Yeah.
That's weird.
Facts, Katrina.
I did get James's burner
Mike.
phone. I have a
Thank you for listening.
I have a second phone now. That phone, two things. Number one, it has when I call another number on it, when you pick it up, it has an older woman's name. And then whoever owned it before me, like I think it was 2 people, one person who's passed away, and the next person who owes everybody in the world something, and who signed up for every single text message free thing that they could possibly get.
Was what last year? So we have a person like lined up.
Sort of. We should have just asked if we could use him this week. Realistically.
Yeah, legit.
Yeah.
In fact, no, I'm not gonna go ask right now.
He's here.
I know, but he's probably working.
Okay.
Medium cold brew, sugar-free caramel, and almond milk.
He's a complicated man, this Kyle Madsen.
Oh yeah. Yes. It was up until like last week.
Did I start this before? NBA Zach Guru, you can't keep asking the same question in the chat, because then if I start, which I already did start, then I don't want to start again, and so then I have to answer the question twice. But I do like that you're asking questions tonight, as opposed to making bold proclamations.
Okay, look, I get it. This sounds insane, but it's not actual caramel. It's just like a flavoring.
Yeah.
And it's actually better than their regular caramel.
Well, and someone asked me what's the difference, because my order at Starbucks is a venti skinny caramel macchiato, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they go, what's the difference between skinny and regular? And I say 400 calories.
Facts.
400 calories. Yeesh.
Okay, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, it is the Insiders. The Insiders in your calls today. A lot of people calling the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320. Again, if you're trying to call and it's just ringing, have some patience. We're trying to get to everybody.
Yeah, we are. We're also
promise.
trying to get to all the questions.
Yeah, we have a lot of people asking questions in Chatty House, and we're also trying to answer some questions of our own.
Yeah,
as we kind of maneuver through this, because we're in the same boat as most of you guys. So some housekeeping real quick. Tonight on this very radio station on ESPN 1320,
okay,
we got some good NBA hoops.
Ooh.
6 p.m. tip-off, Houston at Memphis.
Oh,
the number 2 and 3 seeds in the West. That should be a really fun game. Can't wait for that one. 6 p.m. tip right here on ESPN 1320. Also, the Kings are back home next week to take on the Orlando Magic. The Orlando Magic, a very fun young team.
Yeah.
Paolo Banchero very quickly entering that realm of player that when he's in town, you got to go.
Yeah, I mean, Paolo Banchero is incredible. Plus, you remember he has ties here. His mom played for the Monarchs.
Salute.
6 games in 2000.
Who could forget?
2001.
We're giving away 4 tickets to that game. We're giving away a 4-pack of tickets to that
4-pack.
To see Orlando take on the Kings February 5th, the day before the trade deadline. Maybe De'Aaron Fox's last home game, possibly.
Maybe.
Question mark. Enter online to win. It's that easy. You just go to ESPN1320.com. You'll see the contest page, and you can enter to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the Kings take on Orlando at Golden One Center on February 5th. Again, the website, ESPN1320.com. Those tickets courtesy of the Sacramento Kings.
And Kyle, while you're there, how do you get that hoodie?
That's a great question. Well, this one you can't get. This is last year's edition. You can get
this is a
new
retired
model,
hoodie.
though.
Yeah.
You can get the new model, though. And this hoodie I'm wearing, you can check it out at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. The new edition is also very sick. Salute to our guy, Jim, who put these together, and salute to Jiffy Lube, who hooked us up. You can only get these through a contest or if you work here.
Yeah.
And the contest we're doing, we'll tell you how to win right now. You go to ESPN1320.com. So while you're there entering to win Kings tickets,
you're already there.
Win a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate and this hoodie all at once. That's not 2 separate things. You win both of them.
That's right.
You get a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. You come into the studio. They ask you what size, what color, and they give it to you.
Yeah. Our friend Tyler was here the other day.
Tyler, our guy, Alan Holder.
Yeah.
Posting today. You actually do win in his new sweet ass Insiders hoodie. So You can win that by going to ESPN1320.com. You find the Jiffy Lube contest page, and it's going to ask you for a keyword.
The keyword is,
tell them.
I can't remember.
Distracted.
Distracted. Because I'm distracted.
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 Distracted is our keyword from last night's Kings loss to the 76ers, because the Kings looked a little
distracted last night.
So you enter that keyword and you can win this sweet Insiders hoodie, or the new edition of the Insiders hoodie, brought to you by Jiffy Lube, and a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. They're hooking us up. Hooking you up, I should say, at ESPN1320.com. All right. Let's get back to the phone lines. The Elk Grove Kia talk line is 916-909-1320. Don, you've been waiting very patiently, and we appreciate you. What do you got on the De'Aaron Fox stuff?
Hey, guys. Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Cool. It's extremely disheartening right now. As a fan of this team, it's hard to get excited for what's happening, and it's really sad from this point of view, just seeing how much of a lack of commitment there appears to be to this core. You look back over the last couple of years, and just the refusal to bolster this core, this starting five, this lineup, which has performed for you. You look over, from the beginning of this year to now, the starting five statistically has been great, but just no help from the bench. And it just sucks to see your franchise guy, who you have tried to build around, but have just refused to commit to when he's been committed to you all these years, So my question to you guys, though, just playing a little bit of armchair GM,
please,
is how do you even make this right? How do you move forward from this and feel okay about the rest of this season? And from my perspective, I'd like to see De'Aaron stick around, but how do you make that work? Does picking up John Collins suddenly make this team feel better about the future? I'm just curious to hear what your guys' thoughts are about how do you even move forward from here in an ideal situation where we go, oh, that was weird, moving on.
Very good. Thanks for the call. I think, one, you have to make a couple of moves, and then two, you have to win. If they keep De'Aaron through the February 6th trade deadline, and let's say they go make a move for John Collins and Cam Johnson, just let's say they do both, and then they go to the conference finals, you're probably you feel so much different, and this is all, dang, remember that? Wow, what a weird time that was.
Yep.
I wouldn't bet on that happening, but that's what it's going to take. You have to show the commitment to winning that De'Aaron Fox is looking for, and then you have to actually go win. You have to go prove that this is more than just hey, gold star, you made the playoffs team. This needs to be a team that gets into the playoffs and is a threat and is winning games and is winning series.
Yeah, and that's where I think that there is, when you pull back a little bit, the Kings are in a weird situation where they don't have a lot of assets, right? Again, we can talk about it as being self-created, this mess that they're in and all that, but that doesn't change the fact that they don't have a lot of weapons. So, there are players like John Collins and there are players like Cam Johnson that are good NBA players, but what we have yet to see is the one that really makes you think, oh, well, that puts you over the top. All of these other pieces are to fill needs that you have, like very basic needs, but there isn't one that just makes you go, okay, I want to stay there because of that. And look, we always talk about fit being part of things. I could make the argument right now that De'Aaron Fox and DeMar DeRozan don't really fit together.
I would agree with you.
And that there isn't exactly a smooth transition here to that, and if you're choosing one or the other, and it's not because they don't like each other or anything like that, they like each other fine. But the problem is they don't complement each other on the court.
Right.
And so that's as big a problem. And I'm choosing the 27-year-old over the 35-year-old. And if there does become a deal out there where there's a tremendous player, that's where you go all in. So we're talking about, what can you get from this team for De'Aaron Fox or that team? Well, what if you didn't do that? What if you said, okay, what is the best player I can go get to complement this group? And it can hurt. You're going to have to make some roster adjustments afterwards, but what is the best possible player?
Mhm.
And that's where I think Fox and his agents and, the people around him, they're like, look, find that. Like, we didn't ask for like a John Collins that, again, like, not to disparage John Collins, but John Collins has been on the trade block for the last 5 years. It doesn't matter where he's at,
Mhm.
what team he's playing for. He's always on the trade block. And there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
So, like, he's a good player, but there are also some holes. And I still don't, the Kings are never in the conversation for someone bigger. And that's going to be part of the problem.
And that might be part of the reason why they want to wait till the summer too.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that player's available right now.
Well, maybe that player's not available right now, but I got to be honest with you. 3 days ago, De'Aaron Fox wasn't available.
That's a good point.
There's somebody else
That's a
out there
good
that's
point.
available that we're not looking at that is available, and you could probably go get, but it's going to hurt. And it's going to hurt in the way like all of your draft picks that you can possibly trade. And a guy like DeMar DeRozan and a guy like Kevin Huerter and just keep stacking, because we're talking about, like, if you really want to make an impact and maybe save this thing, go get a $30-40 million player, maybe a little bit higher than that can actually impact winning. And I don't know who that player is, but I have a list of who it's not. And a lot of the names that we've heard, like, they...
Does it rhyme with Slack Slovene?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. But he's not the only one.
Yeah, no doubt.
There are other players out there. I mean, for that matter, like Cam Johnson. It's like, okay, that's another Keegan Murray type player.
Mhm.
Except for he doesn't have the upside of Keegan Murray.
Right.
And so
7
that's
years older.
Yeah, that's a different, like, you're not playing in the pool that I think Fox would like them to play in, or at least his agent would like to play him to play it, because like the reason
I'm okay.
But the reason why you're going to go pair with Victor Wembanyama is so you can be great together. Like, that's like, if you wanted to do that here in Sacramento, I don't know that you've completely, like, that's passed you by. And I don't know what, again, the assets that the Kings have can get you, but that's where you should be looking. Like, how can I attack this in a way that makes this situation in Sacramento not somewhere that saves Fox from asking out right now or by the summer, but makes him want to be here for the next 6 to 8 years to finish his career. And, like, I get it. You put some of the pieces around him. It clearly isn't enough. You're not good enough right now. You're 24 and 23. And, it's a tough look.
Let's get back out to the Elk Grove Kia Talk line at 916-909-1320. We'd love to hear from you. Don, you're on the Insiders. What's up?
Hey, this is George. How you guys doing?
Hang on there, buddy.
What's up, George?
Appreciate the call.
Good. Hey, I just kind of rear view kind of going forward. I really think the year that kind of put all of this in motion was the year we made our playoffs, and then that following year we stood pat. And that's when our guys had the most value, and we did nothing. And the entire West picked up people and got better, and we just stood pat. And I think if we would have traded some guys then to maximize our lineup, and everybody's talking about we need a 3-and-D guy, and I don't think that's it. I think we shoot plenty of threes, and I think we shoot them, mid-NBA to upper. But what we don't have is we don't have active size. It's why the Pelicans used to always kill us, because they're massive and they just move our guys around, and there's nothing we can do. And so I don't know what to do now, because that window's gone. And I really would hate to see De'Aaron go. He's our best asset to trade at this point, but it's like we would have to get another point guard, and then we would now have to get some size. And that makes things more difficult, because now you need 2 pieces instead of 1 piece. Yeah. And I don't know. I just kind of want to hear your thoughts on that, guys.
Thanks, George. Appreciate the call. Yeah, I got the idea when they stood pat after the 22-23 season, and in hindsight, I think George is correct. that was probably not the right move to run it back. But I understood the vision, but I think they could have done more to add more like Kessler, Edwards type players on the margins. Or you're just bringing in guys who are 6'8" and athletic and can play some defense.
Yeah.
Maybe they're not great scorers yet, but just trying to develop players with some kind of size.
I will tell you that running it back, like it was an interesting idea, right? But you got into the season, and I don't know what point, but we get to January, and the team is like 10 games over 500. That's a good mark, and it's not to say that like they should have hit a panic button at that point, but everyone could see that there were matchup issues that you had. Again, at that point, you'd already been thumped by a couple of teams. And there was a point when the run it back idea it's fine if you just want to win 46 to 50 games. It wasn't okay if you were going to take a next logical step. Like everyone could see it. Like, okay, this team is good, but it's not good enough. And then when you had 2 injuries at the end of the season, it wiped out any chance of you being a playoff team. And that was it. All that did was expose that you didn't have enough playmaking and that you didn't have enough size and athleticism. I mean, you go in against a Pelicans team and get mollywopped 6 times. 6 times, man.
I think the issue for me, and if you believe that at the time I saw somebody in the chatty house and I lost the message, so apologies to this person for making this point. But they said, like, it's not hindsight. It was obvious that year they needed to do something in that offseason. And okay. I didn't necessarily think so. I saw the vision with, okay, let's run it back. Let's see. But then at that trade deadline, you have to do something. And they didn't.
Exactly.
And that was, it's like, okay, if you're going to go into this year and hope that, okay, hey, this leap from Keegan Murray, shot 41% and set the rookie record for made threes. He's going to take a leap and he's going to become this star. And Kevin Huerter's going to keep shooting 40+% and everything's going to be great. And De'Aaron and Domas are going to take the leap from star to superstar. And okay, that's fine. But when that wasn't the case at the deadline, you had to do something. But this goes back to the front office, and this goes beyond the whole De'Aaron Fox thing now. This goes to something that you've written about at the Kings Beat several times. When they got to the trade deadline last year, man, PJ Washington would have really helped the Kings.
Yeah.
But they did not have the assets to give up to go get PJ Washington the way the Mavericks did.
Daniel Gafford
would
have helped the Kings.
Would have helped the Kings immensely. They did not have the assets to go get him. And that's where we can go back. If you want to say the ball started rolling on this Fox thing in 22-23, that's fine. But the ball started rolling when they just started giving away assets left and right in the name of roster flexibility or financial flexibility or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Being unable to go out and be competitive for PJ Washington? Like, not that no disrespect to him. PJ Washington is a really good player and he helped the Mavs make it to the finals last year, and I think he would have helped the Kings. But that's not LeBron James you're trying to go land.
No. Yeah. That's a problem, man. And like, look, I look at last season, January 9th, they got to 8 games over 500. It took that long. They were hovering around 6, 7, 8 games. What they were after they got to like 6 games over 500, they were a 500 team basically the rest of the season. They just floated there. And it was like, hey, this has gotten stagnant. Hey, this isn't working. Hey, Kevin Huerter's really struggling. Like, you do not have the depth. JaVale McGee was not the answer. Like, there were enough things on, like, again, Chris Duarte. You went out in your offseason, was Chris Duarte and JaVale McGee. And, like, that's tough. It's really tough to, like, look at that and say, oh, you did well. And, oh, by the way, is it just me or is that when they dumped their first-round pick to get rid of the contract of Rashawn Holmes? So, like, there are all these things that happen that you're looking at and you can get frustrated with. But, you know, like, around the trade deadline, they were a team that had been 500 for a while. They had just won a couple of games and lost a couple of games, and it was just really, really difficult to take the next leap without making some sort of impactful move.
Just scrolling some tweets here. Brett Siegel from Clutch Points.
Okay.
Has a post up saying the league sources say the Kings are willing to part with a protected first-round pick in the framework of a deal for John Collins. And the two teams are engaged in serious John Collins trade talks.
Well, I mean,
but I feel like that's not new necessarily.
That's not new, and I'm not sure what exactly they're willing to give up in the Collins deal. But I will tell you, like I said it like yesterday in the air, I said it on the podcast. The Kings had a deal for John Collins all but done. Like, they told their players that a deal was done and that they were going to make one more run at Cam Johnson. I know that to be true. And then they did not get the deal done with with Cam Johnson. And even that took way too long. But we're now like 10 days away, maybe 12 days away from when they actually made it clear that John Collins was about to join the roster. And it hasn't happened. And then you hear some murmurs that John Collins' deal might be tied up in the Jimmy Butler sweepstakes and all that stuff.
Why would you tell your players that?
You got me, man, because it's been something that's happened too many times. It's why Domas at his camp was like, yeah, they told us they had a couple of deals before and those fell through. And yeah, we're glad we got DeMar DeRozan, but at least we got this one done.
There's an art to under promising and over delivering.
Of course.
The reverse is so much worse.
It's always worse.
And they just continue to do the reverse.
Yeah. It's been too many times, man. Too many times that they have been like almost giddy about something like, hey, we're going to do this. And it's like, man, that stuff gets out there, right?
Yeah.
Like it does. It gets out there. Like the Kings had deals worked out for the number 13 pick in the NBA draft. And then it fell through. And I don't know why those deals fall through, but at the same time, it's one thing to pull guys aside and say, hey, we're working on this. I don't know if we're going to get somebody, but we're working on it. It's a whole other thing to say, hey, we got this deal. We're just about to announce, we just about got this deal done, and then not have it go through. It's difficult.
We got to get to our guy Mitch in New Jersey.
Oh,
he's been hanging on the line very patiently. We appreciate him.
No problem.
Very much.
No
Mitch, the Kings look like they're botching this entire thing. Your thoughts?
How you doing, guys? I wish they would keep Fox. I mean, Derek G was never traded. This reminds you of DeMarcus Allen, Carson Palmer. Come on, you're playing blackjack. You keep your king and your ace. You keep the guy and you add, you hit. Come on, take me good. I don't want to be seen trading Fox for anything.
My man, Mitch, appreciate the call.
There it is.
I love that guy. He's a man. But he's right. And this is the point that I think a lot of people were making, is if De'Aaron Fox had gone to the Kings, and this is not what happened, but if De'Aaron Fox had gone to the Kings and said, trade me, I'm out of here.
Yep.
If that's what catalyzed this whole thing, which it's not, at least as far as we understand, he had said, hey, push pause on everything else, trade me by the deadline. I want out. That's a little different.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what happened. So I don't see a reason the Kings should be trying to facilitate said deal, especially in a week.
No, I mean that deal could never happen. I mean, it's a guy that just keeps getting suspended. Like I don't want any part of the Jimmy Butler trade. I don't want to get tied up in it.
Oh, did he bring up Jimmy Butler?
Oh, sorry. I thought that's what we were discussing.
No, I was talking about De'Aaron Fox.
Oh, yeah. No, with Fox, but
I don't understand why there's
why you trade him?
Yeah, Mitch was saying, when you play blackjack and you have an ace, you hit something.
You double down.
Yeah.
I don't know what. Yeah. I mean, I know how to play blackjack really well.
Yeah.
But when you have a player of that ilk, you try to build around him. And like to a certain degree, I think the Kings have built around him. But then some of the players didn't take the steps that you thought, and some of the players regressed when you thought that they might go forward. And there's a lot to it. I also will tell you the Spurs Reporter, which is it's a Twitter handle that follows us. Sources tell me Kings owner Vivek Ranadive is flying to Oklahoma City where Sacramento plays on Saturday for a sit-down dinner with De'Aaron Fox.
We had this first.
I'm told he's on a mission to convince Fox to play in Sacramento. No word on whether Rich Paul or Clutch.
We had this first.
Is the Kings reporter Joe from Elk Grove?
Salute to our guy Joe from Elk Grove.
Or the Spurs reporters listening to the insiders and just ran with that. Nah, that can't be it.
I don't think it is, because I don't believe that person would run with Joe and Elk Grove as a viable source. But God, I hope it is.
Oh man, it's like really
that to be a thing.
It's at 10:35 is when he tweeted that.
Hey,
and hey, the Spurs reporter has been tweeting out videos of our show quite a bit lately. So
I hope that person tuned in just in time to hear that and didn't realize we were talking to a random caller.
Yeah.
And he's running with it. But salute to Joe and Elk Grove, newsbreaker. That's why we're the insiders. And we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Got to step aside for a second. We'll be back in a minute on ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports Center. Clear. Oh.
Yeah.
There's a non-zero chance that that's the case, and that just really tickles me.
Yeah. Boy. Keep it real, G. What is my order at Starbucks? It is a venti skinny caramel macchiato, and sometimes I'll go iced, and sometimes I'll go hot. Like during the winter, I clearly go hot. Venti skinny caramel macchiato. But during the summer, it like amps you up quick. Like the caffeine hits you way faster. See, Noah, this is a great question. That's a good question, Noah. He doesn't really have to go that far into the tax because his GM and assistant GM hard capped him at 178. But hey, still a good question. We'll signal. We will, and we're going to call that the Rory Memorial question of the day.
Salute. I'm going to turn the mics off for a second. This is not discussing anything crazy important, everyone. So there's not a big deal what's happening. We could talk about a show thing.
Okay. Hello.
I love this team.
R.I.P. Rory. That's
Traded
right.
for caramel macchiato and a flat white to be named later.
A flat white. One of Kyle's many drinks.
No,
Kyle
I tried one. I tried a flat white. Didn't like it.
Kyle, you are a man of many drinks, though. Like, I am very much regimented, like, when it comes to my Starbucks order. Or my coffee in the morning.
Is the NFL coach move? I do this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, the NFL coach move?
I'll find something I like and then just kind of stick with it for a while.
It's not a rat burger. It's a rat trap sandwich. Come on. Get it right.
No, I have not, but I want to. Okay. Just for full transparency, we were talking about Joe and Elk Grove.
Yeah. And the Spurs reporter.
I think they're going to make a trade. I don't think they're going to trade De'Aaron Fox. If I'm putting money on it right now. And that's solely vibes based. That's not anything anyone is.
I could definitely, even if they don't trade De'Aaron Fox right now, he definitely could be traded this summer. Like if they cannot get him to say yes to an extension, they will trade him. And you don't just sit there and keep saying, "Oh, we'll build the team. We'll build the team." Like it's too late unless you go out and like make some crazy move that makes everybody feel better about the situation. But again, that's where I get to this point. I'm like, is John Collins that crazy move? And the answer is probably not. We do have the NBA All-Stars reserves being named this afternoon.
Hey. We're back. I want to save that, though.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back to hour number 2 of the ESPN 1320 Insiders. Get ready for the most up-to-date sports news and talk with the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're rocking with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. And those guys will take you up to 4 o'clock. Anything that happens with the Kings, we'll have it covered for you. So keep it locked in here to ESPN 1320. If you're listening on the radio and you got to get out of the car, we have the free Odyssey app. Download that app, search ESPN 1320. You just listen live right there. We're also available on YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN 1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. You can find us there, and D'Lo and Casey are on this same stream. You don't have to change anything. Our show ends, their show starts. Nice and easy.
Yeah,
and we'll be
seamless
all over whatever's going on. Oh, you were talking about All-Star reserves.
Yeah,
the break. Those get announced today. Part of me is a little worried that the recent tumult is going to have an adverse effect on one or both of De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis.
Okay, so I think for sure, like Fox's month of January has been rough. But Sabonis has been consistently like spectacular. I mean, he leads the league in rebounding. He's in the top 2 or 3 in 3-point percentage after another big, after he's been so good. He's shooting 59.5% from 3 before last night's game, the 15 games leading up to last night's game. The stats weren't downloaded earlier when I went to look on Basketball Reference, but I think Domas deserves to be an All-Star. In his last, again, the 15 games leading up to last night, 20.9 points, 16.5 rebounds, 7.3 assists, shooting 62.1 from the field and 59.9% from 3. He also has 16 double-doubles in 16 games since Doug Christie took over, and he has 3 triple-doubles. And all of those stats are very much in line with every other stat that he's put up the rest of the season. He has been an absolute monster, and he has become like even better than he was before. And if he is snubbed from the All-Star game, I'm going to look at the coaches and very much ask if he was snubbed because one of their own got fired midseason and they didn't like it. Just straight up. So, like, the coaches have a big say in the All-Star reserves. The say in the reserves. And, bad things happened here in Sacramento. And that's why you don't want bad things to happen around Christmas time for your team, because it just, like, cements what people think about your franchise and about your ownership and about your management. And, unfortunately, the only way for retribution sometimes is to make the players pay for that.
The Kings are currently, what are they, the 10 seed right now?
Yep.
It's just, it would be so easy for coaches to look at the Kings in the 10 seed at 24 and 23. There's all this Fox stuff going on, the Mike Brown stuff from earlier this year, and going, nope, they're out. rule out all of them.
Yeah, it's very, very easy. And it's very easy for them to say, oh, Jaren Jackson Jr. is playing on a team that's in the top 3 seeds. And it doesn't matter that he doesn't rebound at all for a guy that tall. And
he's on the 2 seed.
Yeah.
2 seed gets a couple All-Stars.
And Houston's going to get an All-Star. Who is that? Probably Alperen Şengün.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, you think they're going to leave Victor Wembanyama off the All-Star team?
Not.
It doesn't
Absolutely
matter
not.
where he's at in the standings. So, and, we forgot about the Brow. That guy's going to make it because he's a Laker.
And, and they're the 5 seed.
So how many different centers did we just name? And that's gonna be the
Şengün,
problem.
Triple J, Jokic, Anthony Davis. Rudy Gobert going to make it? No, Rudy Gobert's not going to make it. Rudy Gobert's not going to make it.
No, Anthony Edwards will make it, which would hurt Fox's chances.
Man. They can't leave Sabonis out a second year in a row.
Well,
if he was putting up the exact same numbers, it'd be one thing, but he's just been ridiculous this year.
No, he has been ridiculous.
He expanded his game a little bit beyond the 3-point line.
Yeah, and last season he was ridiculous as well, and they had no right to leave him out the All-Star game last year.
Yeah, it was pretty
out of the All-Star game. So, look, I personally think when they're announced tonight that he will be an All-Star.
I do too.
I do think that he's second in the league in 3-point percentage at 48.1%. Like, he leads the league. I don't know that I've ever seen that. Like, again, he's 60, 45, and 78. Like, that's like, I don't know if there's ever been a guy who averaged 60% from the field and like nearly 50% from 3 and like well over 75% from the 3-point from
60, 50, 80 season.
Yeah.
I doubt that's happened before.
Well, I'm guarantee a 60, 50, 80 has never happened. And Sabonis is right there.
Tell me his percentages right now.
Right now. Let me click back. He is averaging
let me get to
field.
Percentages. There we go.
60.9% from the field.
60.609. Okay.
0.481 from 3.
Where am I shooting percentages? 3-point field goal percentages. How much?
481.
Okay.
And 766 from the free throw line.
And 766 from the free throw line.
I guarantee there's never been a player to average that.
Free throw percentage. What is it? 761?
766.
766. Survey says. Stand by.
It's thinking.
Okay, so it has happened before.
Oh?
It has happened once for a player who played more than 2,000 minutes or 1,000 minutes.
Okay.
So Luke Cornett got really close with Boston last year, but he only played 983 minutes.
Okay.
He shot 1,000% from 3.
But on what volume?
Nothing.
Yeah.
He took 1. He went 1 for 1. So 2 people have done it. Domas and Artis Gilmore.
Oh.
Artis Gilmore shot 65.2% from the field, 76.8% from the line. This is the 81-82 season, and went 1 for 1 from 3
on the season.
So nobody's ever done it at any kind of volume.
At any reasonable volume at all. That's
in
wild.
fact, of the 13 people who have ever done this, 12, not including Domas has more 3-point makes than the other 12 people combined.
Okay.
Rashawn Holmes is on here. Did it with Sacramento.
Oh.
Not even the first Sacramento King to do it.
Oh, come on.
But yeah, he's got to make the All-Star team this year. And I'm really hoping that all this stuff, the Mike Brown situation, the De'Aaron Fox situation, my hope is that that's not something that, whether it's coaches, and again, we're going to say coaches because that's who officially votes or who officially gets to vote. But it was my understanding last year when Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox were both snubbed from the All-Star game that we found out that some coaches just handed to like an equipment guy. He might just say, hey, you do this. I'm busy.
I do know, like, there's an equipment guy that I watch. Well, I think it was an equipment guy.
We
walk around the room and actually, like, ask a player I need you to fill out your All-Stars, like right now. Like
Yeah.
I watched that happen in Sacramento this like 2 weeks ago.
Sure. And players just going to write down some names real quick. Players they like. They're not going to sit there and sift through all the stats, right?
No, and it was very much like, okay, well, what about this player? Oh yeah, I want him in there too.
Mhm.
It was like, okay, I don't know what's happening here, but
So I'm gonna ask. We should ask Doug. Hey, when you vote for the All-Star game, do you vote?
well, yeah, but I don't know if he was. Did it happen before? Well, I guess it would have been him.
Yeah, I would assume so.
I would hope so. I would hope he would vote.
You
Not
probably need to ask him off the record.
yeah.
Not in the
Well,
presser, but
I think some players will actually tell you.
okay.
Yeah.
I
Anyway,
just need to know. I just need to. I don't know. I think Domas gets in. I don't think De'Aaron does. I think that's how this goes.
I'm gonna guess that's how it goes too, and I do think Domas will get in. Although, like, look at there's an uphill battle here, and I mean it's going to be difficult, but yeah, he's well deserving. And you know, I always talk about that. Like, he makes an all-star team. He's putting himself into like that elite company that makes the Hall of Fame, and he's super close. He's a 3-time All-Star. You start hitting 4-time All-Star. If he makes the All-NBA team, that make him a 3-time All-NBA player. Like, and he's still only 28. There's a possibility for way more, but it puts him in the realm of this is probably a Hall of Famer. And you know, you need to win, and you need to get to the playoffs, and you need to do all that stuff. But I also think that like that's why you want these awards. It's not because you know you're going to walk around telling everybody, "Hey, I'm a 3-time All-Star." It's so you're starting to put your resume together for a Hall of Fame career.
Have you seen this Terry Rozier news?
Yeah, the Terry Rozier news is weird. Is being investigated.
Yeah.
For potentially illegally betting on games.
Connected to Jonte Porter, right?
Oh, is that what it is?
That's what I thought. I'm trying to piece together info here. Federal prosecutors, this is from the Wall Street Journal, have been investigating whether veteran NBA player Terry Rozier manipulated his performance as part of an illegal sports betting scheme. Part of a wider government probe. The same investigation has already led to a criminal charge and a lifetime ban from the NBA for former Toronto Raptors forward Jonte Porter.
Yeah, so I'm not trading for him. But I would tell you that that on top of that, there is the NBA has done their own investigation and has found nothing nefarious.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Very good.
But we'll have to see how it all plays out because
we'll keep track of that.
I trust the government to do their due diligence on that situation. Career prosecutors that are looking into that at this point more than I do the NBA peeps who clearly don't want another one of these scandals. Yeah, the Jonte Porter stuff is crazy.
Totally insane.
I mean, he was texting gamblers from the locker room at halftime.
Yeah.
Like the stuff that's going on there,
Just
like, the reports are like wild.
Not only violating rules and laws and stuff, but doing so stupidly.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Let's bring this back to the Sacramento Kings. The De'Aaron Fox situation, of course, is at the forefront of the conversation. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. That's the Elk Grove Kia talk line if you'd like to join the show. And we've got Don on the line now. Don, you're on the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. What's up?
Hello?
Yeah, hey, Don, what's going on? Yep.
Oh, I'm doing, hanging in there as a Kings fan. But I guess I have two questions kind of going off the basis of you guys saying I don't know if you want this to happen necessarily, you think it happened, but if Fox remains on the roster throughout the deadline going into the summer, two quick questions on that.
Okay.
If that is the case, do you think they should or will still try and get, i.e. a Collins or someone else? And then second question, if they do go into the summer, do you think they will, assuming Fox still wants to leave, do you think they will get more than trading him right now?
Thanks for the call. Appreciate you, man. So here's my thought on waiting until the summer.
Mm-hmm.
And if they decide to do that, if that would hold up another trade in season. I would hope not. Because look, if you know that, all right, we're not going to trade De'Aaron Fox now because we don't want, apparently they're receiving dozens of offers. If that's the case, they're not going to want to just go, this one. Like that's burning an asset before you need to. So to me, even if you know in your heart of hearts, even if Vivek Ranadive and Wes Wilcox and Monty McNair know in the deepest reaches of their soul that they're trading De'Aaron Fox in the offseason, I still think, hey, you've got 3 months of De'Aaron Fox left, 2.5 months of De'Aaron Fox left. You got to go try.
I honestly think that, like, you can get a panic deal right here that somebody throws just way too much at you and you have to say yes. And, whether that's the place he wants to go or somewhere else, like, I do think that there's a possibility of that. But I also think that, like, when you get to this summer and teams are removed from what they saw from their players and they're removed a little bit from their players, that's when you might be able to have, like, more of an honest discussion and a detachment from, like, what exactly is your player. Like, I know one of the key tenets to the Daryl Morey tree is that you never overvalue your own players, that you have an honest assessment of your own players always. And I think that that's how you sort of want other teams to look at their teams as well. And when you get to a certain point in the offseason, they'll pull back and say, hey, like, would you give up Stephon Castle? Would you not today, but maybe you would this offseason? Would you give him up when he's about to be in the slam dunk contest? I mean, I think Kings fans can remember Kenny Smith won the slam dunk contest in a Kings uniform and was traded like 2 days later. Like, and everyone's like, oh no, we won the slam dunk contest. Our guy won. Oh, they got traded.
And he's gone.
Womp, womp, womp. DeMarcus Cousins was traded during the All-Star game.
Literally during the game.
That's why they moved the All-Star game. It is. It's why they moved. It's not the All-Star. It's why they moved the trade deadline ahead of the All-Star game. So it's not a distraction of the All-Star game. That's why they did that.
Wow.
Yeah, which makes more sense anyways, because you trade for a player, you might play 1 or 2 games before the All-Star break, but then you go into the All-Star break, you have a week off, you sit down, you have conversations, you build that player back up, and they're ready to roll when you start the post-All-Star sprint.
If you are the Kings, and this is just to get back to our caller's question, if you're the Kings and you've decided that, okay, we fielded all these offers, nothing looks like it's what we want. If somebody calls in with a Godfather offer here in the next 7 days, then we'll readjust. But the plan moving forward is to operate as though you're going to have De'Aaron Fox and you're going to do whatever you can to be as competitive as possible so that next summer the conversation can be like, hey, that conference finals run was pretty cool. Do you want to sign an extension? Can we get you to sign an extension now?
Yeah.
Can we lock you in here? And if he says no, okay, cool. Then let's figure out with months on the timeline instead of days, or I guess weeks on your timeline instead of days, can you work out a deal that's maximizing the return there?
Yes.
And I think that's probably the smartest way to go. Now, whether the Kings do that, your guess is as good as mine.
Well, like, look, first of all, I was wrong. Kenny Smith did come in second place. I'm almost positive he came in second place in the All-Star. And it was stood at the free throw line, bounced the ball between his legs backwards off the backboard, did a reverse 2-hand dunk.
Okay.
This summer, yes, there's going to be potential for you to move things around. But again, if let's just say I'm the San Antonio Spurs, right? And my thought was this summer, I might be able to land that other piece to go along with Victor Wembanyama. And that other piece could be like a big name player in the draft, right? And then I'm looking at, but if you were to trade for him right now, and all of a sudden you catch lightning in a bottle, you're 20-24, and you make the playoffs in year 1. If you're the Spurs, like, if you like accelerate your growth right now and you make the playoffs and push a team like maybe the Kings, but maybe the Warriors, maybe one of these other teams that are like teetering, you're able to ramp up and get to the playoffs now. You already got the player that you were hoping to get, and you probably gave up the assets you were hoping to use to get something this summer. And so it just accelerates everything. So maybe you do get a better deal right now because it is sort of like a free for all. Kyle, there are a couple of dozen teams calling.
That's the maximum amount of dozens.
Not a few dozen teams,
Yes.
but a couple of dozen teams.
You missed it. Shams training on NBA Countdown last night. Clearly speaking for the Kings. Says they've received dozens of calls and dozens of offers. You can have 2 dozen.
2 dozen is a maximum.
It's the maximum amount of dozens. Don, you're on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. What's up? Hey, Don.
Am I Don?
Yeah, you're Don.
Hey, Don.
Today you are.
I'm Kyle.
Hey, I got a
You can go ahead and tell us your real name. It's fine.
Yeah, my name is Bronson, so it rhymes with Don. It's pretty close.
Nice, dude. What do you got, Bronson?
Hey, I got a question for you. If in a world that we do trade a De'Aaron Fox, what would be the next domino to fall after that? Do they try to finish the year out with this same team and make it work? Or do you think they're going to try to trade other pieces now instead of later?
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. It's a good question. I would imagine they'd try and finish the year out. If they're hell-bent on trading him by the 6th,
yeah,
you make that trade, you maximize the return, and you go, all right, Malik, you're the new lead guard. DeMar DeRozan, going to need your scoring on a nightly basis. Domas, Keegan, everybody's got to step up and shoulder some of the workload.
Yeah.
But you're hoping to build out your depth, so now you're 9 or 10 guys deep instead of 6 or 7, and hope that works out. That would be my guess. I don't think that they would trade De'Aaron and go, okay, well now we're trading DeMar and we're blowing this thing up entirely in the span of 1 week. I don't think that's the case.
Well, I mean, we're talking about the quickest moving front office in the history of the NBA. I mean, it's possible they could complete at least 5 transactions between now and February 6th. And I'm being sarcastic. They're like being able to piece together more than one. Like, could you still get a John Collins deal? Could you have John Collins trade wrapped up into the other trade? Yeah, that's possible. Yeah. Like, okay. But I don't know that you're going to sit here and see the Kings like make one move to trade their franchise player and then boom, 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 boom. They're making all kinds of other moves. You're like, they're not going to like tear this thing down in the matter of like 2 minutes. And I'd also I think we're still going to get to a point where the Kings need to make sure that they know exactly who it is that they want making the ultimate decision on whether they trade their franchise player or not, and whether they are negotiating that deal, who is negotiating that deal, and everything else.
Which might ultimately, and this goes back to what you were talking about earlier, when our guy Joe in Elk Grove reported that Vivek Ranadive is flying to Oklahoma City to have dinner with the Foxes. Unconfirmed rumor.
Yeah, unconfirmed.
You brought this up that Vivek might be looking at Monty McNair, the GM, and Wes Wilcox, the assistant GM, and going, you've made a mess of this. So you pause everything here. If we've got this John Collins deal worked out, cool. But pause all De'Aaron Fox related things because you two don't get to do that. He has his eye on, barring a Western Conference Finals run or a Finals run or something crazy. He has his eye on moving on from those 2 guys because they need to get somebody in there who's going to be able to work this thing out with De'Aaron Fox. He sees that as priority number 1. That wouldn't shock me at all.
No.
If Kings ownership is looking at this and going, hey, they've made a mess of this. They, the front office, the GM and the assistant GM, have made a mess of this, and I want to find a different front office. That would not surprise me one bit if that's the route they wanted to go.
No, it wouldn't surprise me at all. And to be honest with you, there is a possibility that you go ahead and you make a John Collins deal, knowing that, again, July 1st, you get your 2032 pick. You're closer and closer to knowing whether you're giving away your 2025 pick. At the end of the season, you'll know if you make the playoffs. All of a sudden, there's potential for your 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. You got 7 draft picks again. If you give up a protected pick in the Collins deal, maybe you got like a 28, 29 or 27, 28 tied up a little bit, right? But John Collins is on a $26.5 million player option for next season. And you cringed, but I will just tell you, number 1, salary cap goes up. Number 2, you get to this next offseason, and now you have a $26.5 million contract that you might be able to trade. And
it's expiring.
And it's expiring.
Good point.
And so now you have an asset that when you go out into the trade market, if John Collins isn't part of the plan, there's also the possibility that John Collins opts out of the deal and leaves, and you have a bunch of money. There's also a possibility that John Collins opts out, signs a 4-year deal at a lower rate, a declining scale contract or something, and now you got John Collins as part of your group. There's all kinds of things that but I think the key is that you would get John Collins in your building for a couple of months and see if you like John Collins and see if it's working out.
Sure.
And see if he can help you. There are people in the walls that love John Collins. There are people in the walls that do not particularly care for John Collins' game. And you have to balance all that. And that's where, like, again, if they were all in 100% in on John Collins, it probably would have happened a week ago. That doesn't mean it can't happen today. It can't happen tomorrow, because that deal has been out there and they know exactly the parameters of that deal.
Zach LaVine's a name that keeps coming up a lot.
Yep.
I want to get to that with you. We'll do that here in a second. And of course, more of your phone calls on the Oak Grove Kia Talk on a 916-909-1320. Is Zach LaVine a realistic option for the Kings? We'll talk about it next here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Hey, this is Kyle Madsen from the Insiders, and with the big game just around the corner, there's no better time to jump in on Underdog Daily Fantasy. I'm going to have a bunch of lineups for when the Chiefs and the Eagles play, but I had a lineup going last night because the Kings played. A stunner, by the way. Not only did I get 3 out of 4, which is a winner with the flex play option on Underdog's Pick'em game, which is really easy. You pick 2 or more player stats. You pick higher or lower on those stats. They got to be from 2 different teams, and then you can win up to 1,000 times your entry. So I got 3 out of 4 last night, and the one I was most confident in didn't land. So I had Malik Monk higher than 6.5 assists. He had 8 assists. That's a winner. Tyrese Maxey lower than 31.5 points. He finished with 30. Nice job, Kings defense. Keegan Murray higher than 6.5 rebounds. He had 6 at the half. He finished with 8. Domantas Sabonis had higher than 15.5 boards. I thought for sure. I thought he'd cruise. I thought he'd have 20. Finished with 14. So I only got 3 out of 4. Domas let me down last night. Still had a triple-double. Still a really good game for the Kings big man. But he did not hit. But luckily, I was still a winner thanks to the flex play option on Underdog Daily Fantasy. So Underdog's the best place to play. Pick them. Download the app, sign up with promo code KyleM, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code KyleM. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. Clear. Clear.
Just craziness all over the internet today. I do want to read this Andy Larson piece. He talked to John Collins today, specifically about rumors. I like Andy Larson. He's a good dude. Always said this, like, the Utah group is one of my favorite groups that come through Sacramento. Hello, everybody. Zach, I mean, I get this question, and there's always going to be this question of why. They interviewed, I think, 3 people for the job. They gave the number 1 job to one of those people. Sachin Gupta was the other that they interviewed, who's like super awesome, and now works for Chelsea. But why you interview 2 people, hire one of them for the main job, and then hire one of the other people you interviewed as a number 2 job, even though they didn't know each other, is always going to be problematic. And but the problem is it's been 5 years, right? So it's not like we can't say, hey, they know how to work together and all that stuff. You got one guy who is the analytics guy who crunches numbers, who studies a draft, studies free agencies, studies all that stuff. And you got another guy who runs a lot of the business side of a lot of the business side of the basketball side. And there's a lot to that. So he's the one that makes the phone calls. Wes Wilcox is the one that makes the phone calls and does a lot of the runs the media relations staff and a lot of the other jobs that are there. So I think that there's always going to be like a GM, an assistant GM, or president of basketball operations. I mean, people forget that Jeff Petrie is a president of basketball operations, but Wayne Cooper was the general manager of the Kings for many of those years. So again, it's not that strange to have two people, but the difference I would say with, Jeff Petrie and Wayne Cooper is that they were lifelong friends. RIP Wayne Cooper. They were lifelong friends that had played together, that had been in a front office together for many years. And there were other, like an assistant GM on that staff was Mike Petrie. And another assistant GM on that staff was Sharif Abdur-Rahim. So like there's the construction of this particular staff and stuff is a bit unique. But we're 5 years in.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
And we're giving away Kings tickets. February 5th, the Kings are back home against Orlando. Might be De'Aaron Fox's last home game. You can win tickets right now. We're giving away a 4-pack. We're giving away 4 4-packs at ESPN at 1320.com. You enter online to win. It is just that easy. Tickets courtesy of the Sacramento Kings. If you also want to win a sweet Insiders hoodie that's exclusive to this station, you can't buy it. You can get one if you work here or if you win a contest. A $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate and that exclusive sweatshirt. You can go to ESPN1320.com, enter the code word distracted at the Jiffy Lube contest page. Distracted. Because it felt like the Kings were a little bit distracted last night in Philadelphia during their loss to the 76ers. 117-104, the final score there. So if you would like to win a hoodie and a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate, which are 2 great prizes, enter to win now at ESPN1320.com. Did you see this? Adam Silver wants 10-minute quarters in the NBA.
Whatever.
That was exactly my thought.
Come on now.
10-minute quarters. That doesn't mean everybody's minutes are going to proportionally go down. You're still going to get your starters playing 36-ish minutes. But now there's even less time for middle tier and lower tier players to play. Their contracts are also already getting hosed by the aprons.
Yep.
We're just pushing out the NBA's middle class. Cool.
And it's funny you say the middle class because I mean
that might be extreme, but
no, you're right. Like, let me just explain. Like the middle class in the NBA, you would think would be like a $8 to $10 million player, right? Maybe a $12 million player.
Mm-hmm.
The mid-level exception. I mean, it's right there in the name.
Yeah.
So like $13 million and below.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings have one of those players, and it's Trey Lyles, who makes $8 million.
Mm-hmm.
And then you look at the rest of the roster construction, and the middle class is gone. So Keon Ellis at league minimum deal. Just going through the list, Alex Len, league minimum deal. Doug McDermott, league minimum deal. Jordan McLaughlin, league minimum deal. Colby Jones, league minimum deal.
Jeez.
Jay Crowder, league minimum deal. That's 6 of their 14 rostered players. You can add Orlando Robinson. 7 of the 15 roster players to open the season are league minimum deals.
Mm-hmm.
And then add Devin Carter, who is a rookie scale at $4.8 million.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's not minimum middle of the road. So you're looking at 8 dudes. The one other guy, like Keegan Murray, you can kind of put in the same bucket as Trey Lyles but he's on a rookie scale deal that's up to like 8.5, 9 million, something like that. But yeah, that's an issue. Like
big time.
The middle class is going away in the NBA, and I do not want to see 10-minute quarters.
It'd be terrible.
Well, I mean, it takes away, like, it turns chess into checkers.
Yeah.
Like
nobody's not watching the NBA because the games are 48 minutes long.
No.
That's not the problem.
No.
There are so many deeper problems than quarter length. And like somebody in the chat house said, it's more commercial time. That's exactly right. Your game length is probably going to be about the same.
Yeah. I don't understand a reason to do that. And again, I don't like the middle class of the NBA going away. I actually believe they should expand the rosters and allow for more two-way players.
I agree.
And, again, I don't think it's fair that two-way players are only allowed to sign two-way contracts in the first 4 years after college, after they enter the draft or whatever, after they sign their first NBA contract. Because guys like Skal Labissiere can just tear it up in the G League and make the G League All-Star. He'll be at their equivalent of like the Rising Stars. Yeah. But he's like 28 years old and he's not allowed to come up on a contract unless you have an open roster spot.
Right.
And even then you're going to sign him like to a 10-day and then he goes back down.
Right.
Like there should be a way, like a two-way. I think 3 two-ways, standard two-ways are fine. But then I think that there should be 1 or 2 super two-ways and guys that, make, maybe 3/4 of a minimum scale contract, but they can bounce back and forth between the G League and the upper team. And maybe you make those roving, maybe like there's got to be some other way to help. So when you do have massive injury problems, or if a guy's just tearing it up and deserves a call up, you don't have to go clear a roster spot in order to pull him up. So I totally disagree with Adam Silver on that.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia talk line. The handoff, I believe it's Damian Barling today, coming up in about 5 minutes. But let's get to Don on the phone lines. Don, you're on the Insiders. What's up?
What's up, guys? So I got 2 points, Kyle and Ham. One, with the John Collins and like the Cam Johnsons on hold. Like I've always thought, regardless if Fox comes or goes, or whether he stays or goes, that you go out and get those players because those players aren't going to be addressed during those trades. And if you're not talking about fully tanking, then you're still trying to make the playoffs. You're still trying to get better, and those guys make you better. But about the management. I've always looked at like Monty and Wes, especially right now. Like I get more of the impression that they're both like one's going to end up going and one's going to end up staying. Like I always feel like one's going to be the scapegoat at the end of this season, and I see that being Monty, and it's Wes that's been pulling the strings behind the curtain, or vice versa. I can't even decide which one it is, but I always feel like that's why Vivek always had both of them there. Now is that one can take the fall at some point and the other one stays on, and they think somehow the fan base is gonna be not figure that stuff out. But that's all I got, man.
Right on. Thanks, Manny. Appreciate the call.
Okay, so they like to answer the second. Okay, so yes, I do think that like you can still go out and try to make a John Collins or a Cam Johnson trade, whatever. You can do that right now, but I don't agree that whatever, if you're going to trade De'Aaron Fox, you could make a trade that all of a sudden makes a trade for John Collins just completely wiped out. Like again, I don't know that if you go and trade for, again, Devin Vassell and Jeremy Sohan all of a sudden is your 6'8", 6'9" dude that you're looking for, like this multi-positional dude. And so like there is possibilities of, or like Keldon Johnson. Like maybe Keldon Johnson comes back in the deal. If you make a Keldon Johnson and Jeremy Sohan deal, you don't need John Collins.
Yeah.
So now what are we doing? And we gave up a pick and for a player who's going to play 18 minutes a night or 12 minutes a night, and that's not a good place to be in either. And so like that's why it becomes a little complicated. Now, if you're going to go do a Cam Johnson deal, I think there's a little bit more flexibility there because if you get into a Cam Johnson deal, I think you can go back out and get value for Cam Johnson on the backside as like, hey, we added all these other pieces and now he's become like an extra. Or you can say, we got Cam Johnson, but now Keegan Murray becomes an extra, and you need him to go do a different. Like, there's a lot of ways that works. That's one thing, and then the other part to that, the Monty and West situation. I agree that was probably the way this was heading, maybe a month ago, but I don't know that that's the case now. I think that these guys are tied together at this point, and the problem is you can't lose one without the other at this point, because they have cleared like their separation on what they're good at and what they do, and I think that you can have issues with both jobs that are being done.
Yeah,
like the messaging, the phone calls that are made, the not getting the deals done, the talking to players before deals are done. Those things fall on one guy, and the who you're going to get falls on another guy, and like the marriage between the two is like, okay.
The fact that an assistant GM has that much say is on the GM. Whether the I mean, whether the general manager is responsible, quote unquote, like physically responsible, not this falling under his duties, for this deal falling through, or that deal falling through, or this player finding out about this trade, or whatever it is. It's like, if one of them's going, they're both going. Like, that's the bottom line.
I think that's where we're at.
There's no salvaging it with one or the other and calling it good.
I think there was a point like a month or two ago where that was like really on the table. I do not feel that way at this point.
Yeah,
but maybe I'm wrong. And maybe there's a contentious relationship that's going to be had for much longer than like the next 3 months or the next 2 weeks. But we'll see.
We've gotten a bunch of questions in the chatty house today.
Yeah.
About the poll they put out on the pregame broadcast last night.
Oh, yeah.
What should the Kings do with De'Aaron Fox? Man, feels like crowdsourcing.
It does feel like crowdsourcing. I did touch base with some people that I know there, and
it's the right question.
It was
for a pregame
they
show.
felt like they had to ask the question to be honest.
Yeah,
to be honest with their viewers, and so that's why they did that.
It's the right. I believe that's the right question to ask.
Yeah. So
it's disingenuous to try and go through an entire pregame and then an entire game and an entire postgame. Like, hey, none of this is going on. Sunshine, rainbows, Kings, Sixers. Here we go.
Yeah, you can't
Not
ignore the giant elephant in the room.
Damon Barley.
Hi.
In the building for the handoff.
What's happening, guys?
You know, the usual.
Oh, that's funny. I just saw the board behind you. That's terrific.
Yeah.
Just a little.
I don't know if other people saw the board.
Cooked
No,
up
it's great.
before the show.
It's great. It's probably hard with the 3-person view, but no, it's very
That's
funny.
okay.
I like it.
Yeah. I'll move it for your show.
That's fine. It's still accurate when our show
It is
starts.
It still here.
Yeah, man. Like, I don't expect this. Like I said yesterday, it's 7 days now away from the trade deadline. That's an eternity.
Yep.
Like 7 days is a really long time. This thing has the opportunity to manifest into something better or something worse. Like it has the, sure, we're engaging with Miami and anyone who, hey, doors open for business. And then all of a sudden, you get within 3 days and it's like, look, man, we're signing with one place. And it's this has the potential to turn ugly. It maybe have this. I don't know. I think it might have the potential to be resolved in a more positive fashion. I'm not really sure. I think the thing that might be most telling is De'Aaron and perhaps his management recognize that all NBA is pretty much out of the question. He's not going to make it. He's having a really good season.
Yeah,
but it's pretty. Unless something drastically changes, and again, I commend him for this. He's dealing with two hands that are in a really bad way, and that's not going to go away between now and voting.
Right.
Like, he's going to be playing through this the rest of the season. So I think they recognize that all NBA is out of the question, and you can still maximize your dollars if you're traded today. And that's the proposition that you just didn't want to deal with. If the Kings were, 7 or 8 games better, maybe closer to the 5th spot, the 4th and 5th spot, rather than the 10th or 11th spot.
Yeah.
Maybe truth be told, maybe this wouldn't be happening. But I think the second you recognize that 300 and some change, 320, 350, whatever the number is no longer reality, then okay, what are all of our options? Well, one of them is to sign the 5-year, 296 here in Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
The other is to get moved immediately and sign the 5-year 296 somewhere else.
Because if he signs as a free agent, if he plays out his contract with Sacramento and signs with San Antonio as a free agent, it's 4 and 219.
Yeah, I think it's 4 and 230.
4-2-19 is if he signs as a free agent. There's a 245 out there that if he, I think the 245 is.
Well, it doesn't matter. That's significantly more difficult for San Antonio, though, isn't it? Because that's a cap space signing, which is a lot harder than this is our guy. We're re-signing him.
Right. Yeah.
And so it benefits San Antonio to get him, in their organization. It benefits De'Aaron Fox. And truth be told, because of that, it does benefit the Sacramento Kings because San Antonio can't. It's not like I don't think San Antonio is operating like Pat Riley. Pat Riley is in full "F I care about nothing" mode. Like he does not care. Like if he has to go through the entire season suspending Jimmy Butler, Pat Riley will do it. He'll do it to make a point, even if he has to give all of the money back through arbitration later on. He'll do it. I don't think the Spurs operate that way. And the Sacramento Kings certainly don't operate that way.
Doubt.
And it is in everybody that the line we were told from the beginning, if there is a situation that benefits everybody, we're open to doing this. Benefits De'Aaron, benefits Sacramento. San Antonio benefits De'Aaron and Sacramento, and the two should work together to try to get this done.
Right.
What if I'm going to throw another one in here that I don't even know why I'm going to say this.
Nice. I love when you do this.
What if they get through February 6th and De'Aaron Fox is still on the roster and he goes,
I know where you're going.
Anyone notice my pinky's bent like this?
Yeah. Yep.
I'm going to go get it fixed.
Yep.
Because I want to make sure that I'm good for this summer when whatever happens.
And that's season-ending surgery.
And he's got something going on in his thumb that whether it's a sprain or a potential broken thumb in his right hand.
That's just a thing that's on. Like that would be a thing he could do. That's not
no.
Yeah,
I'm just giving you a hypothetical.
Here's the thing: he should do it.
Sure,
he can't fix his hand without surgery. He's going to get. He has to get surgery.
Yes, this summer,
whether it's now or it's in the off season, he has to. This is not going to be popular. I would not blame him if he did that.
Not even from
I wouldn't blame him one single bit if he did that.
From his perspective, no.
I hope he doesn't.
Of course not.
But I would not
Love
blame
watching
him
him play basketball.
one bit if he does that. And I truthfully think he's a competitor, and I don't think he would. But again, I can't fault him if he does. He's been playing through that the entire, off season. He has the entire season. He has a rough stretch of a handful of games, and it's like, oh, his hands, rest him. And he's like, no, man, I just shot bad. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, I'm just going through a rough stretch, and then comes out and scores 30, the next night or the next game.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, he can play through this, but at some point, and I've wondered this even before this week, at some point, can he not play through it anymore? Like not the pinky, but the right hand.
Yeah.
That came into discussion because Jokic got him.
Yeah.
That's going to happen again.
Yeah.
Whether it happens in Oklahoma City on Saturday or it happens against the Orlando Magic at the Golden One Center next Wednesday, that is going to happen again. And there's probably, and again, I wouldn't blame him if the point comes, I can't keep playing through this.
Yeah.
This hurts.
Yeah.
So that's it's a scenario. It's a possibility. Part of me wondered, would San Antonio do that? Depending on the pick that they traded?
Yeah.
Part of me wondered, hey, all right, De'Aaron, we got you, baby. Hey, why don't you get that hand right, big fella?
Yeah.
Why don't you go and get that hand right? Don't worry about what this season looks like, because next year we kept our pick. We gave them Atlantis. They're going to be happy with Atlantis because they They got some issues
Ooh.
right now. And I hate that for Jalen. Hate it. I already didn't like that team. Really hate it for him, though.
Yeah.
Atlanta's got some issues. Sacramento's going to be happy with that pick. But we kept ours. So if we just linger around deep draft, and who drafts better than we do? Nobody. Just linger around the right spot.
Well, remember what happened when the Kings traded for Domas? They got him together for like 5 games, and then Fox missed the rest of the season.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, right. Because of his hand.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, there's a lot, man. I don't know how this is going to be resolved or when it's going to be resolved. I really don't. Last night sucked. Last night to me was the first bad loss in the Doug Christie era.
I would agree.
Please stop donating money. I swear to God, I wish you guys would stop doing that.
That just cracks me up.
I know it's funny. You guys are just throwing $2 into the ocean at this point.
Do we know where that goes at all?
We have no clue.
Have we asked?
No. Who are we going to? Because once they figure out that our audience donates money, like, oh, look at these guys. Let's keep this money. There's probably between ad revenue and the wonderful people who watch and listen to, there's probably tens of thousands of dollars somewhere that we we have no clue where.
Just
wow.
In an escrow account somewhere. I love that for us.
I guess.
Love that for us.
I love that they're going back and forth donating dollars.
I'm almost going to be, we only have like a minute here. I'm almost going to be mad if they trade for John Collins now. It's going to feel like a Band-Aid over cut that needs stitches.
I'd advise you to change your thinking.
Yeah, because that's probably going to happen.
I would not be mad if they traded. I wouldn't be mad if they traded for anybody at this point.
Okay.
For the because there's, I don't know, man. Herter and Lyles are out, right? And John Collins is in. Yeah, I'll take that. Whether De'Aaron is here or not, I'll take that.
No doubt. It's just it would feel like an attempted distraction.
Here's
at this point.
okay, but I don't think it should be that. I think you move forward. You have to continue to construct this team.
Sure.
You have to continue to fix this.
I can still be annoyed.
Sure, you can. But what can't happen in my mind is the trade deadline comes and goes, and our little coward front office says nothing.
That's a good point. That's fair.
If you get John Collins, if you go and get 5 new players, but De'Aaron is still here, the day of the trade deadline, what was it, 12:01 or 3:01, whatever time it is, there is a press conference that says we've talked to De'Aaron. De'Aaron is he's going to ride this thing out with us the rest of the year. We'll approach this again in the offseason, just as all of these other organizations that we're hoping to acquire and wanted to win. We're going to try to win his trust back.
We sure there's a press conference?
Truth is, we screwed this up. What?
We sure there's a press conference?
No, that's what I'm saying. There needs to be one.
Sure. Don't have De'Aaron answer the questions.
It's going to be a complicated press conference.
We got to go because you have a show starting.
Yeah.
D'Lo and Casey's coming up next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Appreciate everybody for hanging out with us today. We had a ton of fun. Thanks everybody who called on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. Everybody participating in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320. We appreciate y'all as well. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Until then, drink water and be nice people. Woo! Thanks, y'all. Appreciate you.
We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Man, it's hard. It feels like games are secondary right now, but that's the only Young Zell song we're going to hear today. We welcome you in here to the Thursday, January 30th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
And we are live. Boy, that line accurate again. God damn it. We'll talk about the game, man. I guess, like, I don't know. Last night's game sucked, man. It you know, everything is going to be magnified now because you have this, well, to steal a line from, you know who, there's a dark cloud hanging over the organization right now. And,
This dude, not you, him.
Don't hang up, Chris.
You know, like, I don't pretend, like, we don't pretend to, like, know everything that's going on in this saga. There are some things that we're really confident in between me and Casey and Jesse and the different people who have come on this show to talk about what's going on. Eddie, TK. There are things that we do know. Like, it's easy to open up Twitter every day and see this is BS. Like, this isn't true. And there's this clip going around of this brother who I'm sure is really good at what he does, but he's talking about how, you know, De'Aaron Fox list includes Houston, Miami, San Antonio. Like, no, it doesn't. There is not a list of teams. Now, I think some people are not quite understanding what that means. De'Aaron Fox does not have a list of teams he wants to go to. There is a team that he wants to go to that he will sign an extension with right now, and that's San Antonio. We said that from jump. We said that the day we broke this story. It has not changed. That doesn't mean Miami can't acquire him. That doesn't mean Oklahoma City can't. That doesn't mean any team in the league can't make a play for De'Aaron Fox, can't trade their assets for him, can't trade draft capital for him, and try to win him over. The Cleveland Cavaliers did it with Donovan Mitchell. The Oklahoma City Thunder did it with Paul George, and the Toronto Raptors did it with Kawhi Leonard. In 2 of those 3 cases, it worked out for the team. Now, ultimately, Paul George was traded, but Kawhi won a championship, wound up going to the Clippers. Despite Tim Bontemps' best attempts, Cleveland it was able to re-sign Donovan Mitchell. And here's the ultimate telltale sign for people who just don't know what the hell they're talking about. De'Aaron Fox doesn't sign an extension. Whoa, that's the first sign. No, brother, it's not. It's math. The same reason Donovan Mitchell didn't sign an extension last year was math. There is more money to be earned in the offseason than there is during the season. That is 1,000 the case for De'Aaron Fox. The contract extension, the contract offer on behalf of the Sacramento Kings is nothing more than a formality. Monty McNair, Wes Wilcox, Vivek Ranadive, Jeremy Lamb. No one was surprised. No one was surprised that Fox and Rich Paul and Clutch Sports says, no, not yet. And you know why? I have potentially $70 million to make more this offseason. But if I do what I know I'm capable of doing, I have the opportunity to make 100 more or whatever the number is. The super max versus the max. The all NBA max versus the non-all NBA max. It is a basic understanding of the collective bargaining agreement and star level basketball on their current teams. But the amount of people who cover this sport who don't seem to understand that is mind boggling. We're little old D-Lo and KC in Sacramento. Why do we know this? And you cover this sport nationally and don't. It's narratives. That's why. Because Sacramento's stupid. So when De'Aaron turns down his extension, well, it's Sacramento. And what was Andre Iguodala of all people? Bro, you're on the players. You were the head of the Players Association. You were a part of putting this in place. And you go on a podcast and make faces after De'Aaron. Oh, they traded Tyrese Halliburton, and the guy they kept didn't even sign the extension. Oh, of course he didn't. Because of the rule that you helped pass. It's like when it comes to Sacramento, everybody gets stupid. Look, Sacramento has earned all of the smoke. All of it. Whether it's Bart Scott talking about Vlade Divac, whether it's Avery Johnson talking about Buddy Hield a year after he's traded, or it's every Sacramento Kings fan talking about how much this front office sucks. They've earned that. But what they haven't earned is the ability to just gloss over the very simple rules of the collective bargaining agreement. De'Aaron Fox turning down a contract extension was not a sign he wanted to be traded. It was a sign he wanted to earn more money. That's it. He does not have a list of teams he wants to play for. He has one. That does not mean he can't get traded to 28 other teams in the league. It means he has a preference. What has Sham's phrasing been for weeks, or for days, excuse me? A preferred destination. It's not plural. It's a preferred destination. The clip is out there on Twitter. When Shams broke the story nationally, what did we say? Wait 2 minutes. He's going to tell you that preferred destination is San Antonio. It hasn't changed. Miami can trade for him if he wants to. Houston can trade for him if they want to. Doesn't mean De'Aaron Fox or Rich Paul went to the Sacramento Kings and says, here's a list of teams. That list does not exist. The end. Kings lost to Philadelphia last
They did. Let me ask you a question, though, because we've been saying it since it happened, as far as like him not signing the extension and it being a simple math contract situation. But one of the things that I'm starting to wonder as the days go along from, what was that, Monday? When all that, Tuesday? When all that happened?
Was that this week?
Yeah, it was Tuesday.
It feels like it's been in the...
It was after they won, because we didn't even talk about they won.
That's right. That's right. It was the night after they won. That's right.
Do you think that's the only reason he would have signed that extension? What I mean by that is, yeah, if I make all NBA and I can make 150, 200 extra more dollars, of course I'll sign the extension. If I don't, I won't. How realistic do you think that is?
Very. You probably missed this just given the timing. I just told Kyle and James, I think part of the issue is, I think part of the reason we're here is De'Aaron, probably more importantly, Rich Paul and Clutch recognize all NBA isn't a thing.
Which
like he's not good. Like that money's that pot of gold at the end of this rainbow, given his physical health, given what he's been playing through since the start of the season, given the struggles of the team, given the fact that they, prior to last night, had won 11 of 15 games and no one cared about De'Aaron Fox or Domantas Sabonis for that matter. And prepared to be infuriated in 4 hours because the All-Star reserves are going to get announced. Domas almost certainly isn't going to make it. De'Aaron definitely, I'd be stunned if De'Aaron made it. But I think they recognize that with the way that this season is going and the way that this season is gone, that All-NBA money isn't going to happen. So there's two ways to earn the next max amount of money. And it's with Sacramento or a team that you get traded to right now. And the team that you want to spend the foreseeable future with is the San Antonio Spurs. And it's the San Antonio Spurs. I don't think he wants to be in Sacramento anymore. Like, I wasn't sure about that the other day, but some of our conversation on the air, I don't think De'Aaron wants to be here anymore. I don't think people associated with De'Aaron want to be here anymore.
Which goes, and I'm not reporting nothing. I'm just kind of like I'm just kind of watching things. I people watch and I kind of analyze. Sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong. But
it's impossible.
I asked you that question because it almost feels like it's always only been about that money for I don't know how long. Maybe it was the summer. Maybe it was since training camp or whatever. But if it's not about that money, he was going to leave.
The All-NBA money.
Yeah.
That's perfect. That's perfectly fair. That's a perfectly fair line of thinking.
Everybody that talks, and I'm not saying it doesn't contribute, just like having to answer questions and not having a press conference doesn't contribute. But everybody's like, oh man, they didn't get this deal done. That's why he want to leave in the front of, bro. It feels like he was going to leave anyway.
Well,
it feels like he's been planning to leave.
I hear you, and I understand why you feel that way. And I'm not gonna like argue that. I think it more might be like if this team was currently at 31-16, do you think that would still be the case? Because I don't.
I just feel like that's 50-50. You'd have a better opportunity of keeping him in that situation, but it wouldn't be, oh, he's staying because there went. I don't feel that.
You'd
way.
have to probably go a step further. And here's the tough part. With the numbers De'Aaron has, this team's 31-16. We're not having the conversation about him not being all NBA.
Mm-hmm.
We're having a conversation as if he can make it. That's the conversation.
Right.
It's not. He's not going to make it.
Mm-hmm.
He's not. But if they're 31-16, the idea of him still being an all-NBA player is still very much out there. And I don't know. There's a lot of what ifs in this conversation. Ultimately, to what I think your ultimate point is he's ready to go. That I think you're right. What would have stopped that? We don't know. We're living in the reality of a 24-23 team.
It feels like, to me, and I know we got to get out of here, but it feels like everything had to be perfect. Perfect, like you're talking about 31-16, a top 3 team in the West for him to even consider staying.
Well, I picked 31-16 because that's the Memphis Grizzlies, who are currently 3.
Imagine.
We'll come back, man. We're just getting started. I don't know what we're here. I'll just tell you that. Stilo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. What's up, Jesse?
Hey, guys, I mean, pop a little champagne.
You finished it?
It's going to happen. It's going to happen.
There we go.
It's going to happen. I'm at what am I at 6? I finished 5, episode 5 this morning. Yeah.
They all said you couldn't finish the show, Casey, but I said you could.
It's going to happen over the weekend. I don't know if it'll happen during the week, but it'll happen over the weekend.
Jill, can you elaborate a little further on that text? You just put I don't have to speak in code. You just put it here on the screen. I don't think I'm exactly sure what that means. Emick said today he thinks the front office underestimated how much breaking the playoff drought meant to the players. I'm not sure I understand. Could you elaborate a little bit, please?
Roddy, that wasn't very nice, that message right there.
Well,
come on, let's be positive
here. Don't be disrespectful. Arizona beats Iowa State at some point. And now he's just lashing out. That's uncalled for, Roddy. Enjoy your win and stop being disrespectful. Not to me. It don't matter to me.
Next year, Casey's going to actually finish the show. I'm like, yeah, it's great he finished this show because the last 2 kind of fell through.
Well, I had this one by myself.
Michigan, hopefully Benavidez wins. I mean, as long as he wins, it keeps the Canelo stuff alive if it ever happens.
Has Michigan been around? I know we've had a lot more people in here lately. I was thinking the other day, where's Michigan at?
I think he was busy for a couple of weeks, but he's back.
Damn, a couple of weeks. All right.
Michigan at every event. I know that.
No, that's a true story.
Michigan had more events than me.
Yeah, Cole, your team was ass for that. What they doing? Now they're going to be pissed off on Saturday. How you going to lose to – come on, Cole. Get your boys right.
Get your mans.
Hang in there, Bruce. Bruce 2-1-10. That's tough. Brothers dealing with the Kings and Teeth as well.
Roddy, I would watch Eastern Washington play. They're in the Big Sky. I got a scout, so I would. Joke's on you.
How's Long Beach State doing this year?
You know, I don't think they're doing that good because I've been checking for some Big West games, and they're like the top teams in the Big West are Irvine, I think San Diego, Northridge might be up there. I got to check. But the point is Long Beach State is not at the top of the Big West, so I haven't been watching them much. I mean, I don't know why we keep doing this. I don't know what that means. Original, but
Oh, do we know how Bakersfield is doing? Shout out to them. Keep fighting.
Bakersfield, they're not up at the top of the West Coast Conference, so they haven't been getting much run.
It's tough, and you're in Bakersfield.
Nick, I don't think that story's real, buddy. I don't think that, or early indications are that story's not real.
I don't think it's real, but I kind of feel like it does. It should happen.
Yeah.
After I don't know.
Let me ask.
Maybe I feel different after
let me see if
watching them last night. Last night felt weird.
Okay. You just said something that got my attention. Also, pause because I'm not going to repeat it the way that you said it because it's.
What'd he say? Come on. Yeah, what'd he say?
Flopping. Hey, flopping.
What is that hand
motion? That's what Steve Kerr does. Flopping.
Yo, you remember what happened to Steve Kerr the last time he acted out? I calmed down.
Pick up my flag real quick.
Me and Doug Christie are the same shade, man. You might want to fall back a little bit. The officiating game clearly has not been raised, but the real estate bar has, and that is through our people over at Johnny Jennings and Made for More Realty, and they do it for you at absolutely no risk or cost to you. You want to sell your home? They got a home warranty, top-notch professional real estate photos, and a 3D digital home presentation. Those are just a few of the tools that they provide. They'll provide those for De'Aaron, Kevin, Trey, and you. All just the same. They show no preference to star players. They treat everybody like they're a star. The Made for More team maximizes all you need to sell your home for top dollar. When you list your home with Made for More, you get the area's highest rated team and all of the tools you need to sell. And if plans change, it's all good because plans change all of the time here in Sacramento. No problem. They'll just tear up the listing agreement and you can part friends. Now with Sacramento, no one parts his friends. But with Johnny Jennings, you most definitely do that. There's no risk, no stress, just the area's most professional real estate team in the market. Expect more, get more with Johnny Jennings at Made for More Realty, California, DRE number 01982-171. Just Google Made for More Realty today and get more for your home. If Johnny Jennings was running the Sacramento Kings, we'd be in a better spot.
Well, I agree. Shout out to my man, Johnny Jennings. I got to get to one of his he has one of those like mix and mingle things.
Is Johnny related to Tyler?
No.
Okay. Do we know that for sure?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, shout out my man Johnny Jennings. Made for More.
Okay.
Okay, that's not a flag. You know what? That is a flop on you.
Yeah.
You'll be getting whatever the letter in the mail, $5,000 fine, yada yada.
What is the what? I haven't even said anything yet.
I thought you said it right now. And
I didn't even say anything yet.
He was asking for a flag.
Hey, tensions are high right now. Tensions are high.
For a flag.
So I'm repeating what he said that I was like, oh, we should talk about this.
Okay.
You said last night felt weird.
Hey, that's a flag.
No flag. That's what she said.
Thank you.
Shout out Michael Scott.
Hey, come on, man. That's my show.
What show?
The Office. Bill Packer, or not Bill Packer. I always call him Bill Packer. What's his name?
That's your show. What is his name?
Bruce Packer.
Nope.
You know what? We're not going to talk about the Kings till you get it right.
No,
so
come on, man.
Yeah.
No, tell
Todd
us.
Packer.
Thank you.
You're in Fox Trade or not?
Wow. Yeah, sorry. I know it's hour 3. I know De'Aaron Fox has been traded, but go ahead. What's his name, Kenny? What you thought last night was off?
Yeah, I mean, it could have been all my own doing, but it just felt a little weird watching him last night. And
but I think
like I think Kyle was saying it best, distracted, a little distracted. And that goes against what I thought was going to happen coming into the game. Cause I was like, they'll probably just keep it moving as normal. But I don't know. They just seemed a little off last night. And that could have just been, they were just a little off. It may not have had anything to do with the De'Aaron Fox saga, but I don't know. And once again, I could be just projecting how I felt watching the game, not necessarily what they had going on, but felt a little off.
We completely moved past the games though, where the Kings do have a letdown because so-and-so's best players aren't playing. Like that's kind of not been par for the course as of late, but like we've seen that before from them.
Last night was a bad loss. And I think I think I can make the argument last night was the first bad loss of the Doug Christie era. Like getting your butt kicked by New York sucks. You got beat by Milwaukee. You're going to lose games. That's fine. No Joe, no Paul George. Second night of a back-to-back. You had a 12-point lead in the fourth. You had a 12-point lead in the third quarter. That's why I kind of am. I'm not going to push back against the distraction thing, but you had a 12-point lead in the third quarter.
Well, one of the things with that though is I don't want to say you struggled, but you just
you did.
Well, I'm saying you was hanging around with these guys for a half and half a quarter, right? For 2 quarters and a half, and then you locked in, and we're able to turn it up a little bit, get a 12-point lead, and then that just evaporated.
You know, if you're going to make the distracted argument, you probably really look at the defensive side of the ball. Like I think they shot like 50 and 40, 50% from the field, 40-something% from three. They shot 80-something% from the line. The Kings can't control that, but like they could control the 50-40 part. And of course they were a disaster from three again. So they
also just, the Kings stopped making shots in that third and fourth quarter.
It's like they got the 12-point lead, and I don't know if they got lazy or if Philadelphia ramped up or it was just something that happened in the flow of a game. But from the second they got that 12-point lead, it looked terrible. They looked terrible after that.
Yeah. Looking at the box score, or watching the game, this kind of stuck out as well. But half the time I'm watching the game and I don't even know who these guys are. I just talked about how I'm watching
Philly.
Yeah. I'm talking about how I'm watching Eastern Washington and Long Beach State and Bakersfield. Watch all this. I don't know. Ricky Council the fourth. Who is this guy?
You made that name up.
I do play second base for the Milwaukee Brewers.
Yeah, 13 points.
Well, wasn't Ricky the one who had 16 the night before against the Lakers?
Was he the one that did the reverse dunk? Because I know the guy.
I remember if he was the one.
He did the reverse dunk
against the Lakers.
Yeah. I know the guy, but I like seeing him play, but I didn't know his name. Let me see.
Was Ricky Council the fourth?
I think Ricky Council was the one that
So here's the problem, though. He had 16 the night before against the Lakers. Like the 76ers had like 20 bench points. So he to work with me here. Math can't be that hard. The bench has 20. Ricky off the bench has 16. They had 40 last night. The 76ers bench had 40. The same group that essentially scored 4 the night before had 40. It's like, hold on, man.
Kyle Lowry's corpse out there with 13.
That's not okay.
Well, he's an OG in the game.
Corpse is really disrespectful.
He's an OG in the game.
Could have said that.
I mean, like, all right, I ain't gonna do that because I ain't gonna.
Just do it. What do we have to lose at this point?
Maxey balled out last 2 nights. Maxey balled out.
77 points.
We've said a number of different times. He's the guy in Philly. That's what franchise does right there. That's what franchise does right there. Franchise be like, I got Ricky Council. All right, bet. Let's go. I got the corpse of Kyle Lowry.
Don't do-
Casey
stop-
said that.
stop
I didn't
doing
say
that.
that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? All right, bet. Let's go. Reggie Jackson. Is it Mr. October or is it basketball? I don't know because who knows where he's been lately. All right, bet. Let's go. I'm going to have 45. I'm going to have 30. We going to win.
I think either Reggie Jackson would have done well last night against Sacramento.
Yeah, with Tyrese Maxey.
Who are you talking to?
I'm just talking to the reporters. I'm Tyrese Maxey just talking to the reporters. KC is saying Tyrese Maxey, that's what franchise does. That's franchise.
And Sacramento doesn't have franchises, what you're saying.
No.
You know what number pisses me off? 6. 6. 6 field goal attempts. 6.
Who had 6 field goal attempts?
How?
Especially with how much you've been dominating lately, too.
Domantas Sabonis put up the most hollow triple-double since James Harden in the playoffs.
That was a Jason Kidd triple-double.
6? You took 6 shot attempts yesterday against the Philadelphia 76ers team that didn't play Joel Embiid or that big-ass truck that is Andre Drummond. 6? Bruh. DeMar, the only player out there with a set right now.
I thought Keegan played.
Malik did
aggressive.
too. Malik did too.
Keegan, what did he have? He finished
15.
with 17. But he was
Shot
just
attempts.
aggressive. He was aggressive. I like what I saw from Keegan out there.
Okay.
But you're right. I mean, it was
6? Don't talk about Domas's third triple-double in a row. Bro, stop. They're 1 and 2 in those. Stop. I want to hear that. 6 shot attempts, dog. All right,
especially
man.
when you're struggling. You got to the point
Like
where
Domas is so much better than that, man. Come on.
you got to the point where you were down 8-10 points halfway through that fourth quarter. It's time to turn up. It's time to turn up. But I mean, like I said, I ain't trying to crap on everybody. But
Yes, you are.
Tyrese Maxey, he said, "This is what we got." All right, bet. Let's go.
You know what Tyrese
I'm
Maxey
here.
did too?
I'm here. That's what I keep saying. Tyrese Maxey said, "I'm here."
You know what Tyrese Maxey did too? He told Joel Embiid he was lazy. Just pointing that out.
It's franchise. I'm in the building. That's why we're okay.
You go back to a month ago when I cut the promo on De'Aaron before you joined the show, before you joined that live stream. This is what I'm talking about. He's not Tyrese. He's not either Tyrese. I think both of those Tyreses will grab someone by their jersey. But Maxey, Maxey's for real.
And we spent a lot of time defending the rankings of where Maxey's at compared to Fox and all this other stuff. I'm not going to sit up here and say they were right, but I understand why people feel that way. You're right. He told Joel, "You lazy." Once again, the thing that I keep talking about, Tyrese Maxey, if you asked him today, if you asked him on Tuesday morning, dang, got the Lakers coming to town and the Kings coming to town, I bet you he'd be like, "We'd be all right. I'm here. I'm healthy. I know Joe's not here. I know Paul's not here, but I'm here. We good." And he went out and did it.
You know,
that's franchise.
You asked yesterday. I might be phrasing that wrong. Maybe you didn't ask. Maybe you just said you're intrigued by what could happen to Malik with De'Aaron gone. I think it's that. I absolutely think it's that. You could do it now. He probably does. But with Fox gone, if he's gone, I think Malik will happily take that role. Malik is not scared of a human being on the planet. And I doubt De'Aaron is either, but he has a different mindset than De'Aaron Fox does. And I think Malik is the type of guy who said, "Oh, Ricky Council, I got Ricky Council. You got the 4th, I got the 6th. I got Ricky Council the 6th. We're going to bust your ass." I also think Malik is the type of guy who goes, "Kevin Huerter hasn't hit a shot in a month. You give me Trey Lyles, who's on and off. Those are my guys. Fine, we'll go win."
Yes. And I'm not here to say anybody is wrong or Fox is wrong for ever pointing out that they don't have enough. I just said I'm not a fan of that type of talk, especially publicly. But that's what's required here, for better or for worse. That's what it is. Hey, we're in a situation where others got a lot more than what we have.
Mm-hmm.
Do we can't be number one. We don't have enough. No, we get it done.
Mm-hmm.
We get it done with who we got and what we got.
Let's where's my brother securing the vest in Westfire? Here he is.
That name.
Was Fox franchise when Fox outscored Maxey last time they played and got the dub? No, he wasn't.
There's always
Fox
been questions about
wasn't
Fox.
franchise when he scored 60 and 49. Fox, it's not what he can do on the basketball floor. It's never been what Fox can do as a basketball. De'Aaron thinks about, like, De'Aaron is right. He said something to Chris Biederman that I could not possibly agree with more. When I step out there on the floor, I do my job. Every time I step on the floor, I'm going to do my job. The question was, I don't know exactly how Chris worded the question, but it was something along the lines like, do you see yourself sitting out until this is resolved? When I step on the floor, I do my job. And De'Aaron is right. He will go out there. He'll get buckets. He'll go out there. He'll do what he has to do. But will he galvanize everybody else out there? Will he be the true face of a franchise? This is the same individual. And I told you this was problematic then. I don't care about All-Star. Okay. That's De'Aaron, right? You just learn to deal with that stuff from him. The Kings do. It's a big deal for the Kings to have an All-Star. Rich does.
Mm-hmm.
Clutch does. They care. But nah, that's De'Aaron being De'Aaron. He doesn't care. Like, okay, cool. It's not always about you, bro. And that's what it boils down to. You represent a franchise. He doesn't want to do that. Mm-hmm. He wants to be De'Aaron because De'Aaron is really, really good at basketball. That's what he wants to do.
And
he's good at it.
Once again, he can do whatever he wants, but wants to be all NBA, wants the resume, he wants the money and the accolades. Man, that like you put it out perfectly. Like the way he approaches the All-Star game. You think Steph Curry want to play in the All-Star game? No.
For the 20th time?
Yeah, you think you want to do that? But that's what you do when you're either the face of a franchise or, hell, the face of a league. That's what you do. You think LeBron want to go? LeBron probably tired of all this. But I'm going to go there. I'm going to smile. I'm going to start. I'm going to do a couple of 360 dunks in the game. You know what I mean? What didn't he do it a couple years ago where he got in there and gave like 2 dunks and got out? Mm-hmm. He didn't want to play, but he said, I got to at least do that.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what you got to do. And once again, I've said a number of different times that De'Aaron Fox is the franchise when it comes to Sacramento. I've been asked by people that supported me or supported that thought and didn't support that, right? Who were like, nah, you tripping. And I told him, and I'd say it on here on the air, I think he is, but I got to be honest with you. It's a little bit of a hope and a prayer. Like I'm hoping he is. Mm-hmm. I'm not for sure. I'm hoping he is. If he stays here, if he signs an extension, I'm hoping he's the guy that's going to lead us. I'm hoping, but I'm not sure like I would be if I had Anthony Edwards. Like I would be if I had Tyrese Maxey or one of those guys, one of those up-and-comers. I know he's got the talent to do it. Will it click mentality-wise and leadership-wise to do some of the things? I'm not sure. I hope so though. And if I'm Vivek, if I'm that front, I'm just gonna pay him the money and I'm gonna hope for the best. But I gotta be honest, I'm not sure. I wouldn't put D'Lo's money on it.
Yeah, please don't.
So
I'm far too cheap for that.
These are the things that we're talking about when we talk about franchise. I got no doubt in my mind. Maxey he gonna bring it. He's gonna bring it every night, regardless if he got Embiid and Paul George out there or city council. It don't matter. That's franchise.
City council.
Sorry, Ricky. No disrespect.
Debatable. It's debatable. Phone lines are open for you, by the way, if you want to get in. 916-909-1320. We warned you. Warned's the wrong word. I mean, it's what y'all here for. We appreciate you being with us. We appreciate you continuing to trust us with this ever developing story. It kind of knew, though, it was going to be difficult to discuss games moving forward. I mean, there's plenty to break down about last night's game, but that's just going to be difficult to do moving forward because you have the De'Aaron Fox stuff, lingering over this organization. You have trades, lingering over this organization, or lack thereof, lingering over this organization. You just want something desperately to be done. You want to try to salvage this season somehow. It felt like we peaked beating the Golden State Warriors, a week or so ago at home, and FaceTiming our friends at 95.7 and all of that. And here we are back with the same record. They're out there talking about Jimmy Butler. I saw De'Aaron Fox. What do you, Kuminga and Wiggins? If you don't get out of my face, absolutely not. No, move along.
Scram.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
Beat it, kid. Yeah,
but our season peaked. That was the moment.
Kind of feels like it. So they had a caller on the Insiders, Joe in El Grove, who said he had it on good authority. Vivek and even at Nani were flying out to OKC to have dinner with Fox on Friday night to try and see if they can hash all this out. The Uncle V, the owner, is stepping in here and taking matters in his own hands. Now, I don't think that's true. Sorry, Joe. Maybe it is true. I don't know, but I don't think that's true. But I'll ask this: should that happen?
Can't you just ask Vivek?
I don't have his number.
He's your uncle. Can I tell you something? All right. I just looked at I was going to text someone and ask about that. And my last message that I sent on my computer popped up. It's funny now, like the bits out there. I text someone we haven't had on the show in a while. I text our brother Mark Spears. I texted him yesterday. I said, hey, Hall of Famer, you got any time to join me and KC today or tomorrow? Meaning yesterday or today.
Yeah.
And please tell me he didn't know who you were.
I don't know if he did or not. He talks to me every time I see him.
He does.
He hit me back at 9:25 this morning and said, good day. I said, my brother, good morning. And that was it.
Sounds right. Yeah, that might just be random numbers in his phone. Yeah.
Crazy.
Your number might not be saved in his phone at this point.
But the funny thing is, like,
you have to delete the history.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Our entire dialogue.
Well, that's the thing. You can.
That dates back quite a ways. Is right there.
You need space. There's a thing in the iPhones where you can delete like everything past the year or whatever. So maybe Mark Spears is deleting everything, and we just got to keep in mind, Mark, we know you. It's me. Just text him like, hey, we're the ESPN station again. Blah blah blah. Just we're ready for this now.
No, tell him I'm 1320. Like, I can only do ESPN station.
This
put my brain in a pretzel that day.
This text thread is amazing. Like our text thread is incredible. I'm just reading through this. There's a Hope Kara is doing amazing text from him in here. This is an amazing thread. How far back does this go? This goes back to 2018.
Find the first message when you first tried booking him. See how much of a mission that was.
Yeah, it didn't work. Didn't work. It was sent July 9th, 2018. I must have been working with Jason Ross at the time.
Man.
I was asking him if he's at Summer League today. He said, hope to get there at some point. We exchanged a little bit. He's like, I probably won't get there till a little later today. I said, no problem. We'll connect. And then, so I sent July 9th, 2018, 2:44 p.m. Totally understand, man. Thanks for the response. The next, at 1 o'clock in the morning, he texts me, my bad. That was it. All right, man.
The first time
cool.
I texted Mark Spears, he put like a show through like a vetting process.
This is the funniest text exchange. Nothing is better than, hey, Mark, join me in KC. Probably, like to talk about Bill Russell and bring up your thoughts on the Kings as well.
This was a classic.
Mark responded, you need to get Kenny Smith. He had great Bill Russell King stories. Said, all right, big fella, working on that now. Then he responds the next day to the text I had sent the day before that he told me to get Kenny Smith and said, those times don't work well. It's all good, man. Thanks for the response. I'm trying to look at any of these exchanges to see if we ever actually booked him.
Yeah,
there it is.
we talked to him.
I can do 140, but Jesse has booked some of those.
True.
Yeah, those ones are long gone, those messages.
True.
More or less 2.5 days before Mark Spears texts again.
Oh, we're gonna go
more or less.
I mean,
I'm gonna go less.
I'm gonna go more.
I'm gonna go less, but it's gonna be at a
What
random
if I send
time.
a day? Okay, okay. Line change. Line has changed. Line has changed. A day and a half.
I'll go
More.
less.
You're going more. You're going less. I think I'm going less too.
Yeah, Mark will text back. It's
I
just gonna
think-
be like maybe at 5:30 in the morning.
I think
maybe
I'm gonna-
at
I'm gonna-
8:30 at night. You never know.
I'm gonna hear. I think we're gonna hear back from Mark tonight.
Not to say you don't matter, because you do. You break news. But he's getting a lot of texts right now.
Oh, for sure.
So if he hasn't gotten to it by now, like you may be 2 thumb scrolls up.
No, that's tough.
So it's not as much about.
And I'm
you.
under the thread. I don't know this guy, or more likely, Kara's husband.
Just to Nick in the chat. Damn, it's just disrespectful. Actually, Mark has been great.
No, Mark is awesome.
Mark texting back is like perfect.
The funny thing is, the best part about all of this is the games. Mark will greet us.
Yeah, it's
at the
love.
like for real greet us.
It's love.
All right. Oh, this is a good. What if good day meant today would be a good day to come on, but you left him hanging? Well, I did respond to him. I did respond to him though.
Good point.
I said, my brother, good morning.
Nope, you should have been all right. I'll see you at 3:30 then.
Yeah. This might be on you, Dame. This might be on you.
Oh, good question. Mark texts back or Casey watches an episode of The Office.
Oh, I'll take Mark.
That's a line right there.
I mean,
woo, that's a good one.
yeah, that's the more is gonna be really high.
That's a good one.
I gotta finish the show first.
We'll come back.
I got that question. I want to hear what you think about that.
Okay, did you already ask it and I ignored it?
No, no.
Oh, I got distracted.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what it is. I got to text somebody. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Well, no, hold on, Mr. Rancho. I did not even say this, bro. See, you don't see how this happens? I didn't even say this. I have no problem with The Office. I laugh hard at least once every episode.
There's gonna be like a case study done on like saying something about whatever. Like D'Lo talked about De'Aaron Fox, and everyone took it as like D'Lo hates De'Aaron Fox. Blah blah. No, if you listen to what he said, that's not what he's like. No, Casey never once said The Office is meant.
I don't laugh a lot. I don't laugh watching shows. Even if I think the show was funny, I don't really laugh.
I don't either, which means when you make me laugh, that's a good show.
Yeah.
The Office is probably one of the only ones I like get like a laugh.
So far, at least
There's not really funny shows out.
Blackish.
Or I don't really watch funny shows like that, I guess.
Blackish was funny.
Yeah, Blackish was
funny. My wife and kids used to routinely get me to laugh.
I like Modern Family, but I never was like,
Modern
ha, ha,
Family.
ha, ha. Like it was never that.
That one gets me to laugh. Wayne's Brothers used to get me to laugh. I guess that's about it. But then again, I don't watch a lot of shows.
Do you laugh at like comedy specials?
Not all of them.
Someone's got to go in. Abbott Elementary. That'll make me laugh.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
That
I'll
one's
be cracking.
fire.
I'll be cracking up on that Elementary. That's a good ass show. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say it's the GOAT, but I enjoyed the show. What the Mr. Not even gonna read. Come on, man. Come on.
What's wrong with asparagus?
Come on, man. Why are you doing that?
See if I can show y'all what I had to do this morning.
He's a smart guy.
Pretty wild.
Smart guy.
I had to water concrete this morning.
Woo!
Hey, there's levels to that. Some of us, we water our grass. Some of us, we water concrete.
I had to water concrete this morning.
Hello.
Yeah, I had to water concrete.
They're really moving on that pool.
Yeah, well, I think that's about to hit pause because it's about to start raining,
Oh,
which
yeah.
is good. It means I don't have to water the concrete, but it's definitely going to hold things up a little bit. Here it is. Y'all saw the big hole in the back. You're not going to be able to see that, but the structure is there.
Living that champagne life.
Be able to sit in the pool and look at the city. Crazy.
It's not. I can look at a
City.
tree. There's literally a tree right there. It's a tree.
It's a cool ass tree, though.
It is a cool tree. All of the leaves are going to fall right into the pool. Yeah, I know, Eric. That's what they say. That's what they say. That's what they say. Whole chatty house coming over. Well, it's true. Not everybody can, though.
What are you talking about? I don't have no pool.
You got a lake.
Stop, man. Stop.
Oh, Leezy. I saw that. Good call, Leezy. Leezy. He's over here cooking. Leezy keep putting up these graphics where I'm screaming. Oh. I just realized it was like, oh, Leezy got a new a video up. We got to get that up over at D'Lo and KC at D'Lo on the radio at ESPN 1320 at King KC. Can we at least have a discussion about you changing your? It's the underscore that's the killer. I want to make a promo out of it. King KC underscores.
I'll be De'Aaron Fox. Sure, we can have a conversation. Sure, I might stay.
Not here too.
I didn't realize Leezy's working this from today. I was like, hey, that's what I'm wearing right now. Leezy out here working. I see you, boy. Appreciate you, Leezy.
This story's too long, but this is interesting.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with nothing.
Oh.
But basically, Pat Riley is expected to make over $1 million if the Chiefs win the Super Bowl.
Because of the three-peat.
Yeah, he traded in 1989.
Mm-hmm.
He trademarked three-peat.
He got paid when the Bulls won it.
Yeah, $300,000.
I think he got paid when did the Lakers do it? Yeah, the Lakers were the last team to do it.
Yeah.
So Pat Riley has three-peat trademarked.
He has it trademarked in like a dozen different ways.
Pat Riley is the coolest person in.
No, that's not how I'd phrase it.
I definitely want to be Pat Riley when I grow up. He's the man.
How would you phrase it?
Well, he's smart. I'll give him that. He's smart. He said something. He saw people running with it, so he owned it. Good for him.
Pat Riley I don't know. Has he done much wrong?
Nah, he kind of hits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
doesn't really hit singles.
Yeah. He did get mad at LeBron.
He did get mad at LeBron.
That's the only time I feel like
he might have drove LeBron out of Miami. That's small little.
That's the only time I ever seen him like lose his cool. He's like, you can't
Shout out
just
to-
leave.
Shout out to she knew what I was thinking. She knew exactly what I was thinking. Boy, your boy Kamara is a lawyer, man. My God, did you see his last text? He responded to something he sent yesterday, like he doesn't know what we're doing right now. Y'all never addressed whether or not my assessment was incorrect on bottom line trade packages. He sent like the breakdown of the Paul George deal, the Donovan Mitchell deal, the Mikal Bridges deal, and the Rudy Gobert deal. And we're like, why does Sacramento have to take less than that? Well, all of those are different. But the fact that he's demanding a response right now is fascinating.
Well, I'll respond to him right now. I meant to respond in text, but I'll respond to him right now. Paul George and Donovan Mitchell are viewed as better players than De'Aaron Fox.
And also,
There's that.
Paul George, this was a hostage crisis.
Yes.
Let's not forget what this deal was. This wasn't just Paul George asking to go to the Clippers. This was the Clippers, whether this is accurate or not, and I don't believe it is they couldn't sign Kawhi Leonard without signing Paul George.
Right.
They couldn't sign Kawhi Leonard without acquiring Paul George.
Right. Mikal Bridges, that's a unique situation because it was Brooklyn to New York, and Brooklyn essentially made them pay a king's ransom. Like they probably were like, yo, we'll trade you to New York, but it's going to be something crazy. And the Knicks were like, all right.
There was a New York Knicks price and an everybody else price.
Exactly.
And the Knicks paid it.
Yeah. And Rudy Gobert, the Timberwolves were just stupid.
That's accurate. Yeah, like I don't know what to say. That was accurate. Like there's no
like it's almost like you said this before, and I think you're correct. The Rudy Gobert trade situation is almost like Deshaun Watson's contract. Like, all right, man, like we're not going to just start giving $300 million guarantee because you guys did something stupid with Deshaun Watson for a player like Rudy Gobert. Like, and I think Fox is better than Rudy Gobert, so he commands a little bit more. But Rudy went for like 4 draft picks. He probably should have went for 2 max, maybe 1 in a player.
Rudy went for Beasley, Beverly went for 1, 2, 3, Walker Kessler, who was their draft pick. Jared Vanderbilt. So 5 players. 2023 first round pick, 2025 first round pick, 2026 pick swap, 2027 first round pick, 2029 first round pick.
Hey, Rod, go get this team, bro. Hey, Rod, go get these guys, man.
Essentially, it was 5 first round picks if you count Walker Kessler and the pick swap.
Go, A-Rod, go get
the only deal worse than Deshaun Watson's might be this one. And again, the Knicks price was the Knicks price. No one else would have paid that price for Mikal Bridges except the New York Knicks. And let's not forget, like, Colin Sexton's good. The Cavs didn't have room for Colin Sexton. Lauri Markkanen's turned out to be a good player. And it's 2025 first-round pick, 2026 pick swap, 2027 first-round pick, 2028 pick swap, 2029 first-round pick. That's 3. That's 3 picks. The numbers we have seen associated with De'Aaron Fox, whether they're reality or not, are 3 to 4.
And that's fair. To me,
this Donovan Mitchell trade is actually in line, in my opinion, with what we're talking about with San Antonio.
The one Bobby
There's
Marks had last
projection
night.
with Lauri Markkanen, by the way.
Yeah.
There was projection with Lauri Markkanen,
Yeah.
just like there is with Castle.
Yeah, Lauri Mark, but even then, I'd say there's more projection with Castle. Lauri Markkanen, I don't want to say he was looked at as a bust, but he was looked at as somebody that couldn't stay healthy and good ball player, offense only. Like, he was not looked at. He had a renaissance when he went to Utah. You know what I'm saying? Like, he made that trade a little bit better for Utah than it was at the time of the type of player he was. And I liked Lauri Markkanen coming out of Arizona. I thought he was skilled, but the reality was he couldn't stay healthy in the NBA for the first 4 seasons or so.
And how's it going so far?
Going great.
Okay.
Going great. So, yeah, if Stephon Castle turned into Lauri Markkanen, we'd be just fine. But the trade that caught your attention yesterday that Bobby Marks had up there was Castle, Keldon Johnson, and 3-4 picks? I think it was. So I remember the 2 Atlanta picks, and then something from Chicago. Yeah, Chicago.
Was there
Chicago's top 10 protected pick?
Was there something else in there?
There
I'm sure Bobby Marks put it on Twitter. I can find it. But I feel like it was those three.
Yeah, that was fair. I thought that was a good deal.
The fourth came into play in the crazy little
14
Brad Beal, Phoenix Suns, Jimmy Butler thing. What was your question?
So it was talking about the fake scenario. No, the funny thing, Kyle told us about this, but the fake scenario that Joe and El Grove talked about, well, allegedly fake. I don't believe that it's actually happening, but that Vivek and Nani are headed to OKC to have dinner with De'Aaron to try and, hash this out and figure this out. And a Spurs reporter tweeted out that was happening, by the way. But
and that's his name, I believe, is Spurs reporter.
It is. Yeah. But like I said, I don't think that's happening. I don't believe that that's going down. But my question was, should it? Because I kind of think it should. Or if I was Vivek, I'd want to do that.
Sure. Like, so let's start here, and then I'll answer you. What's the goal?
The goal is to get clarity on, for me, how I would approach it. Get clarity on what's going on with De'Aaron Fox. Is he staying? Does he want to stay? Does he want to leave?
Feels clear.
So like I would ask him. I would ask De'Aaron Fox. I said, De'Aaron, I'm gonna start off by saying I don't want to trade you. I want you here. I want you here in Sacramento forever.
Can I interrupt you?
Yeah.
What if he does?
What if who?
What if he wants to trade him?
Well, then we don't.
What if he doesn't think he's franchised?
Then we don't need to meet. Then
okay. So
I don't need to go out there if I'm going out there to first and foremost save the situation.
Okay.
That's why I'm going out there. If I'm cool, if you're traded, I'll stay on the beach and run routes.
What is there to save though? Because it's like De'Aaron could just turn around. It's like, yeah, and I wanted you guys to make moves, and you guys never did that. That's why we're here. Like, what is there really save at this point?
Yeah, well, I'll talk about it because like you can't. We can make all the moves in the world like that,
but you never did at all.
You made a move over the summer. You did, like, we can't keep acting like that didn't happen.
But yeah, but we can all agree like there were still holes on the roster. They never truly addressed. Like, you added DeMar DeRozan, great. There was other things you needed to do, and you never did that.
Sure, but we brought in a 20-point per game scorer, a Hall of Famer, who's averaging like 21 right now. We traded that for Harrison Barnes. We got Harrison Barnes out of here. Like, that did happen. Everything didn't happen, but to say nothing happened, that's disingenuous. Like, they did do something.
Never did enough though.
No,
what you did last year was nothing after the playoff year or whatever. We missed the playoffs, and then what we did now is good enough for 10th.
And okay, I'm not saying you're wrong. What I would say is that's what you're here for. How much do I have to get you? Like, I have to get you Finney Smith to get out of 10.
You keep taking shots at Dorian Finney-Smith. What did that man do to you?
No, he didn't do anything. But that's what this hinges on.
He's top 10 in scoring, no? Like, what more does De'Aaron Fox need to do?
They need to win.
He can't do that by himself, though. That's a team. He's top 10 in scoring.
Not. You've got a all-NBA guy right there with you. You've got a guy averaging 20 a night right there with you, a Hall of Famer. You've got your best friend averaging 18, 21 since he came into the starting lineup. Like, really? I have to go get you Finney Smith, or I'm not showing you I want to win?
Yeah, go give me what everyone else has. Go give me a good NBA roster. Round it out like everyone else.
Not everyone else has DeMar, Sabonis, Keegan, and Malik Monk. And they're figuring it out.
Keegan is an 11-point scorer right now, shooting less than 37% from three or whatever off of that first year. Malik is good. Like, yeah, you still need more.
Okay.
They missed the playoffs last year. Like, you added DeMar. Like, yeah, that wasn't enough.
All right. I'm not even gonna ask that question because I don't want to keep doing that. And I already
asked it again. Ask it because we're here. Ask it.
You switch Maxey and Fox. Where the Kings at?
Better.
Like, how much better?
Kings are better.
They're
barely.
They don't really like. They're better.
I think I think they're still maybe they're closer to the Clippers for 6, but like if that game better, maybe that's not really a difference in my opinion.
But oh, go ahead.
No, you keep going. I'm gonna look something up. You said something, and man, it is jarred in my head right now. Oh, I can't use my computer. I have to use my phone. Give me a second. I'm paying attention to everything that you're saying. I need to look up. You said something, and I need to look up a previous conversation I had with someone dating back to the DeMar stuff. It actually probably won't take me very long to find it. Because you just said, Kenny, we went out and got you DeMar. So one, if I was De'Aaron, the first question I might ask is, why did you draft a player who couldn't play for 6 months?
That is a problem. That is a problem. When you drafted him, and if you felt like you had to draft somebody, Jalen Wells was sitting right there. You talking about wing depth. Jeremy McCain was sitting there. Dalton Connect was sitting there. These guys were all like sitting there for you. But why did you even trade that guy in the first place? We're supposed to be win now. Like, trade for that. Trade for a guy. So that is a problem I would have if I was De'Aaron Fox. That is an issue I'd have with the front office. One of probably a couple.
So I'm going to try to figure out how to phrase this. De'Aaron wasn't a part of the recruitment for DeMar. Now, I know everyone knows they went to dinner or lunch or whatever after DeMar was here. But in the 48 hours, less than that, 36 hours, leading to DeMar's arrival at that Summer League game, Malik called him the second he heard about it. He was like, "It's cool if I call DeMar." Mike called him. De'Aaron didn't. You know what that makes me think? Your original assessment is the most accurate one.
He was going to leave regardless.
He doesn't want to be here anymore. You could have signed LeBron James, 20-year-old LeBron James. I don't think he wanted to be here anymore.
I don't think so either.
Maybe. The original question I asked you, the 31-16 team, maybe that changes things because that changes all NBA perception. That changes a lot if you're 31-16. Mike is still here. Like everything is different if they're the third seed in the Western Conference with the 31-16 record. But outside of that, it seemed like his entire future with Sacramento hinged on all NBA and nothing else. He says winning goes along with that. Okay, that's fine. San Antonio's still a project. There's a lot of projection with San Antonio. It's hard to not think it's accurate when you watch that kid play. But there is a lot of projection when it comes to that's a team that's 3 or 4 games under 500 right now. Like at this exact moment.
They lost last night too.
They're 20-24. They're 4 games under 500. And we're talking about I want to win. Okay. San Antonio is going to start winning at some point. Is that next year? Maybe. I mean, this isn't an insensitive question. It's just a question. Who's your coach? Like, is Pop coming back? I hope he does. But is Pop coming back? And if so, for how long? Now, you're also going to probably the most stable organization in the league, coming from one of the most unstable. I get that too. But when you brought up DeMar and I thought about this exchange that I had, I think you're right. I don't think he wants to be here anymore. I think that's what this all boils down to. It was all NBA or bust. And we've hit the bust stage. Pause.
No,
it's fine. I don't care. That's fine. I'll walk. That's fine. I'm already walking back. It's fine. I knew what it was.
You're done. Go. You're done for the day, pal. Go hit the showers. You're done.
It's fine. Well, I'm gonna go get a donut.
We
then.
got
Y'all
new
talk.
listeners here, and you're just out here like Antonio Brown.
I'll take my shirt off and run up the sideline and go get a donut.
Antonio Brown. But
someone asked me the last time I had a donut. I might go get one right now. Just take my Antonio Brown run out to the little Donut Thursday box.
But I keep thinking about. I kept thinking about, like, all right, like what? And I don't mean to disparage any of these people. I really don't. But he would have stayed if Cam Johnson would have came here. Like he.
Well, I don't.
You know what I mean? Like,
I don't. Thank you for not taking another shot at Dorian Finney-Smith.
Finney-Smith would have came here.
I don't know. So I think if we look, the Kings are 24-23. If they were 26-21, I don't think that would matter. That's Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if 27-20 would matter. That's the Clippers.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like 31-16 would.
But
I don't know.
I'm not here to say he doesn't want to win or nothing like that. But it's all tied to the All NBA. That's what it's all about.
I understand.
And if he's not getting that,
that's what being with Sacramento is about.
Mm-hmm,
I agree. I think you're right.
If he's not getting that,
I think you're right.
I don't think there's much of anything they could have done. Well, okay. So this is what I if I'm Uncle V, I have to go have a conversation with them with, because I've got to hear from, hey man, I want you here. I want you here in Sacramento for the rest of your career. But I got to know. And I'm asking you, please don't lie to me. Tell me what it is. Do you want to be here? If you say no, it's okay. I understand. But also respect and understand, I've got a organization to run. And if you tell me you don't want to be here, don't string me along or string the front office along, which I actually don't think. It's starting to become clear now. I don't think he did string him along. I think they have understood for a long time he ain't coming back. The more I think about this, but for argument's sake, we've got an organization to run, and we need to know if we need to prepare and make plans for you not being here. That means trading you now. That means getting the best we can right now. But it's a business. Anything could happen. I'm prepared for it. With all due respect, I know you said that publicly. You don't have to say everything publicly. I'm asking you privately. What's the deal? Do you want to stay here? Because it's really vague. I want to win. I wanted you to show that you want to win. I mean, that's really vague, right? Like, that's really vague. The Kings could say, we've shown you. You know what I'm saying? Like, we gave a bunch of second rounders.
They can.
But
I guess no. Okay.
But but what are the parameters of that, right? Like, or if we got DeRozan, and then we got Jay Crowder. Well, if you would have got Finney-Smith, that really would have showed me.
Leave Dorian Finney-Smith alone. But I would just respond. It's great. You got DeMar DeRozan, but you also drafted a player who can't play.
That's my bad.
Michael,
that's my mistake.
Michael, day one, our brother says what you and Casey are doing by just speculating that Fox didn't want to be here is so unfair to Fox. Shaking my head. That's perfectly fine. Point to the evidence that he does. That's what I ask you to do.
And we having a conversation.
Point to the evidence that he does. Also, and this isn't fair, Michael, and I apologize for this. There are other things that we're just not talking about. Now, if you look around social media and read between the lines a little bit with things that we say, you could probably figure them out. But there's probably more to this story that ventures outside of De'Aaron Fox. I should have put Young Zell's tweet up on the screen, but I missed it. Zell, there, I'll just put that up. Y'all can figure out what that means for yourself.
And without going, I've talked to a dozen people about this from a number of different walks of life. I keep saying that. They're not connected. They're not all reporters. They're not all civilians. Some of them are reporters. All of them. Like me and Damian are the only ones that have been like, no, I think he's going to stay. They all have said for a couple months now, he's leaving.
Mm-hmm.
He's leaving. That's before
Yeah.
a John Collins trade didn't go through or anything like that. They've all said for a long time, and maybe we've just been stubborn. I've just been stubborn, didn't want to believe it, was wishing upon a star or whatever. But a lot of people in the know in this situation have said he's leaving. If he gets to All-NBA, cool. Like, I agree with you guys there. Like, if he gets All-NBA and gets paid, like, nobody's turning down that contract. I agree with you. But if he doesn't get that, he's gone.
Mm-hmm.
That's just what we've heard.
The first whiff I got of that was a conversation after Rich was here. Because I heard about the stuff that wasn't written about. And I was like, all right. I don't believe it.
November?
Yeah, I had the conversation. Yeah, the Rich was here in November. I had a conversation about it. Man, did I go to? It was the Pacers game. I don't think Mike had been fired yet. He hadn't been fired yet. That's why I think it was the Pacers game, because I remember leaving the arena in disgust that day. And yeah.
So Michael, and Michael's our dude. Like no shade. But like when we talk about this stuff, we're not just talking just to talk. Like, you know, we've had conversations. We've kind of done our homework, you know, to kind of figure out like what's going on so we can voice our opinion or form our opinion or something like that. And it's not just coming out of nowhere that I'll speak for myself that I think that's the case.
All right. Let's come back. Our man Brandon Benitez of CBS 13 going to join us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader. Shoot. TC guys, hang on. Steeler and Casey on ESPN 1320. You get Brendan the link?
Now, I'll even say this. Saying that I think he's been wanting to leave or been planning to leave, that doesn't mean he don't like it here or he's not playing hard for the Kings or not. They don't mean nothing like that. It just kind of feels like he's ready to move on. He's been ready to move on. And I've said from the start, that's his prerogative. That's he's got all the right in the world to. He's been here 8 years. Been here 8 years, man. And he's gone through some nonsense. You know, he's gone through good times. And he's, for the first time, close to the point where he can, you know, have control over what he does with his NBA career. And yeah, it's more power to him. If he'd rather be somewhere than Sacramento, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I hate to see him go. You know what I mean? I think he's a hell of a ball player and could help this franchise. But there's no ill will for him having the opportunity to choose what he wants to do with him and his family and it being somewhere else. That's okay.
I feel like lazy just keep cutting these videos of me yelling. I look like a psychopath.
What?
Just my Instagram page is just me yelling for no damn reason.
Oh, over at radio. Summer Walker talking to Kelly Rowland. It's the heart of a woman.
Oh, so we unboxing exclusive Duke Kobe's, huh? That's what we're doing on Instagram now. Oh yeah. I might have to.
Is it
I
the
think
pink ones or they got some other ones?
It's the pink ones.
Yeah, I saw that video.
I might have to break the ones I have out one day. I don't think I've ever actually worn them.
They blue?
Nah, bro, they pink.
Mm.
They one of the originals. She wore them one time. They just been sitting in the closet ever since. Oh, I see the National Association of Black Journalists going to be at HBCU night. Let's go. Brendan, hang on 1 second. We're going to talk to our man, Brendan Benitez, here from CBS 13 in just a heartbeat. Let's get to TC here real quick, 916-909-1320. TC, what's happening, baby?
Hey, what's up with my two brothers?
What's up, TC?
Hey, just vibing. Hey, I ain't going to hold y'all because I know y'all busy. Hey, check it out. Hey, I still stand on business. And the more and more y'all talk about it, that's how I feel when I say we ain't going to lose sleep, man, with Malik running the show, dog. I'm telling you, this has to be settled right now. Dude don't want to be here, bro. We got to move on. We got to cut ties. Kings fans, however, I know a bunch of people was emotional. Things like this happen, dog. We have to move on. Bro don't want to be here no more. We got to move on, man. But I'm telling you, the reason I'm not really tripping before y'all get me off, because I know Malik is a leader, dog.
Well,
and I know he gonna run this team right.
Okay.
Period.
I got you. I just want to be clear. We ain't going to do that. I want to be very clear. We ain't going to do that. What's up? Who's charismatic there? Charismatic. What's up, baby?
What's good? You guys ain't got to worry about getting me off. I just want to.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
No, but shout out TC. No, I agree with a lot of what you guys are saying. I do think that there's a lot of finger pointing going around on all sides. To be honest with you, and that's really the hardest part to see. Is it seems like nobody's really stepping up and really just taking the baton and saying, let me just lead this franchise and lead this team. But I don't think Kings fans should be too harsh on Monty or too harsh on the front office, because in my eyes they've done everything to show De'Aaron Fox that you are the guy. You're the number one guy. We choose you. They chose him over drafting Luka. They chose him when they traded Tyrese and got Domas here. They've chose him again and again and prioritized what he's wanted and what he means to this team and to this franchise. And it seems like what they've done just hasn't been enough. I mean, we sat here in the preseason and we all said, look, this is a 50-plus win team, right? We all thought that. We all kind of felt that. Mm-hmm. And I mean, I still feel like if you look at this team on paper, up and down, it's still one of the best rosters we've ever seen in this city.
I agree. I agree. I think the roster's good enough, man.
Roster has holes, but
it's not. You're right. It's not. It's not perfect.
Good. I think it's a good roster.
It's not bad. Let's bring in our man Brendan Benitez of CBS 13. B, man, things have gone a little crazy since we saw you on Sunday. What do you make of all this De'Aaron Fox trade stuff?
Hey, fellas, it's great to be with y'all. I hope you guys can hear me clearly. I just
we hear you great. By the way, air horns for Brendan being with us for the first time. Let's go. Long overdue.
I've been waiting 7 months to make my appearance with y'all, man. It's great to be with y'all. Hope y'all doing okay. I know it's been real chaotic. Let's call it the last 48 hours or so. I mean, we love a little bit of drama, but this is too much, man. I just want to have the Kings finally be able to string together a good couple weeks without making some kind of, I wouldn't call it an embarrassment of themselves, but the front office is really, really let things kind of take a slide for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is a situation where you had a team that looked like they were on the uptick, looked like they were playing well, playing good basketball. Yeah, they had to go out on the road, and that was always going to be tough regardless of what was going on off the court. But now you got to deal with the off the court situation as well. And I mean, the reports are out there. They're still trying to put a roster together. Like it's a lot and it's a mess. Mm-hmm. It's a mess right now.
I think more so than anything, all of this drama coming after, like you mentioned, hot January for the Kings. Things have, cooled off on this trip. They're 1-3 so far now. They still have to go visit the Thunder and the Timberwolves, I believe. And so, that was always going to be a tough road trip. And we knew that weeks in advance too. But the team had been grooving. I mean, I still think that Doug Christie has this group strung together. I really think that his teammates, the rest of the Kings players are behind De'Aaron. I think that they formed at least a tight enough group to where I don't think there's any kind of internal mess there.
What do you think ultimately happens with De'Aaron? You think the Sacramento Kings return to, you mentioned Oklahoma City on Saturday, Minnesota on Monday. They return to the Golden One Center the day before the trade deadline, HBCU night, Wednesday, February 5th, to take on Orlando. You think De'Aaron Fox takes the floor that night?
No, actually, I think he ends up staying with the Kings. I think there's just going to end up being too big of a bridge to gap between a team like San Antonio, let's call it, with what they're wanting to give up. A lot of these teams tend to think that they have leverage because a player doesn't simply want to be in that city anymore. But you still got to cough up a valuable asset. I mean, I like Stephon Castle. I like Devin Vassell or Keldon Johnson. I think you package Castle with one of those two, a couple picks, maybe it gets done. But I still think that there's been kind of an inability to be able to move the needle. We heard the report about John Collins not even knowing that he was going to be traded to the Kings. So that really kind of gives you a clear picture of it's just tough making a deal nowadays. I mean, it's just we haven't been able to see too much movement in the NBA across a bunch of teams.
Yeah. And, they talk about the potential Spurs deal and, people in the chat and elsewhere, Spurs Nation, whatever's going on there. They're talking about Stephon Castle's untouchable. Well, then De'Aaron Fox is untouchable.
Come on.
There's no deal. Like, there's no deal there. And I said I was going to look a little bit more into Stephon Castle. And look, I understand why they're saying that. I like his game.
Yeah.
I like his
probably
game.
Probably the rookie of the year, right?
Not Jalen probably got it. Jalen Wells probably got it, if you ask me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But he's
okay.
Castle's all rookie team. All rookie team, probably.
It's wide open. Yeah, there hasn't been a single guy that's been a clear-cut rookie of the year. I mean, it could have been Jared McCain, possibly, but obviously, knee injury kind of ended his season there, so that was a tough break there for Sac native Jared McCain. But yeah, aside from that, Stephon Castle, I like his game. I don't know if he'll have close to perhaps the same level of stardom, if we want to call it, as De'Aaron. Because hey, man, at the end of the day, De'Aaron can give you 25, 5, and 5. Right? That's still rare nowadays in the NBA, a guy that can do it all with his speed, also his level of tenacity on defense too. It's going to be rightfully so. It should be a team that is going to have to give up with some assets that they love for a reason.
Yeah.
B, let's go with your theory here for a minute. De'Aaron Fox takes the floor for the Kings, Wednesday and beyond, and he's a Sacramento King for the rest of the season. Then what? Like what? How do you think this season winds up playing out for the Sacramento Kings? Last night's loss was that we've spent all of 7 seconds talking about was frustrating. I think it was a bad loss. I think it was the first bad loss, kind of shake my head loss in the Doug Christie era. So overall, we're talking 11-5 in the Doug Christie time. How do you think the rest of the season plays out if your theory winds up happening?
Well, it's like I mentioned, I think the team is still really together on this. I don't sense any inside turmoil amongst the guys there. So from a performance aspect, a team chemistry aspect, I think they'll be okay moving forward. It could be a massive risk for Monty and the crew, right? Not trading him now, waiting until the summertime, and because for all we know, the assets could be diminishing in essence that the Kings could get in return. And that part's tough. I think preseason, I predicted about 48 wins for the Kings. They're flirting with just about the same kind of finish as they had last season if they're able to keep up this spot. But you mentioned last night's game. Yeah, I thought it was the first time with Doug Christie at the helm that team just didn't have it. They didn't seem hungry on defense, especially. I mean, it felt like a layup line at times. Tyrese Maxey, dude's a star. He's nice. I think the Sixers know who they want to build around. But it felt like it was the first off night for the Kings from a competitive standpoint. They hung in there, but really blew it up in the fourth quarter there and end of the third also to the Sixers. But yeah, I think ultimately they finished somewhere close to where they finished last year, which is essentially a play-in team.
And now you've got 2 games against two tough teams here with OKC coming off a loss against the Warriors and Minnesota. They got a win last night in Phoenix. And when you got Ant, he's always liable to, go off at any time. Man,
Did you see that boy Shea? Did you see that boy Shea last night? 52 bomb against the Warriors. It came in an L. But
I saw it. He should have won the damn game playing the Warriors. What are you doing? Like, what are you doing? But that's neither here nor there. But do you think this team can get one of these next 2 games and at least get like a 2-4 road trip here?
I think they can get the T-Wolves game. They've played them close in the previous meetings that they've had with them. And I think, hey, with the Warriors proved last night, you could be having as off of a time as you could and still beat, a team that has a top 3 record in the entire league. So obviously any given night, stuff like that. Kings could go into OKC and could win it, but we're going to need to see a much different squad than the one that we saw last night.
Shout out to Nick V, who notes, and I didn't know this, that De'Aaron Fox means future Spur in Arabic. That's a good note from Nick V. I wasn't aware of that one.
De'Aaron Fox means future Spur in Arabic.
Didn't know.
I will say,
Mark Jones impression. Okay.
Yeah, and this kind of just came to me. I will say, with the first part of Doug Christie when he first took over, right, first call it 10 games, we were already talking, all right, what else does he got to do to get that interim tag shaved off? I think maybe that was a prisoner of the moment type, because just over 15 games is still a small sample size, but I do want to see sustained success, and some level of consistency, and 15 games is just too short. I think if the Kings were able to come to a decision, it would be closer to, maybe final quarter of the season, if at the earliest.
And what's going on right now, not saying that you're not saying this, Brandon, or anybody is, but what's going on right now, losing 3 of their last 4, I mean, you're on a tough road trip. Like, these are tough teams that you're going up against. And even if Doug Christie is the guy, or, there were no rumors with De'Aaron Fox, it'd still be tough. You know what I mean? Regardless of that. So, that's why I was always saying, man, if you can get 3-3, that'd be great. And 2-4, get back home for a couple games. That might be the most realistic scenario, but it's a tough stretch, regardless of who the coach is or what rumors are going on right now.
Yeah, I'll take 2-4 if it means one of those, final wins comes against these next 2 teams. Either one would be a good
give me
win.
Minnesota. Give me the Minnesota one, because look, we're not catching Oklahoma City. Give me the Minnesota one, because I don't know on a night-to-night basis if Minnesota is good or not. So if we can stay closer in the standings to them, man, I'll take that. I'll take that every time.
I'm with you, fellas. Are you guys still sticking with what your preseason prediction win total was for the team?
I don't remember what mine was. I have short-term memory.
Mine was
Brandon.
52. That's long. That's long.
I thought it started with a 5.
I think I predicted dysfunction, the firing of Mike Brown, and De'Aaron wanting to be traded. I'm pretty sure that was in my preseason prediction.
Of course.
Yeah. And then we haven't even gotten to DeMar perhaps questioning his future as the King. So we'll get to that too.
Nostradamus over here. I like it.
I knew it. I knew it all along. B, we appreciate you, man. Thanks as always. Had a great time on Sunday. Looking forward to connecting with you and our brother Jake here again soon.
Appreciate you, fellas. Thanks for having me on.
You got it, man. So, man, Brendan Benitez right there. CBS 13. Interesting. Speaking of Jake actually retweeted this. I missed it when Tristy tweeted it. But one of the Utah reporters talked to John Collins this morning. John Collins said he was never informed about a trade to the Kings. He said, I saw rumors. This is a quote. I saw some rumors, but I definitely didn't hear that. Whatever Sacramento was doing, that's, their prerogative. If it involves me or not, obviously I would have found out. But I'm kind of happy I didn't have the news. Sorry, nothing against Sacramento. Just kind of happy I didn't have that news hit my phone. I just got to continue to be the best professional I can and continue playing basketball. Now, I'm reading that one way. People might be interpreting it a different way. I'm reading that as he didn't hear about it. He didn't hear about any deal with Sacramento. He's happy he didn't find out through a Shams tweet.
Yeah.
That's how I'm reading that, not that the front office.
People are taking it as, He's happy it wasn't.
That's not how I'm reading that at all. Because the line before that is very, very important. I didn't hear about it. So, hey, salute to the Utah organization who's not running around telling players that deals that, in fact, are not done are done.
I would love to just sit down everyone in that front office. What does a done deal mean to you? Because clearly it wasn't done to anyone else.
I would love to sit down with that front office and go, how did you two get this job?
What's that? But like, how do you leave whatever table, conference room, whatever you're negotiating from, be like, yeah, all right, deal's done. Let's go tell De'Aaron Fox. Let's go tell Domantas Sabonis. Let's tell everyone we got a deal done. But wait, the guys in Utah aren't even telling the person who's involved supposedly that it's done.
Because the deal isn't done.
Exactly. Like how what's the hang up here?
How are you telling somebody there's a done deal and it's not a done deal?
And why does this keep happening?
That's just ridiculous. That's ridiculous. At some point, you would think you'd just be scared to even say anything. Like,
I don't even tell people
it didn't happen. Like, I'm not gonna do that again. Let me stop.
I get nervous. Like if you interview for a job or something like that, you don't even tell people because you don't even know if it's gonna go down or whatever.
Hey guys, I got us all $1 million raises. I did. I mean, It's not final yet. It's not, but go ahead, Casey. Go buy another property. Go add to your fleet of property. Buy a commercial building if you want to.
Oh, now I'm
got a wedding paid for now.
Yeah, all done. You can get Jesse. You get the nice Air Force Ones for the wedding.
Oh wow.
Yep.
And then a day later, maybe take the Air Forces back.
Yeah. Well. Hey.
I didn't put the bid in and everything. I'm like, yo, money coming through, right?
Now I'm getting married at the courthouse because you told me a deal was done.
And truthfully, you can't even afford that at this point.
Facts, because I used all the money we saved up originally to bet on the Kings.
That's it. And you know why? That's because Kenny wouldn't give you the lines for the college football games. Remember that?
That's true. And if you would have gave me the Ohio State one, we would have made some money.
But he just wouldn't give them to you.
I wasn't confident because I hadn't researched the game. What are you talking about?
No, it's because you knew your team stunk.
Actually, that game I did predict. I said, yeah, Michigan. I told you guys.
You wouldn't put a single penny on it.
It was Michigan versus Indiana that I wasn't saying anything.
You did not put a single penny on the Ohio State game.
No, but I
because you were too big of a coward.
I told the people
you were a coward.
I put it out there. Okay. I just didn't get a chance to did
you bet on Ohio State winning the national championship?
In my mind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Going back to it, that's my biggest hang up. The whole, hey, we have a deal done, guys.
That's bad.
I can't figure out a way to even justify or even just understand that.
The tough part, the tough part when we're cycling through all of this, when we're trying to figure out like what's happening right now is because sometimes, like, if I said something to Kenny could interpret it one way. And no, Kenny, that's not what I meant. But if I say something to Kenny and Jesse and Kyle and James, and it's all interpreted the same way,
we're on the
that's
same page here.
My fault. Mm-hmm. They didn't tell one person. They told multiple people.
A number of people were feeling the same way after talking or hearing from them.
They told, as Kenny's been saying, they told multiple people in multiple walks of life. They didn't leave a lot of room for interpretation. And yet here they are going into their 5th road game on a 6-game road trip, coming off a loss, dealing with their star player wanting out. And now the reports that they couldn't close the deal on these trades, now they're out there. Now it's not just D'Lo and KC talking about it. Now it's not just James Ham and Kyle Madsen talking about on the insiders.
That's part of your reputation at this point.
Now it's out there. Not only that, they had the very, very specifics of the deals.
And it's been addressed too. Like Sabonis said, like, oh yeah, we thought we had other ones. They felt this we're glad we got this one done. Paraphrasing, of course, but like this has happened.
Yeah. That's the other part. It appears to not be the first time you've done this. The practice of telling your players something didn't start with John Collins and Cam Johnson a month ago or a week ago or 5 days ago. It appears to at minimum started sometime before Domantas Sabonis' camp, where he was clearly agitated with you at the time.
I can't for the life of me like figure out why that keeps happening. That specific thing keeps happening. I know we're just like we keep talking about, but why? Like Jesse said, wouldn't you get scared off after the deal didn't happen like once? Like, not gonna do that again. You know, just multiple times to multiple people. No, deal's done. It's good. It's good. Really?
Is there too many people with a say in that front office?
Yes.
Because that's ultimately what it.
Yes.
I feel like, honestly, at this point, like there's too many people who feel like they have some type of power here.
Yes, and yes.
What? How many should it be?
One. Always one. It should always and forever be one.
You have a front office. You have a leader of that front office. You have the general manager or the vice president of basketball operations. It all depends. It literally varies by organization. I believe in our organization, it's the general manager. You sit down with your team, you gather your info, and you collectively make the best decision for your franchise. In the event of a discussion, an argument, or a disagreement, one person has the final say. It's like the vice president in the Senate. If it's a tie, if this individual doesn't like this player, this individual loves this player, you make the decision.
And it shouldn't be the owner, I don't think.
Who's that guy? Who's that person in this organization who makes the decision? You don't know. You don't. I think we know.
If it's a wrong decision, it's Vivek.
It's always Vivek.
If it's right, it's somebody
You just don't tell anyone it's Vivek. Remember, Vivek wanted Mike fired. Remember that.
Every time something gets done with this team, it's always Monty West or Vivek. Whether it's right or good or bad or whatever, neutral, it's Monty West or Vivek. There's never a set person we go to for any
That's
of this
because
stuff.
they put Vivek's name in everything. Someone told me, no one would believe this. I didn't even bring this to the air because there isn't a person on the planet there isn't a person in Sacramento that would believe this. Vivek is not involved in this stuff. There's at least one front office that I know of definitively that thinks people like the idea of being the general manager of the Sacramento Kings because Vivek he just lets them do it.
That is
Don't tell that to a single soul in this city.
That is crazy to say with the way people
tell
talk
that
about
to a single soul in this city. But there is at least one front office in the NBA who's like, yeah, he's hands off. That narrative in that narrative in your city, it's not real.
He's hands
off.
off.
There's no reality to that. Which is why he's painted to be an idiot time and time again.
Well, that's the thing. He's hands off until Keegan Murray is supposed to be the pig instead of Jaden Ivey or whatever, and he's hands off until Mike Brown got fired.
He's hands off even then, except when you have to hedge your bets. And why do you have to hedge your bets? Anyone know? Because you have two people making decisions.
Exactly.
Didn't I hear or read somewhere, or maybe it was just told to me or us, that that Vivek wanted Luka, but let Vlade do whatever he wanted to do?
Correct.
Or Vivek thought he was getting Luka or something like that.
No. So I think the line is Vivek did want Luka, but he let the front office be the front office.
And once again, the one that always happens is, I don't mean to defend Uncle V, Uncle Vivek Moss. I don't defend him too much, but you always talk about Michael Malone, and Mike Malone hates Vivek for forever. Story I've been told is Vivek listened to Pete
The
Sanders.
story we've all been told. It's the most public story in there, but because of Michael's vendetta, he just continues to blame it on Vivek Ranadive.
Pete wanted George Karl and convinced Vivek to let him fire Michael Malone.
It seems like Vivek hasn't had the right basketball person in there.
Here's the real who.
That's his flaw. He's never.
Yeah, he hasn't hired the right person yet.
Who decided to draft Devin Carter?
I would love to know that one because that one made no sense then, before, or after.
Well,
I heard it was mine.
Who's the draft guy? What we've been told is there's a draft guy, and then there's the free agent trade guy.
Okay, whose idea was that?
Well, I think that might have been Vivek's idea And that's a problem.
Okay, yeah, like that's the thing. Like
you don't hire a guy who wanted to be the general manager as the assistant general manager. You let your general manager hire someone for that position.
It's like tying it to the Raiders thing real quick. It's like instead of having so many guys, you need a president of football ops. Just one guy, have him make all the decisions. That's what the Kings need. One guy, let him handle it, let him be the voice or whatever, and just the face of it. And like that'll probably handle half of your issues. Because now we're talking about, oh, Wes, Monty, Vivek, whoever. It's always a triangle. And whether it's Wes blaming who or whoever blaming who, it's never just one here at all.
The reason why I asked how many should there should be one general manager. But I'm not going to say the owner should be involved because I don't think that, but I understand. Like
I think an owner should be involved.
If
it's your business.
Yeah, if
I own a business, oh, my ass is involved.
Right. I got my feelings, but let's say Monty in this case. Monty, you're the GM. You feel differently. Tell me why your way is right. Tell me why your way is the way to go. But I'm involved in this process.
The owner, I don't think, should ever make player decisions or anything like that.
I agree with that.
And
he famously made one on video. And it's embarrassing. And that lives forever. Now, whether that's still reality or not, it lives forever.
If you want to talk business and making money and all that, that's fine. But I don't think the owner should ever be involved. Like, oh, what do you think about this player? Like, no, that should be to your front office people and to the main one.
Yes and no. And sometimes they don't know what the hell they're doing either.
That's your fault because you hired them. That's also a thing. Like it could be Monty and Wes, but I'm putting blame on Vivek because you put those guys in charge. If that's your idea that one was a draft guy and one was a free agent guy, yeah, that's on you, pal.
Sometimes you should go with your gut, like the New York Giants. Be like, all right, I see all your little analytics. We're not trading Saquon.
Well, there's when it's obvious in the face. Yeah, when it's that obvious, it's fine.
We're not doing that. You guys figure out a different way to kind of build this team. We're not just releasing. Like that's what I'm talking about when the owner, not like should we sign Jay Crowder? Like that's not my business. But the big one, De'Aaron Fox. Should we trade him? When do we trade him? Yeah, I think I need to step in and have a conversation.
That's fair. That's fair, I guess. But he's not making the decision on it. Ultimately, you look to the GM.
Fair.
We'll come back. Stilo and Casey. Phone line's back open for you. What's today? It's Thursday. So Matt in the final hour of the show here. Let's hear from you. 916-909-1320. Stilo and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. All right, Ivan, you got my attention. Ivan, someone else said it. Adam, we'll bring this up when we get back. I think this is fun talk. Oh, yeah, well, Stephen McBride's got a point too. Look at that. Well. Well. That plane crash last night was terrible. I've been on that bridge a billion times. That's just incredible to me. Absolutely incredible. Terrifying.
John Pauls, I didn't see this, but that sucks for you. I'm about to light y'all up. He's a good ball player. Christian, let's I don't know if we can legally do any of this, but $1 in Monopoly money. Because I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think he's signing.
I don't think it's crazy. I don't think it's crazy.
I don't think he's signing, and I think they know he's not signing.
You don't think we get the I'm a sign, but you're not going to know I'm going to request this trade a half a season later.
Nope. I think
he's gone before the deadline.
I think him and his team let it be. They were pretty clear. There's not much you can outside of us winning, and because we're winning, I might make All NBA. Outside of that, there's not much you can.
For me, just opinion, All NBA was the only thing keeping him here. I think, like that was the only thing keeping him here past this season.
Mm-hmm.
Do you lose value if you hold on to him to the offseason?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. It
just more time has passed where now like they know again you have to trade him. Like you said, maybe it doesn't,
but I think that's something where if you have multiple teams willing to give you something that could keep it going.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, man. Let's get to these phone lines. 916-909-1320. Let's get to our brother Matty. Matty, what's happening, man?
What's going on, my guys? How we doing today?
Good, man. How you doing, bro?
Man, not too good. But
we'll work through it, man. We'll talk through it.
Hearing what you guys have to say, agree with a lot. I know it's really easy to pile on to the owner, and I know it could be lazy at times, but from what I've been hearing you guys talk about over the last few days, where Monty and Wes are like weird co-GMs, and then the structure is like this. That starts at the top, right? That starts at the very top of your organization with your owner. So him structuring the franchise like this and not having the common denominator in all of this is him, right? Because we've fluctuated and been through so many different GMs and coaches throughout his tenure since he bought the team. I think the weight of it falls on him as a leader of the organization, and I just wanted to put that out there.
You're not wrong at all.
Mm-hmm.
You're not wrong at all. Yeah, it's your business. You carry the burden of its failures. You should enjoy, the rewards of its successes. But this business, this organization, has a lot of failures attached to it. I'm sorry. Who did you say?
We got Brandon.
Brandon, Brandon here. Sorry about that, Brandon. What's going on, man?
What's going on, guys? Great show today.
Thanks,
Appreciate
bro.
you, man.
I'm just wondering. So this is a franchise-deciding move with Fox. If they allow Monty to make this move and say he goes the route of getting draft picks, does that automatically extend his timeline being the GM here because they want to see how the fruits of his trade?
Hell no.
Or do you think that could just change within any time?
Absolutely not. Fire his ass Thursday. I'm perfectly fine with that. Fire him on Thursday. What do you need a front office for the rest of the year? I'm kind of being serious. Once you get past the trade deadline, what do you need him for? Fire him.
Get your Kessler Edwards.
Because by all accounts, you can't fire both. You can't fire one of them. Fire both of them.
That's the thing too. Are we?
And everyone is so just wipe that bitch out.
Is this something?
Jeremy, you're up.
Do you think this is something where if we're cleaning house, like it's everyone, it's not just Monty's out and Wes is in, or Wes is out and Monty's like the guy. Like if
Who's everyone?
Well, just those two guys, I guess.
Yeah, get him gone. Gone.
I don't think
gone.
I don't think I'd believe in something that's like, oh yeah, we're getting Monty out of here and Wes is our new GM. Like they're all part of the same brand at this point to me.
Yeah, they can go.
For the record, I'm not there yet.
Where?
Just fire everyone.
Where? Really?
Yeah. I mean, we still got the trade deadline.
No, that's what I said. Fire him Thursday.
Well, no, if they make deals,
I might fire him anyways.
They botched.
Just,
how can
just
you
on principle, I might fire him anyways.
They botched your franchise player. Like they botched that
No,
situation.
he didn't want to be here.
Yeah, now, but like that wasn't always the case, though.
No.
He didn't want to be here when they made the playoffs that year.
Jesse,
this built, no.
Jesse, he's ready to go.
I know now. That's fine.
He's been ready to go. That's as far as we're gonna go. Short of Western Conference Finals last year or something like that. No, he was leaving. He was leaving. Like you said, this ain't got nothing. Like they could have made all the moves in the world, and if he couldn't make All NBA, he was gonna leave. He was gonna leave. That's the only. You said it best during the break. That was the only thing keeping him here. Was the chance to get that extra $150 whatever $million.
See, but
plans were already in motion.
Do you do everything you can then this past offseason, like more than just DeMar then, to try and get that? Because going into the season, I thought it was.
So, I
didn't even hear what happened. Do I need to dump that?
No, I think his mic was on. I don't know.
I was talking loud. I don't think anyone really. I don't even know what to say.
It's good. I wanted to see. There's like DeMar just posted, and I saw Bernie. I was like, well, I'm gonna turn my mic off, and realized DeMar posted the line I use all the time.
And that's one of the funniest lines ever.
I don't use that line on the radio because we can't, but in our private discussions, I use that line all of the time. All right.
Oh, man.
All right, Debo.
And what,
I don't know that got anything to do with anything, but that's a great Bernie Mac clip, if nothing else.
It could just be that. It was
handcuffs on and crazy glue on the lips. So you do. It's a great line.
He could have just saw the movie.
Shout out to Christopher Reed too.
But
that's kid.
Sorry, I got sidetracked by Bernie Mac.
But yeah, I guess like because going into the season, I thought, yeah, he's out here unless he makes All NBA, and that kind of just tells you what it is at that point too. But doesn't Monty need to do more than just DeMar to try and keep him here? Like, do your whatever you can. Like the last bit of it. This is it.
We might as well play this. Talking about DeMar. This is from Run It Back, not our Run It Back.
Yeah, we need some royalties, man.
Yeah,
we invented Run It Back.
Facts.
I think that's accurate, but they've done a far better job of selling it, as you see the FanDuel logo there.
I want to ask
you. Hey guys, create some entities for us to sell that we won't sell. All right, you got it.
I want to ask you a real question, a tough question. You chose Sacramento this offseason over the likes of a lot of different teams. If Fox is traded, do you reconsider your future with the organization, or what would you like to see happen for it to be a positive for you to remain there as well?
Yeah, it's tough because, looking at the landscape before I came here, the guys I talked to was Fox, Domas, and Malik. Those are the core guys that, made it easy for me to make my decision to play here, and a key player, juggernaut in Fox, not knowing the future of that, it does make it tougher. I don't have much time left. I'm not trying to play another 5 years, try to maximize the opportunity we have now to play with a great team. You never know when dominoes fall the wrong way, when it comes to organization, it makes it tough, so it's something that, we just got to weigh out and see. And, for the meantime, make the most out of it, so we'll see how it pan out.
DeMar DeRozan, Run It Back with Lil Will and Beetle.
Yeah. And who's Chandler Parsons usually on there? I think, yeah, Chandler Parsons usually on there.
Well,
it's a good question by Lil Will.
It was a great question. Yeah, great question, fair answer.
Mm-hmm.
You said we'll see.
Yeah, and that's
perfectly fair.
That's fine. And I take that for what it is, man. You know what I mean, like, we'll see. Like,
I take that as
him,
execute this trade properly. This is still a good basketball team. We're fine.
That's how I see it too.
Screw this up.
Get me out of here.
Show me some respect and get me out of here. Boy, not like us blaring at the Golden One Center speakers. Just
that was the peak.
Feels so long ago.
That was the peak.
Mustard on the beat, ho.
Hey, the baby daddy. No, you're not listening. Like y'all sometimes just don't listen. He says this right here is why I think you're slightly wrong, Casey. Fox wasn't actively trying to get out of Sacramento. I didn't say he was actively trying to get out of Sacramento. I said I believe that he was on his way out. Now, we've said a number of different times, the money,
meaning mentally, he was ready to prepare.
He was preparing himself to leave. We said a number of different times, the thing that was keeping him here in Sacramento, at least I believe, was the opportunity to be all NBA and get the super max. You get better players in here, to Jesse's point, DeMar DeRozan, all this other stuff. I can be on a good team that gets me that bag. That's what that was. Like, that's what it was. And you get DeMar here, yeah, we could be a better team. Give me an opportunity to get that all NBA, get us opportunity to get more wins. Sure, I'll stay if I'm all NBA. If I'm super max eligible, absolutely I'll stay here. I'll sign the contract. But what I'm saying is that's what it was contingent on. That's like, once again, we talked about a chicken and the egg situation. If they're 31-16 and De'Aaron Fox is having a good season, but we're like, there's like 7 guards ahead of him. Like, he's not gonna make all NBA, but he having a good season and they're winning. Do we think that he is staying, like signing the extension? I'm not sure. I'm not as convinced. I'll just say that. Like, if they're a good team, but the Supermax is gone, I think he possibly could have still.
I'm with you on that. I think a lot of this was on like making that money with all NBA. I think like the team made the playoffs once, and if like say they got bounced in the first round again, I don't know how much De'Aaron would have saw that as like, all right, we're building, like we're going towards the finals, like we're building towards something. If there were just another one and done in the playoffs, like I think this is all opinion at this point. I think it was more tied to the All NBA and that money. All right, give me a reason at least to stay here than if we're just kind of middling around.
And I'll even say this about De'Aaron: like, I understand the notion or the thought that, man, I'm just never gonna get my just due here. Like, it's just not gonna happen here. Like, we don't, like the front office. A lot of people think it's inept. It's like, it's whatever. Like, maybe it is bad. We'll just say it's bad. But man, look what I'm doing. Look what I'm doing, and I can't get no love. I can barely get in the All-Star team. It's not gonna happen here. It's not gonna happen here. Like Rich and Draymond, they didn't told me, man, it's gonna be tough for you to get that notoriety here. To get the exposure, to get appreciated the way I feel like I should be. If we're not a championship team, I need to move on. To me personally, that's completely understandable for anybody to think that way. Like, I it's probably right. Domantas Sabonis is having almost his second straight historical season and can barely get a blurb anywhere.
Can't even get the guy on the MVP ladder.
Yeah.
Seriously.
You know what I mean? Like,
all-star reserves will be announced today, and guys with worse numbers than him will almost certainly make the team. I would be stunned if he made it.
I would too. I'd be surprised.
I'd be happy. I'd be shocked. Just Sengun and Jaren Jackson and all of these guys that you're going to try to force onto this all-star team because their basketball teams are better right now.
Only player since Wilt to average these numbers, but damn it, you go sit your ass at home or on vacation because you're not an all-star.
Ro asked this, so if y'all knew this, front office had to know this and still didn't do enough. I think a lot of what we're doing too is, following breadcrumbs. You know what I mean? It's not like, maybe antennas went up, but it was also like, it's whatever. It's fine. It's the game. Like, we get it. But now looking back at it, it's like, wow, it wasn't just the Draymond Green podcast. It was a breadcrumb. Like, there have been breadcrumbs, none of which, by the way, are him not signing the extension. That's not a breadcrumb. He's smart. His agent is even smarter. They know how to handle money. You do that deal in the offseason. Mathematically, that's why you do it. Financially, that's why you do it. But putting all of this other stuff together, it's like, yeah, maybe there was.
And Coach, shout out Monterey Trail. Tough loss last night, but you guys will bounce back. I already know vibes. That could be the reason why all this kind of started publicly, because they They knew like what time it was. So somebody's calling, listening, like offering something. We got to listen. We got to start listening. Because if that happened, let's just say that happened last week. Damn. We knew we had a chance to keep Fox. And it was if we were good and he was all NBA. That's probably gone. Team X just called, like, man, we got to start listening to him. Because we knew, just like D'Lo and KC assumed, and Jesse assumed, he's in it for the All-NBA. If he's not getting that, our chances of keeping him are slim to none. So we got to start listening to these people. Maybe we hadn't been listening for the first 2 months of the season because still a chance. He's balling out, 6th in the league and scoring, might make All-NBA. Like, yeah, like we still got a shot. But once that is gone, like we all believe it is right now, yeah, we got to start listening. We're not actively trying to, but yeah, we gotta listen to these conversations.
If he's past if he's a Sacramento King past the deadline, do you think we're just walking the plank as far as getting to the end of him getting traded?
Yes.
Like there's no instance where De'Aaron Fox is a Sacramento King. Like, of course, he could always sign the deal if something miraculous happens or whatever. But like, just actually realistically looking at this, do you think like we're just walking the plank at this point if he is here past the deadline? Because I don't know if that's.
I don't know if walking the plank is the right word.
Well, whatever you want to call it, just walking towards the end,
walking towards his exit. Like,
yeah,
sure,
walking towards his exit.
I kind of feel like that, but I think you also wind up in a situation. So let me ask you to expand a little bit. We get to Thursday. Not only is De'Aaron here, nothing else is done.
Well, that's the thing. I don't even know how much Cam Johnson or John Collins or insert player is going to make a difference at this point.
No, they will make a difference. They would have made a difference a week ago. They'll still make a difference today. They'll still make a difference on Friday.
All right. Well, then at that point, if De'Aaron Fox is here past the deadline, then Monty needs, or Wes, or the power that be needs to do something then. If that is a scenario where
they need to do something anyways. But what I was going to say to you, if they wind up winning games and De'Aaron is still like, yeah, I want to leave, then it's like, fine. You said this was about winning. We won games. You don't want to be here. KC was right. You have been planting this for a year. You don't want to be here. It's fine. You should have just said you don't want to be here. You wasted everybody's time with this BS. I just want to win. Now, this is a hypothetical situation for those just tuning in. I'm saying if you get to where Jesse's talking about, if you wind up winning games, you've taken the burden off of yourself if you're Sacramento in that case. Now, me and most of the people listening probably don't believe that can happen. This is a team that is one game above 500 now. Of course, over the last 16, they're much better than one game over 500. So we have to see how this Doug Christie version of the Sacramento Kings plays out. But if De'Aaron is here next Friday, if he is here at this time next Thursday, then it now falls on his shoulders to walk away from this basketball team if they win. If they lose, it doesn't even matter. Trade him. You can't win with him. It doesn't matter. It truly doesn't. So you put yourself, if he is here, and you put yourself in a great spot.
Maybe you've been doing it already, but I wonder how sustainable it is to just be playing with someone who already has one foot out the door.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know KC said it felt weird last night, but I also Doug said it was cool. Doug said it was cool. You need to stop doing that. That looks weird.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw a flag on you.
Yeah, that looks weird. Like, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
That is the signal that the NBA uses.
Not in this. Hey, this is not the NBA, pal.
What do you want? 10-minute quarters too?
Watch that clip again, by the way. Didn't feel great about it.
Not good. Yeah, it's
there's
not
a lot
good.
in the NBA going on, actually. There's three things that come to mind. We got Adam.
Yeah.
We got Scary Terry.
Oh.
And did you see Zion?
Wait.
What'd Zion do?
Zion.
This is always kind of scary.
No, Zion's okay, but Zion was talking. Zion's had enough.
With the Pelicans?
What?
With who?
He says, so Zion was asked about playing back-to-backs. And he said, quote, "Let me make this clear to everybody out there. If I could play in back-to-backs, I would. Physically, yes, I can. But I work for the Pelicans. They have decided that based off the numbers, it's not smart to It's not smart to do that right now. If that's what they feel, I'm rocking with them on that.
Shout out to Zion, put on the team.
He said, let me make this clear to everyone out there. Zion's had enough.
He said, I work for the Pelicans. That is a bar right there. I work for the Pelicans.
He didn't even say the team, the organization. Name dropped.
I got to say real quick, too, Zion, shave your beard.
Well, be careful with that because Zion.
What's wrong with his beard?
It don't work. It's the only person in the history of beards that doesn't work, I guess.
Well, I mean, Zion's got to be careful, though, because he has not used bump patrol in the past. So
still young, though.
Yeah. I don't know how that happened. He's shaving with a razor. That's why that happened, bro. You have to use clippers. You got to use clippers, sir.
All right.
Or use bump patrol.
All right.
But anyway, Zion letting it be known.
I'm very uncomfortable with bump patrol, by the way. We're just letting everything go today.
You know what? Hold on, wait.
This show's
I
gotten
don't know what's gotten
ridiculous.
into this show since the whole De'Aaron Fox fiasco. You've been looking for a lot of calls today, Mr. Barley.
Well,
a lot.
Well,
Let me do my job.
I watched the Warriors last night.
Usually it's this guy over here.
I watched the Warriors last night. Now I'm begging for calls. That's what I get for watching a Warriors game.
Is that on for Fox? Who says no?
Someone actually asked that the other day.
I think I said no, by the way.
Who are you?
I'm the Kings.
Okay, I didn't
Yeah,
know.
I'm the Kings. I'm the Kings. I'm the Kings. If I'm the Pelicans, hell yeah, but
Davion Fanatic, why doesn't Fox go to Miami for less? All NBA doesn't matter once he leaves the Kings. I mean, like his recognition does. It doesn't matter for money. He has to earn it with Sacramento right now, or it doesn't matter.
The only thing that he would get from a trade right now is the the extra year in an extension with whoever he gets traded to. Like somebody,
it's
some
the
people,
second tier of max money that he
Right.
can get. He can't get the max. He can get the non-all NBA max.
right? And the, I don't know how you would phrase that, the team extension.
Yeah.
So like,
is it bird rights?
Birds, right?
Yeah.
That's right. What it is. So like people are like, he'll just go to San Antonio as a free agent. He will, but
I think what people are also forgetting is harder to sign him.
Mm-hmm.
It's caps. It's a cap space signing,
right?
Which is a lot different than, like because I see this. I think I'm one of the Spurs fans' favorite people right now, but it's like, oh, the Spurs can wait this out. It's like you can, but you are literally waiting. You are keeping the cap space to sign De'Aaron Fox, not next year, but the year after.
Right.
So you have to have that amount of cap space available for him at that time, which means anything you want to do this offseason, the trade deadline, and the following offseason all centers around signing De'Aaron Fox. Now, I know this team is playing the long game, but how long are we playing this?
And from everything that I've read
And it just dawned on me, Harrison Barnes falls off the book, so it might not be that hard for them to do that.
Harrison's 20 or 18 or
Yeah, it's not that much because didn't he go down?
Yeah, I thought he was
like he peaked and then went down. Yeah, so you're probably right. It's like 18 or 19.
Devin Vassell's like 20. I think he's like 29 million.
Is it? How much?
He's like mid.
You said 29?
Yeah, I'll double check, but that's what I was
Don't
looking
check
at the other day.
Don't check. Because I mean,
Well, he hadn't been in the league long enough.
no.
It's only been 5 years, huh?
Yeah, dude, you got to.
I think I'm
you got
okay.
8 years or more for this game.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Who the hell? Who the hell makes the rules?
You know what, pal? Go ahead and just take a lap. Go ahead and take a lap the rest of class. We got like 3 minutes on this break anyway.
Yeah, he does make 29. He does make 29 this year. He signed a 130,
rookie
135.
extension, huh?
Yeah.
The same one Jalen Green just signed.
Yeah, he signed a 135. Yeah, 29 this year, 27, 27, 24, 27. Those are his next 4 years.
So say for instance they waited till free agency, you'd have Wemby'd be close to getting an extension too. So you'd have
That's right.
Wemby, Vassell,
Because it's
Fox,
it's yeah.
and then if they try to sign somebody else.
Yeah, it's advantageous for everyone involved for that not to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, we could hold on to our assets. Like, it's fine. You're right. That's a long way away.
Mm-hmm.
And like, that's Philadelphia 76ers level patience. You're not as bad as Philadelphia. Far from it. I don't think you want to do that. Plus, you're drafting more young players along the way because you got all those draft picks.
Yeah, you might have a pretty high pick from Atlanta.
You might have a high pick for yourself.
Yeah, might have 3 lottery picks. Or no, Chicago can't be a lottery. Well, it's top 10, so it could be a lottery.
And that's this year? Mm-hmm. The Chicago wins this year?
Top 10 protected.
Where's Chicago right now?
They're like borderline.
They are, yeah. They're 20 and 28. They're in the 10th spot. Oh, yeah. Man. Chicago, at some point, they're going to be sweating.
Yeah, Chicago they got to trade some people. Like
Vooch
or something.
Yeah, you might need to.
You need to do what the Kings did to get Fox.
Yeah, trade your guys. Zach LaVine. Kenny's boy, unethical basketball. At Trista Crick.
Somebody said, and she left Zach off the team.
She did. That was crazy.
Come on, man.
That was crazy. She left Zach off the team.
He's a starter. But
on an unethical basketball team.
But I missed what Kyle and James were saying. I had to get out the car. I'm not even sure if they got to it because they teased it a couple times. But they were saying Zach LaVine is still being linked to the Kings.
Yeah, Zach LaVine's going to be linked to the Kings for eternity. I mean, the Kings are still interested in Zach LaVine. Like that's, they are. I don't know how or what. I don't know how you do this. I feel like the only way you can do it is De'Aaron. But yeah, they, and I be clear, I don't know who they is. People in that front office, whichever one or ones, yeah, there are people in that front office that like Zach LaVine on this team.
I'm not in the front office for anybody.
We know that you love Zach LaVine. If Kenny could swing a trade for Zach LaVine and Jordan Poole, I think he'd do it.
Well, see, you guys keep saying Jordan Poole. I'm off
well,
Jordan Poole. The new
which
Jordan
one of us
Poole.
posted a mixtape of him?
That was the old Jordan Poole. Did he have a Wizards jersey on in that mixtape?
I don't remember.
No,
I don't remember.
Because he hadn't done those things for 3 years.
We'll come back. Matt George, an hour from now. Stilo and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
You guys got any shoe questions? Kicking it with Casey.
Will you keep buying Foxes if he is traded?
Medulla oblongata.
Charlie O, ladies and gentlemen. Charlie O.
Somebody wanted me to do something else the other day. Oh, welcome to Jurassic Park. I don't know why they think I look like that guy too. So, which I do actually kind of. I look more like him than I do the other guy. Actually,
you do favorite. I think I've seen Jurassic Park once, but you do kind of.
Yeah, I kind of look like that guy actually. He was a better actor and made more money too, so that's kind of a compliment. So, do you profane anything? You know the sign the deal that you know how to use the red button.
Got you.
Okay, they need that today.
Got you.
Okay.
All right, man.
See y'all.
Charlie O, ladies and gentlemen. Charlie O. Will I keep buying Fox? Yeah, I'm not against it if the shoe's dope. If the shoe is dope. I mean, it is a little different though, because it's UA, man. I was only rocking with UA because of the Foxes. Because it was Sacramento. So it gets a little dicey. They got to be really dope. These Fox ones are really dope, though. So, yeah. Every time. Every time. I'm like, shut up. Oh, man. Let's see. How do I feel about Peak? I mean, okay. I got to really look at those Malik Monks. I don't even know if there's his signature shoes or not, or if he's just wearing Peak. But I got to really look at them. If somebody gave me a pair of Peaks, I definitely want to wear them, try them on, see what they're talking about for sure. Maybe if my money was right, like maybe I'd even buy a pair, but I'm interested. My daughter loves that commercial. Hey, dun, dun, dun. What you got to say? She stops in her tracks as soon as she hears it. Say, hey. Dun, 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 dun. What you got to say? People always talk about the Way of Wades. I have no interest in Way of Wades. I have no interest. My son always talks, oh, you see the new Way of Wades? I think they're actually, I've heard people say they're pretty comfortable and they feel good, but I don't know. I've never even thought about Way of Wades.
Yeah, why not?
I was thinking about Herbert's call today. Herbert said, yeah, man, I'm just over here at the, I'm all right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, everything trash. No, man, I saw Jaws commercial last night. I thought that was a good commercial. It was simple, but I thought it was good.
Leezy, really? Shout out to our boy Leezy, man. He's cooking with these videos. These go a long way for. Make sure you accept all of the collab things. Those go a long way.
Shout out Leezy, man. I'll see you, boy.
Let's get Frank in here. 916-909-1320. What's happening, Frank?
Hey, KC, yesterday I called and you said I sound like I was hitting the bottle, bro.
I didn't say that.
Hey,
KC.
Yeah,
KC. Leave Frank alone, KC.
I didn't say that.
Go ahead, Frank.
Yeah, man. Come on, man. Dude, I do dialysis 3 days a week, man. I can't be drinking. I got bad kidneys, bro.
Okay.
Man,
Well,
prayers up, man. You keep doing what you're doing, big dog.
Yeah, I do that 3 days a week, man. And everybody in the chat room says like I sound like I was hitting the sauce and I'm drunk and all that.
Don't listen to the chat, bro. I'll tell you that right now.
Chat's a dangerous
place.
Yeah, it's a dangerous place, Frank.
Well, I'm just calling to talk about the Kings, man. AD tried the same move a couple years ago when he was in New Orleans, all right? And New Orleans said, no, we're not trading you at the deadline. We're going to wait till the summertime, wait till the draft, see who the season ends, see what big guys are disgruntled, and we'll see who we can get, and we think we can get a bigger package. That's what the Kings got to do. They can't trade Fox right now. It's too quick, man. You can't make a major deal this fast. And when the Kings' future is in the bind.
We appreciate you, Frank. I don't agree, though. Only in the sense of if there's a deal that you like, take it. Take the deal.
Yeah.
If you like it. Now, to Frank's point, if what is coming across the proverbial table, you don't like it, all right.
Yeah, we ain't got to do a deal.
Yeah, wait.
Is there any waiting? I've seen this. Is there any waiting for Houston in the offseason? You might like what's out there now, but let's see what the Rockets are working with.
I mean, I would, but I also
would you keep that? Would you keep that from taking a deal now?
No, I wouldn't. I absolutely would not.
The Rockets have pretty much said like, yeah, we're gonna see what we got here and then move as we see in the offseason. So if you have a deal like maybe you like now, it's like, hey, we can work with the offseasons. They told us we can work in the offseason.
Can I present a theory?
Yeah.
Raphael Stone's already talked to Rich Paul,
and that's what would keep me from doing that, right? Like if they've already had a conversation, he's like, man, you're not signing here long term. Then I don't need to wait for Houston.
And Houston, where they're at with what they have, I don't even think I think there are teams that Miami, for example, maybe Brooklyn. I don't know, someone else. Yeah, well, I think we could get them. With where Houston's at, oh, forget it then. We're good. We're fine.
Yeah.
We not only do we love what we have, we love where we're going. We're cool.
Or we can try and get somebody else.
Yeah.
Whatever
Right.
we have. But I'm with you. If you've looked at San Antonio's potential trade package, maybe I don't even know if you've talked to him, but if you've got Bobby Marks and you've got that trade up there, you're like, man, if San Antonio gave us this with Castle involved, like this would be pretty good. And you actually talk to San Antonio and they're willing to give that deal, then you go ahead and you do that. I think one of the things that I think was the holdup with AD in New Orleans, I believe this was the case, is the Lakers were holding out on Brandon Ingram. So that was always like the line of demarcation. Like if you're not trading Brandon Ingram, then we don't have to do something right now. Then I think Stephon Castle might be that player for the potential San Antonio deal. If you're not including him, then we just wait.
Bad night for the Sacramento Kings is the Warriors beat the Thunder yesterday.
The starting lineup was crazy.
Yeah. 52 for SGA, not enough. Warriors beat the Thunder. They're 24-23, same record as the Sacramento Kings. Clippers beat the Spurs. Mavericks, this wasn't a game that we were watching to start the day, snuck by the Pelicans. And now you've got the Timberwolves have won 4 in a row. Mavericks have won a couple. Warriors have won a couple. The Kings cling to that 10th spot in the play-in race, playoff race, whatever.
Man, and they've got the end of this road trip that is it's tough, man.
Now you got an
It's
Oklahoma City team coming off a loss, and then Minnesota, who's won 4 in a row. Of course, there's probably games to be played. I don't know if there's a game to be played for OKC before then. I don't even know Minnesota's schedule. See what that looks like for Minnesota coming up.
They play Phoenix already. They might play.
Minnesota's next game is tonight against the Utah Jazz.
That's a win.
Well, whatever.
Well,
It's not easy when you get home either. You got Orlando.
Yeah,
Got Orlando that first
was
night.
that's a tough team, but they've struggled as of late. I was surprised to see that. They might be at 500 at this point.
That's exactly what they are. They're 24-24. They have won 2 of their last 10.
Oof.
Yeah, it's been a bit head scratching considering how well they played when some of their big dogs were out. Sorry.
Other NBA news. Did you see Jesse's boy last night?
Great. Woo.
Wait, which? Not Adam.
No.
One of them is being investigated by the feds right now. So
that is crazy.
That is a pretty wild story.
yeah, he's done. Like they're gonna, if it's the feds looking at you, I'd assume they probably have evidence and stuff like that. Shout out to the NBA too. We did an investigation. We didn't find anything though.
Nothing there. I mean,
Is that a Wes Wilcox style of investigation? Well, we tried, but I don't know. Couldn't get it done.
The other thing, crossing sports a little bit, but I mean, I don't know. It's just tied for the craziest story today.
Okay.
That is simple where I was going.
Terry Rozier.
This ain't your boy. This ain't your boy.
Okay.
But it's either Terry Rozier or see that boy in Baltimore.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
So he's talking about Justin Tucker.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Justin Tucker it's got the Deshaun Watson syndrome. What is the Baltimore? I've never heard of that publication before.
Let me look it up right
because
now.
it's not the Baltimore Sun. That's not what it was. And I'm not trying to minimize. Like Justin Tucker had a pretty firm denial. But yeah, Justin Tucker was accused of, I think, 6 different accounts of assault involving massage therapists.
I hope it's not true. I hope Justin Tucker is, because that's crazy. Like hearing those details, that is some crazy stuff. So I hope it's not true. But go ahead.
I guess I just don't understand.
Baltimore Banner. Excuse me. Baltimore Banner.
Never heard of it.
Yeah.
Never heard of that. Again, it doesn't change anything. It's just I just have never heard of that publication before. I guess I don't truly understand how the NFL works. Because to me, you play for an NFL team, you play for a professional sports team. Your massage therapists are all in-house. Like,
unless you go
you're not
elsewhere.
going to Massage Envy or wherever.
Right.
Like where do you go for your massage? The facility, or the team employee comes to your house. Maybe
for
they do it
everybody.
on their own. Like, I don't understand this.
Yeah, I don't know how that. I just don't understand how that goes down.
I'd imagine not by this facility always like off season and all that. No.
So one more time.
You're not around the facility in the off season and all that. So I'd assume these guys live their own way.
You still got like ties.
Maybe
still on
unless
that
he lives out of
offseason.
market. Like, I guess
That's what I would assume.
I don't know. Start putting it in contracts.
Yeah, that was a wild story.
Because you start putting it in contracts and they start going outside of your therapist,
you get that money.
There's a red flag.
Yeah.
Okay, now my antennas are up. Why are you doing this? I hope none of it is true.
I hope it's all false.
Not this story. Well, you're right. Multiple stories we didn't expect to see today.
Crazy. But I
Yeah,
was going to say, on a lighter note, your boy,
who,
your boy Isaiah Stewart, at it again.
Wait, how the hell? When have I ever?
Whoa, why is Isaiah Stewart his boy?
When have
And
I ever?
also,
Yeah.
His boy Isaiah.
Since when?
Adam
You brought him
Silver.
to the party, bro.
Isaiah Stewart? As far as if he's here with me, just jumped in my car. I don't even know what he's doing here. I can't tell him to leave, but I guess.
Adam Silver needs to stop worrying about 10-minute quarters, and he might need to get Isaiah
Get
Stewart
that
under
football
control.
player out of the league.
Yeah, he's bugging.
He is tripping.
That's when the middle linebacker comes to play pickup on Friday. We don't like it, but he's here.
He is tripping. That guy. All right,
He's a little extra.
yeah, he's doing too much.
He's a little extra.
Tried to threaten to fight. Who was it? Was it? It was he used to be on the Timberwolves and the Lakers, and he was calling for the ball in LeBron shot.
Jared Vanderbilt?
Bryant.
Thomas
Bryant.
Yeah.
Threatened to fight him, talking crazy to
He had a wasn't Palo talking to him?
Paolo
the other
was
day?
talking to him the other day, but in
He
that
didn't cross Palo.
no, well he didn't. Now I'm forgetting everybody's name. Who's the guy on the Pacers that's just there because he's a black belt?
James
James
Johnson.
Yeah,
I saw
he
that.
was talking crazy to him.
I saw that when Miles Turner was in there. He told Miles Turner, he's like, shut up, you play with Legos.
That was the other week.
Yeah.
So yeah, this guy's wild, bro. This guy is wild.
That's the NBA's enforcer right there.
Well, he
No,
needs
I
to
don't know.
not
That's
be the
word.
NBA.
Yeah. No one asked for that. Like,
Enforcer's there to kick your ass, and that's it.
no one asked for that.
Yeah, he's out of pocket.
Shams Charania said on his appearance on multiple ESPN shows yesterday that the Kings have received dozens of phone calls since the news broke.
Seems a little extra.
On the Kings listening to offers. I don't know that it is.
Dozens, so 24 at least teams have called.
No.
He's losing dozens a little loosely. They're actually not.
Might
That's
be.
pointed out. Yeah, relax,
Might be.
Shams.
Might be.
10
But-
teams. That's a lot of teams. 10 teams, I think.
Well, you could also, if you really want to get like creative with it, include teams that called, because I'm sure plenty did after the Draymond Green podcast.
True.
What's more important from what Sham said isn't the number of teams that may or may not have called. It is that Shams called a trade in the offseason inevitable. Something Jesse brought up earlier. If you get past Thursday, what does that look like? How does that look like? Can it be salvaged? Can it be saved? What's next? Shams said again on multiple reports or on multiple appearances on ESPN yesterday that if they're going to get past the, if they get past the trade deadline, if the deal's not able to be worked out, a trade in the offseason is inevitable.
Enough to know it's over, then, whether it's today or a few months from now.
And I don't mean this is any shade whatsoever. We know a lot of where Shams' information comes from. So it's pretty direct line to a very important source in this.
Yeah.
So that maybe above all else tells us where De'Aaron and his team, where their head is at.
If I'm the Kings, I'm doing this now.
You might not be able to, though.
If you're right, if San Antonio or anybody is giving me the trade that I'm satisfied with, I'm like the whole trying to get him here. I think that's over.
Yeah,
like I'm not trying to do that no more. I'm just trying to get the best trade. Trying to keep him here.
Oh, okay,
that's out the window. I'm literally just looking at what trade I can make that would be the best deal. And if that comes by my desk on Tuesday, then I'm doing it. I kind of because I don't know. Like I said, once again, maybe I'm just projecting how I felt watching the games on those players. But I was like, I don't want to do this for another 2 months.
It's not good for your team, I think. Like, just Champ said it, like he's gone. Whether it's today or in the offseason, he's gone. I don't think that's good to have him around.
Do you?
They're still trying to make playoffs, I guess. Like if that's like Domas, like you still owe to those guys. Let's keep going.
I'll phrase it a smidge bit differently than they did. Do you think De'Aaron Fox would have hand surgery in February if he is the Sacramento King on the 6th?
I think it'd be naive to assume he wouldn't.
Yeah,
I think any assumption. I think that's completely fair.
I'm just gonna answer the question much like I do with pretty much anything with De'Aaron Fox. I'm just gonna say no.
You can't bank on that.
Yeah, that's just a hope and an assumption. Like I would say no. I'd say play out the rest of the season, but yeah, I don't. You're right. I can't.
You can't. You'd be way too naive to assume, yeah, he's not going to do that. He's going to play for us the rest of the way. He's already angling towards moving out. He's working on his career, which is fine as a player and all that. But what I'm going to sit here with my hands behind my back, De'Aaron's getting stump surgery or whatever. It's like, oh, maybe we should have did something.
I kind of can't believe this came out when it came out.
West Sac King says that would be a terrible look, and that's fair. But the fact is, De'Aaron's hand needs surgery, and he's playing through it. Like we can.
Last week we were asking him to sit.
Yeah, that's true.
So
it's true, and it was old D'Lo and KC that told you that doesn't matter. Like it's not going to help. Like he needs surgery. They need we laid out what has to happen.
Yeah,
goes under. They re-break his finger, then they set it, and they tell you, buddy, don't move it.
Right.
Like that's not rest. You're not going to get that in a game or 2 or 4. He has surgery. It's over.
So Kieran in the chat says he's not going to stop playing because he is here, and no one knows if he will or won't. But if he knows he's out in the offseason and like he could mess up his hands even more and all that, like yes, it's a possibility.
I agree. I don't think he does that. I agree. But people talk with a lot of confidence regarding De'Aaron Fox, and I'm fascinated as to why.
And you can't do that if you're the front office.
We're talking with no confidence whatsoever. You just said, I don't think so.
Right. I was like, I'm just blind faith. Like, I don't think he would. But to act like it's not a possibility or he or anybody in that situation would never do that, that's just, like Jesse said, that's just being naive to the situation and into what's going on. Like, it's absolutely a possibility.
And the only one who's looking foolish in that situation is the Kings. Like, sure, Darren's going to catch some heat from the fans, but he's going to be out in a couple months.
Well, and I told James and Kyle this. He wouldn't catch any heat from me. He needs surgery. Now, it'll look funny, and you wear that. But the fact is, he needs surgery.
I try to think of how I would feel in it.
Just don't tell me you got to get it on company time. Don't give me the old Shaq line.
Yeah, well, don't do
that. Yeah, don't do that.
Like, if you got to do what you got to do,
you've already taken your bandage off. We already saw your finger fall that way. Like it's cool.
Like we understand. Just don't be a jerk about it. You know what I mean? And but I would understand. Like I watched that game last night, and the players might have been perfectly fine with it. I have no idea, but I was like, we gotta go through this for another 2.5 months.
Yeah.
Like, how locked in is he? How distracting is it for everybody else? That's if he's going to be traded. Like now we're assuming, but we got a feeling that it is over. So look, we're just playing out the string. He's trying to one last dance, get us one last playoff appearance before you leave. Like,
A
what are we
trade
doing?
in the offseason is inevitable. That's a quote from Sean.
And that lines up once again. I know people in the chat, oh, just your opinion. Yeah, it is my opinion. That's all it is. But it lines up with multiple people saying he's leaving at least a couple months ago.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They've been saying he's leaving.
Look, if we're being honest, I think you said this earlier. We're the only dumbasses who said he wasn't.
That's it. And people asked me on Tuesday morning, what do you think Fox is going to do? I think he's going to stay. That's what I said. They looked at me, I think he's leaving. And like you said, I've been the only one, it feels like, to say, nah, I think he's going to stay.
He's not staying.
No.
I don't think you can win with that too. With a group of
So
people knowing like
here's-
the inevitable, like this isn't the group here. We all know this.
Here's the truly uncomfortable part about all of this is because you can be frustrated with Monty and Wes, whoever the hell else in that front group makes decisions. You could be frustrated with them, and it's all 100% valid. But if you remove your frustrations and emotions and all of that stuff, you've got to ask yourself another question. Can you win with De'Aaron Fox? Because De'Aaron is here. I don't know if is he a top 10 scorer right now?
Might be like 12 now.
So 26, 25
I think
points
it's
per
down
game?
to 22, 23, something like
Fine.
that. now.
So 24 and 23 team. So even if we're going to blame Mike Brown for the first 30 games, okay, it's Mike Brown's fault. De'Aaron Fox was still here. Mike was here when he scored 60, when he scored 49. Now, there were a number of other guys that weren't there when he did that, but still, we can blame it all on Mike if we want to, or as TC would say, we could have a real conversation with ourselves about how far you can go with De'Aaron Fox as the man. And part of the reason I think he's going to be so successful in San Antonio, I'm projecting if he winds up in San Antonio, is because he's not the man. He's not even close. He is very, very clearly the number 2 guy there. And he will never be questioned about being the guy in San Antonio. That will be great for him. He can go be De'Aaron Fox. He can probably make all-star teams by not caring about all-star. He can not care about anything. He can be in San Antonio with his crew and be very, very happy, and he'll be a great basketball player. And the wins and the losses and the success of that franchise will not sit on his shoulders. It'll sit on Victor's.
Well, that's the thing too. Like you fired Mike Brown, the team went 11-5, 11-6 since. Like they were winning, but we're still here. Like it's just
Because it's
just not
not about winning.
Exactly.
It's not what it's about.
His mind's, in my opinion, his mind's been made up.
And the perfect out, you needed a window to open. Yep, and the Kings gave it to him. You needed the door to be open.
They handed it to him. Rich was probably like, "This is what we've been waiting for."
You wanted to break up with your girl, but you didn't want to do it until you got into a fight.
Yeah.
And then you got into the fight, and all of a sudden, it's over. Wait, what?
Who are you? Who's texting you? It's my cousin. No, it's not. I'm out of here.
And
the
that's
oldest
it.
trick in the playbook, and we fell for it.
Yep. Door was open. You broke up with her, or him, or whoever.
That's it.
That's all they needed.
That's it, man. So I just, that's a legit question that you got to ask. And once again, I think I have, because I think you've started to feel different as of late. People would ask these questions to me, and I'd be like, "Nah, I think you can. I think you can win with them. I think you can." And I got to admit, I was saying that hoping, really. I wasn't sure. I think you can. People would ask me, "Can you win with?" I think you can.
We were told directly from people who you can't. Like people who work in the league, you can't win with them. You're not going to win.
Being a number one.
You're going to get your feelings hurt. I told them they were right. You win.
If he's here, like, what is the goal at the end of the season? Are we just looking forward to the end of this so we can move on and kind of shake this core up? Like, can you focus?
No, this team
truly
needs
on
to find
playoffs?
a way to win games.
I know that, but like, can you truly focus on that, knowing like this is all going to be broken up by the time it's over? Like that's not that to me. That's not sustainable.
think
that's
you
not
can.
functional. That doesn't work. That's dysfunctional to me.
No, it is. It is. But that's and hey, sorry, Doug. This sucks, bro. I'm very sorry.
Like, I'm not even sure you get out to play in that way.
This is your chance to be a head coach, but you're going to have to pull everyone in and say, look, put it aside, man. We have to win games. You're a professional. You're a professional. You're a professional. I'm a professional. We've got to find a way to win games together. Whatever happens with you this offseason, whatever happens with any of us this offseason, we've got to find a way to go out there and win games. Took y'all up to the beam and said you're the light in the city. Nothing has changed. Fox is here for, I don't even know who the second home game is against. Whoever it is. Pelicans. Fine. He's going to, doesn't matter. He'll get a massive pop if he's here. Mm-hmm. No one's going to turn their back on him. Play, win, do what we've been doing for the better part of the last 16 games. It sucks that his mind cannot be focused strictly on winning basketball, but Doug is getting a full-on NBA treatment in his first 20 games as a head coach. And they've got to he's got to find a way to get them to respond to him again.
That's only possible, I think, if they add a Cam Johnson or something like that. Because I think if you run it back and this is the roster at this point, then you've got two guys you probably don't even want to be on the team at this point.
You gotta.
That's not like I think
again. You get through Thursday, nothing is done. Whether De'Aaron or not, I don't know what you need Wes and Monty for the rest of. Just fire them.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Lord knows they're not giving press conferences. No, Lord knows they're not answering questions. They're certainly not getting deals done. Fire them. We'll come back. I'm never being allowed back into the Golden One Center.
They go. Somebody gonna get like LeBron got the ref.
Hey,
you come in,
hey, James, tell him I'm coming on Wednesday. Yeah, about that. We'll
buy a
come back.
ticket?
Actually, I got a ticket for next Friday, next Wednesday's game. We'll come back. I got the Tapia seats. It's a big deal. Yeah, it's a big deal.
What the hell's going? When they become my seats and not his?
Why would they be mine?
Well, because they're way too far for him to be sitting at.
I got you.
And you were the last one there.
Yeah. Those are fine seats, by the way.
And you didn't even have to go with Aaron. We had to go with Aaron only for him to go, all right, I'll see you at halftime with like 10 minutes left in the first quarter. We'll come back. Matt George is going to join us in about a half hour. He's going to cook. Mm-hmm. He's got some things he wants to talk about. So Matt George is on the way. Your phone calls as well. Steeler and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. No, I don't think so, Will. Yep, I'm gonna pull up like the Outsiders did, pointing at the ticket. Oh, I got a ticket. No, fuck that dude forever. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Yeah, we just mentioned that good kid. Like it's fair to be worried about it, sure. It's fair to be worried about that. Yeah, I mean that's a rabbit hole, man. I don't know. I don't think everybody asked out, but DeMar might. I mean, but it would. I think the better question is, Ham, if we trade Fox and the trade sucks, then does that happen? You can do well with this, in my opinion. You can do well. Yeah, but whose side is he on? Good question. Good question.
Dan Orlovsky's a weird dude.
Yes, he is.
You see Ryan Clark post the video of him eating a Reese's cup? He just eats around it. Doesn't eat the peanut butter. He eats around it. And spits out like a bird.
All right, that's got to be a work.
I'd hope, but like he kind of does the weird food stuff. Like he eats chicken, no seasoning, all that. He's just a weird guy.
Pull up the DeRozan clip.
Drew down. I forgot about that.
Oh, he sure did, man. He sure did.
Chill out, Tyler. There's nothing wrong with eggs and no salt.
I don't know about that.
You too, Davis.
Let me tell you something. I used to go with a girl about your age. I try to please her Peppy all the time. Went out my way to please her Peppy. I come in one day, I said, nice weather we have. So you can't say that. You can't say that, it might rain. I said, nice tie you got on. So you can't say that. My wife trying to choke me with it. Point I'm trying to tell you, son, is be yourself. People don't like how you be yourself.
There you go, Ham. There you go.
Fuck them up against the wall. Wear handcuffs on. We're crazy doing this. That's all you do.
I love this. I love that scene.
Ricardo's Breakfast of Champions right here.
I love that scene so much.
R.I.P. Bernie Mac. That's right.
That's such a great clip to Mark post. So good. So good.
I wonder what it means.
I think it means F them.
Go be you, dear.
Who, though?
Everybody. Okay. Or it could mean the Kings.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was trying to
Could mean KC.
Well, I don't know why. I don't know why I got thrown in there, Fox.
Well, it's like when Shohei Ohtani
DeMar
gets thrown into the
DeMar projecting for Fox.
It's like when you throw people into the drink videos or whatever when you beat a team from their city. Shohei Ohtani didn't play for the Lakers, but he's here.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
We got prize picks.
We do have prize picks. I took an L last night, man. Took an L. DeMar, he didn't give me the 21. I said he was going to get more. It was just a rough night for your boy. I got Maxey, you know what I mean? But that was less, but it was a winning effort for the Sixers, so I wasn't happy. But that's not going to stop me. I'm about to put out another lineup tonight. I got to shift through it. I got to see what I want to do. I might even include some college players because you can do that as well. But I'm going to put out another lineup tonight. We're going to try and get back on the good foot. And it's going to set me up for the big game because they got a big-time play for the big game. Patrick Mahomes, half a yard passing. That's it. You win it.
1 yard, 1 win.
That's
Simple
it.
as that.
You need that right there, and you're in there. Then I just need a couple more that, I'll probably get because I don't even have to win them all. I got the flex play. I can win 3 or 4 and still get some money, 3 or 5 and still get some money. So that's the great thing about Prize Picks. So you've got the Patrick Mahomes play coming up as well, but we still going to be cooking. Got to be present in certain states, though. And also, when you do it, put the promo code KIFM.
When you do what?
When you download the app, put the promo code KIFM. You get $50 instantly on your first $5 lineup. All you got to do is put in the promo code. You don't have to win or anything. Just put the promo code KIFM in, and you win $50 instantly. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks, run your game.
And this is where to get you because you don't win $50, but you get $50 of promo money.
You do.
And you get to play it. And if you're smart and you listen to old D-Lo and KC, you'll never play off your real money again.
No, sir. Because bean money be hitting more times.
Because y'all know I'm cheap. I'm not gambling. I have been living off of my promo money the entire run of Prize Picks.
That means you cooking.
Oh, I'm at like 250. And that was after a bad weekend. That was after. You know what's funny? I didn't know you could adjust the amount that you bet. It defaulted to $20, and I just thought, oh,
that's
crap.
That's nothing.
You got to. That's nothing. Not what I was like. All right, but I won my first bet. I was like, oh, okay. And then oh man, and I think you sent a screenshot of something, and it showed like that you bet like $5 or something. I was like, how do you do that? And I'm like pressing, but this is why I don't gamble. I'm too stupid to do it.
That's hilarious. Just
I didn't know.
Let me spend the big bucks.
Well, it wasn't my money. It was promo money. That's
why this guy cooking.
Well,
because that $5 that was going to give me $40 would
got me 100. Now made me think I'm invisible. Invincible. Jesus Christ. I told my doctor I think I have the cognitive issues, and he just kind of ignored me. I was like, I think there's something wrong with me.
What did he say?
He was like, there's nothing wrong with you.
Oh yeah.
I was like, no, I think there is. He's
what
like,
do you think is wrong with you?
I don't know, dude. Something's wrong with me. Like
You want us to diagnose you right now?
I don't think you do. I don't think anyone wants that. There is something wrong with me, and I can't get a doctor to tell me what it is. And I have a great doctor. I've only seen him twice. I've only been to the doctor twice in 20 years. But he was like, dude, there's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with your cognitive issues. You talk a lot. Your brain is constantly working. You probably work too much. Your coworkers stress you out.
Relax, doc. Maybe you're a little wrong on that.
And
the hell are
you know? Yeah, doctor.
Who'd you say was on the line? You said it was Angus?
Yeah, Angus.
Let's get to our man Angus here. 916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk line. Angus, what's happening, baby?
What's up, D-Lo and KC? I'm back again. Was on there yesterday. You don't have to go back to back.
Love it. Love it.
Yes, sir.
Man, I just want to say that maybe Fox, like, he's doing that Giannis thing back in 2023 where he's basically threatening the organization saying, hey, if you don't make any win now moves, I'm not going to sign. And but the main difference is that Fox helped them get DeMar, but typically after helping DeMar come to Sacramento, he would sign the contract extension, but that's not what happened. So it makes me think that there's something larger at play to all this.
Okay, a couple things there. One, and I'm so sorry, De'Aaron Fox is not Giannis Antetokounmpo. With all due respect, he's not. Two, so we played the clip of DeMar earlier talking about, I came here, it was, Malik, De'Aaron, and Domas. Obviously, De'Aaron's presence here, being on the Sacramento Kings, influenced DeMar DeRozan to want to come play here. But let's point out two things. I can give you a firsthand account. De'Aaron did not recruit DeMar DeRozan here. De'Aaron met with DeMar when DeMar was in Sacramento. Their first conversation took place after DeMar was already scheduled to come to Sacramento. So the night before, I believe, was the first time they talked. He had already, he being DeMar, had already talked to Malik. He had already talked to Mike. He did not talk to De'Aaron Fox yet. So I would really stop short of saying De'Aaron recruited DeMar here. He didn't. It doesn't mean he didn't want him here,
right?
But he didn't recruit him here. He was certainly part of the reason that he came. But and then there's the fact that yes, DeMar had his choice of teams, Miami and Los Angeles. He also had his choice of a couple of $1 million here, a couple of $1 million there, and 20 some odd $1 million in Sacramento. I wanted DeMar DeRozan here. I think DeMar DeRozan in Sacramento is fantastic. Let's call it what it is. It wasn't 20 million from Los Angeles, 20 million from Miami, 20 million from Sacramento. It was borderline league minimum over here, slightly more than league minimum over here, and then 20 and some change per for a couple of years and a partially guaranteed final year here in Sacramento. We don't have to pretend like money isn't a factor in these things. It's okay. That's the reason what's the stupid ass line we all hate? Flexibility, flexibility that Monty used to say.
Yeah.
This is why you have it. It's to sign guys like DeMar DeRozan, and it worked. So, like, to do this, he came here to play with De'Aaron. Like, no, he didn't. Was De'Aaron a factor? Yeah, absolutely he was. But De'Aaron did not recruit DeMar DeRozan here. He absolutely did not. I'd argue Malik was more instrumental in recruiting DeMar DeRozan here than anything else. I'd put the money first. The makeup of the team next. And then, maybe his individual conversations with DeMar and Mike. One of those he probably wished he never had. And it's not Malik.
Him and Sasha.
Man.
But I mean, and I don't feel like De'Aaron, like we want these guys to like go recruit players and stuff like that. I've always been I guess it's part of the territory, it's part of the game, but De'Aaron doesn't have to recruit anybody here. I always believed, or any star player. You know what I mean? That's what happens from time to time. And if DeMar called, or if Monty said, "Hey, it might help if you gave him a call," all right, do it. But he doesn't have to do it. And when DeMar got here, they had a conversation. They maybe had lunch or something like that. That's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. I didn't. We're just talking about what actually happened. Not saying it's right or wrong. Like, not saying he didn't do enough or didn't. That's not what it is. It's just, this is just what.
But that's what happened.
Yeah,
that's what happened. Matt George is going to join us coming up in about 15 minutes or so, and he wants to cook. He's got some things he's want to talk about. We'll bring Matt on. We'll get the hell out of his way. Let him say what he has to say, and we'll have a conversation about it. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. We welcome those listening on the Odyssey app on 1320 AM. And shout out to those that are actually able to listen on 98.5 FM HD2. We don't know if you are, but.
So what's going on there? Let me clarify that a little bit. Radio's fine.
Okay.
Where that thing plays is on the TuneIn app.
The TuneIn app.
I tried it again today.
But it plays fine on the radio.
Radio's perfectly fine.
Got it.
But like if you're out of town.
Why does that happen on the TuneIn app?
If you're out of town, you need that in the car to play.
TuneIn appears to be playing a doctor. Yeah.
And it's like some lady like her podcast.
Yes, that's what it is. A lady's podcast is playing.
Yeah. And it's on there. Radio's good. Radio's good.
Okay.
So we just got to get that.
Thank you to the radio. We are a radio show for those that are unclear. We have a lot of new viewers, a lot of new listeners.
Love your podcast.
Yes, no, this is a terrific podcast, but it's also a really, really good radio show.
The funny thing about that is, do they listen to the podcast?
I haven't looked at podcast numbers in an eternity. I have no idea. I feel like people say podcast. I feel like maybe they watch on YouTube.
Right.
And, you watch us. You watch your Kings content, right? D-Lo and KC, Deuce and Mo, Locked on Kings, Kings Beat. All podcasts.
They just throw us in there.
Just ignore the two station logos in the right-hand corner of the screen, and we'll keep it moving.
Well, we appreciate you either way.
Is podcast just like one of those general, like, just used for everything now?
It might just be a term.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be a term. Like podcast long. I enjoy it's because it's easier to say than I enjoy your long form talking. We also do radio differently. No one does radio like us.
That's facts.
We
are the FX of radio stations.
Well, there's that.
Yeah.
You laugh. That's real, bro. I'm trying to make us the FX of radio stations.
It's crazy. It's crazy that everything flies on FX.
Yeah, well,
think about what flies here besides the other stations.
Well, it's not just that, but it's also like we don't go. It's 3:00 here on the dot. It's 57 degrees outside. Traffic there on the 65. Of course, there's traffic on the 65 every time you get on the 65. If you're just tuning in, the Sacramento Kings may trade De'Aaron Fox, and you're just regurgitating the same nonsense over and over and over again. Colin Cowherd, I have a new audience every 11 minutes. Bro, will you please shut the hell up? Even you know that line is BS here at this point because that's not how people consume content anymore. It's amazing that Cowherd will be. I hate when I get my hair cut because I have to look at that idiot for 45 straight minutes. But I hate that he will tell you, oh, viewing habits are different on television. They don't want 2-hour basketball games anymore. Yes, Adam, cut the quarters to 10 minutes. That is a brilliant decision. Meanwhile, your stupid ass is still playing this 11-minute new audience thing, but your television show does what we do, and it goes for 28 minutes uninterrupted. Now, why do you do that? Right. The same reason we do. Mm-hmm. Your producers are smart. Mm-hmm. But he talks to us like we're stupid. I'm going to punch him, dude. I would never. I would never. But I'd love to. I'd also like for someone to comb his hair. Sir, you're on television every day.
Would you?
Look, now Map 1 wants to know how Business 80 is. It's probably bad.
Al's Business 80. Would you be surprised if you came across Colin Cowherd, like we were all at a dinner? It's like, oh, he's actually a nice guy.
Oh, I don't think he's a mean individual. I think he's full of crap. I think he is absolutely full of crap, and he talks to everyone. He thinks everyone who watches him is stupid.
He said it as much too. Not that, but he's like, yeah, like you can say whatever.
He says,
He say whatever.
What did he say? I don't have to be right. I have to be entertaining. Okay. Now there's an element to what we do where you have to be correct. When you're talking about numbers, when you're talking about a skill set, when you're talking about history, like you have to be accurate. Your takes, and I hate that term, your opinions can be entertaining, but it's been around so long, people see through that stuff. Oh, he's podding. He's not being serious.
Right.
He can't possibly be serious in what he's saying.
He's just talking.
That's what it is.
And then he'll get up on the set the next day and say the exact opposite.
He says the most ridiculous things that he tries to make sound factual that are based in something he made up in his head.
I'm almost positive that guy's switched up opinions on the same show before.
I'm
not even joking. I'm being serious.
Almost certainly has.
Yeah.
And he doesn't expect anyone to remember it.
But it's true because he keeps getting the bag too.
And he does, and he's about to get another one. Salute.
He's got his own podcast now.
Hey, I'll go treat people like they're idiots if it'll get me $10 million per year. And that's the frustrating thing. And this isn't a Cowherd thing because Cowherd would never talk about something like this unless it was LeBron James or the Los Angeles Lakers or the Dallas Cowboys. But that's the frustrating model. That's the precedent that has been set in sports media. And it's why this show started the way that it did. It's why I'm tweeting at 6:30 a.m. We're getting tagged in this clip about De'Aaron Fox's list of teams. Like, De'Aaron Fox does not have a list of teams. You're getting, like, again, everybody out there earning their money, like doing their thing. But I can confirm Sham's report. De'Aaron Fox wants out in Sacramento. Like, bruh, I don't need you to confirm it. Who are you? You don't cover the Sacramento Kings. You don't cover the San Antonio Spurs. Why am I coming to you for confirmation on this? So you're putting that out there and then telling everybody something that is just categorically false. There is no list of teams. The Sacramento Kings have not been presented with a list of teams by De'Aaron Fox, Rich Paul, or Clutch Sports. And then the first sign he didn't want to be there was not signing that contract extension. KC has outlined 3 different things that you could look back at and go, maybe that was a sign he didn't want to be here. The contract refusal is not one of them. You don't sign that contract. It's 3 years for $160 or whatever it is. Waiting until the offseason makes it 4 years and $230. I always forget the stupid numbers.
I think it was like 230 something.
All NBA or 218. I feel like James said that earlier. All NBA, it becomes 290. Okay. Or all NBA becomes 300 something. With Sacramento, it becomes 290. It's he can wait a year or a season. That's it. It wasn't a sign. Again, Breadcrumbs podcast. You can follow them. Private conversations. We just didn't listen. It was there. We just didn't listen.
That's it.
But it didn't start with the refusal of the contract, which is why stuff like Andre Iguodala is so damaging. You helped put that rule in place. And now you got people think Sacramento Kings are out here crazy for trading Tyrese Halliburton and keeping De'Aaron Fox. Oh, and De'Aaron don't want to be here. Oh, makes the face at the camera. Iggy, dog.
You of all people should know.
You helped pass that rule. Whatever, man. Like it's the Sacramento. People talk about, is Sacramento tax real? Yes. And it's called the stupid tax. They think everything associated with this city and this organization is stupid. They think we're all a bunch of bumbling idiots. They still live in the 20-year-old line of Cowtown. That's what we live with.
Just because we didn't get a Fridays in Natomas.
That ruined everything. You talk about signs and breadcrumbs. Sacramento was never going to recover after that TGI Fridays wasn't built.
We're going to get a time.
That sign was there for years.
We're going to get a time machine. The only thing we'll do to go back, Casey, make sure the Fridays gets built.
I should
Whatever
sue.
you do, make sure the Fridays gets built.
I should sue that stupid ass condo I bought in Natomas. Oh, I bought it because they had that sign out there. Fridays coming soon.
If that Fridays would have been built, they would have never left Sacramento.
Chris Webber built a restaurant before that Fridays was built. Lost the restaurant. Turned it in. I don't even know what it is anymore. Buffalo Wild Wings?
Buffalo Wild Wings, yep. Yeah.
They built a Target across the street from the Walmart before the Fridays was built.
Ashley Furniture's over there. They did. It's a whole city over
and
there.
you still
Everything's
shouldn't
good.
be in the Walmart parking lot. That hasn't changed. It's amazing. You are literally on the wrong side of town if you're at Walmart instead
It
of
is
Target.
Two different places.
Two very different places. Got the city's worst movie theater there.
Facts.
I saw a few movies there though. It's all right.
It's not.
I mean, I didn't say it's good. I just said it's all right.
How was it going back to the 1990s?
Literally showing Creed 3 in standard definition.
I think I saw Black Panther there.
Oh, that's a goddamn shame. That's funny. I think I saw Black Panther.
Somebody said
I did the Black Panther premiere. Oh no, I saw it at
I
Century.
took Crystal to the movies there one time, not even knowing what it was. At least I'm
Oh,
sorry.
man, you
I said
can't
I'm
go
sorry.
there.
Now,
go there.
what was really bad was like, I mean, no disrespect, but going to that Hooters, that was
Everything with what you just said is wrong. Everything.
Finish your story though.
No, please don't.
Well, no, I'm not even talking about the people. I'm talking. I used to go to the Hooters in Long Beach to watch the Niners game because I didn't have league
Sure you
pass.
did.
Well, I didn't have
They got
league
good
pass.
shrimp po' boy there.
And that was the only place that
Shrimp
showed the
po' boy
game.
was
See?
I mean, it was easy. to
Okay,
get-
stop.
What?
Stop. Both of you stop right
What?
now. I ate there one time ever. It was when it opened at Arden by the old 102.5 radio station. That food is disgusting.
Did you have a shrimp po' boy?
That food is disgusting.
Did you have a shrimp po' boy?
I'm not ordering shrimp from a place called Hooters.
It was good. It was fine. But the whole point was that Hooters in Long Beach was like
We're getting canceled.
The design
This is great. This is great.
the
We're getting
design of
canceled
the
because
place
Kenny
was
had to
good.
watch a football game at
I get
Hooters.
the name today's show. I'm not ordering shrimp from Hooters.
I went to the one over on Natomas. They didn't even have plasma TVs.
They had
This
big
was
screens?
2013.
That big screen still or what?
No, they just had TVs.
Oh, that's tough.
I said, man, I thought they were all created equally. I ain't never coming back over here. And I hadn't.
That kind of got away from us.
I could have went to that Applebee's.
Nothing wrong with Applebee's.
Nothing wrong with Applebee's.
I can't remember. I think I ate at Applebee's at Hip Hop Made the Bay when I had to drive to San Francisco. The charging station, there was a Target, and I think I went to Applebee's. It was actually delightful.
Applebee's is fine.
It was delicious.
See,
They still have a Fridays in the Bay Area too.
the new spot is Chili's though.
The new
Yes.
spot.
She is not welcome at this Chili's anymore.
See, I
No,
no,
you
no,
got-
no,
You ain't been there.
Boo!
You ain't been there. You ain't been to that. You ain't get to that episode. You'll get there in 2 years.
you little 3 for 10
Chili's-
at Chili's. You have a good time.
The new spot though, Chili's been the spot. the Texas cheese fries. Come on now. I might go. Get
You know,
some
Michael
those
takes
tonight.
Jim to Hooters.
Oh, to cheer him up, yeah.
Yeah, to cheer him up.
Yeah.
Who's Jim again? Oh no,
Wow.
I got
God bless it.
Even when we try to throw you an alley,
We throw you a lob.
Yeah,
and
I got it. I remember Jim now.
DeMar against the Nuggets just drops the ball. Did anyone ever consider maybe this is why De'Aaron's leaving?
Gonna go somewhere serious where they talk real
yeah,
basketball.
like, hey, let me tune into Sacramento Sports Leader to see what they're doing, and it's this.
No, I get to go.
Has anyone once considered De'Aaron is leaving because of this
game today? We all go to the dinner table. What'd you guys talk about? Oh, De'Aaron Fox and Hooters. That's what we did at work today, fellas.
Shout out to my girl Joanne. She was the manager there. She always make sure we had like the best seat to watch the Niners game. Me and my boy
at Hooters?
Yeah, it was a.
So you were a regular visitor at Hooters.
In all seriousness, like it was a very fine establishment. Like it was all good there. And I wasn't.
Don't look at me, bro. Come on his side. Hooters is not that bad.
Yeah, it was fine. And the one in Natomas is bad. The one that I was going to was fire. The one at the Pike in Long Beach was fire. It was fire. And my girl Joanne, she was the manager there. She always made sure we had good seats. We was good to go. They took care of us over there. Me and Jazz would go with me to watch the games.
Where do you go that you don't have VIP access?
I didn't say I had VIP.
What did you just say?
I said she made sure we had a good table.
What is that?
That doesn't mean it's VIP.
Did anyone else that walked in, were they taken care of in that manner?
I don't know. I didn't
Because
pay
they
attention.
weren't a what? A very important person. KC been running games
I didn't
since
say
forever.
they weren't.
No,
I
that's
don't
true.
know.
Like having the corner table at Hooters, that's big time.
Having a VIP treatment at Hooters is incredible.
Yeah.
This is okay.
I even think it's specific to that location.
So what happens first? We get canceled or De'Aaron gets traded?
Oh, we're never getting. If we didn't get canceled before, what's never happening? De'Aaron's getting traded.
Well, all right. Matt George is going to join us next. He's got a lot to say. He'll be with us here on Sacramento Sports Leader. Jesus. ESPN 1320. I love this. The two still shots that Lazy grabbed for the cover art it's just us screaming. It's just
Same
we're yelling.
face, yeah.
We're just yelling. I'm gonna tell you like the just fucking egotistical line. I wasn't sure I liked this outfit until I saw it on TV. Then I was like, this bitch is fire. It's so cold. Oh, so cold. Jake and Brandon will tell you. Jake was like, that's really nice. I was like, man, I wasn't sure, but thanks, man. We got into the studio and they all right, Dilo, look at camera 3. They put camera 3 in front of me. I was like, God damn. Woohoo! Look good. What's up, Matty?
Hey everybody. How's it going,
man?
I'm good. Hey, I apologize ahead of time if I frequently look down at my phone during this. So I'm not ignoring you guys, I promise.
It's all good. It's all good.
I'm sure you guys know the deal. Anybody else's thumbs hurt from all the refreshing and all the texting?
No.
No? Oh,
No.
well, I guess my thumbs suck.
Well, you're more important.
That's not even remotely true. I ain't the one breaking stuff.
Well, no, we're not either. You know, it's Shams. It's not real until Shams tweets it. Even though that did bring a sense of relief. It's not real until Shams tweets it.
I believe that.
Oh man, I'm anxious to hear what you got to say, man. This will be fun. I'm behind.
I'm anxious to hear what I have to say.
I didn't get to watch last night's pod or last night, today's, whichever. I didn't get to watch it yet.
It's okay. It was sad.
I'm still old school. I go with the podcast. I don't go to the video for whatever reason.
I normally watch Matt and Deuce and Mo when I wake up, and sometimes I'll put on Matt's podcast when I'm walking. What is this?
John, I see you in the chat. Is my connection bad? Because I've been having internet issues for like 3 days. Is it bad?
No, you're good. You're clear.
I'm okay. All right.
Have you ever seen James Ham on this show? You look great.
I don't know. I'm like about to go to war with my internet provider.
I don't. This people seem to be really excited about whatever this Golden One post is. I don't know who this young lady is.
New show.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't. Laney. Laney is. I don't know who that is. Yeah.
Not familiar with her game.
Okay, pipe down, can you?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, that boy Russ is cold. That's a nice outfit right there.
The Kings reportedly covet Stephon Castle, but there is doubt around the league that the Spurs will actually include him in a trade, per Sam Amick.
Oh, it's unfortunate. Daily Sabonis said thought this was the Undertaker. That's funny. That's funny. He's better than what I thought. I thought it was Beyonce, but I was like, there's no way she's going to be at the Golden One Center. Yeah, I'm with Asian Dragon Lord. No Castle, no Fox.
Sounds like a record.
The reserves are at 3:30. All Star. They get announced.
Is it? I thought it was 4 too.
3:30.
I'll mess with the TV here, and it's mission impossible to change the station. So I'll see if I can find.
I saw someone in the chat say I saw another tweet. So that's what
I have as little of expectations as I could possibly have about All-Star Reserve.
Right. Yeah, right.
Last year I was ready to be hurt. This year I don't care enough to be.
No, last year I was pretty stunned. Because last year it was like both of them should have a shot, and neither one made it.
Well, Sabonis should have made it.
We're coming back, Matt. I have been excited for this conversation for a couple of days here. Our buddy Matt George of the Locked On Kings podcast and ABC 10 kind enough to join us here. Matt, I know you got plenty to say. I'm going to get out your way, let you cook, and we'll have a conversation here.
Well, the first thing I want to say before I dive into what I kind of put together for a podcast and decided, you know what, this is good for D-Lo and KC. The first thing I want to say is I'm proud of y'all, like both of you, genuinely. For this is a crazy week here in Sacramento, and I'm just not just proud of the two of you. I'm proud of local journalism. I'm proud of Sacramento media members being all over this and doing their homework and ears to the ground, feet to the ground. All of us are technically quote unquote competition, but local media is so important. And trust me, working in the news scene, local media is under constant attack or constant cuts and hemorrhaging and less important. And I know national media, those people are incredible at what they do, unless they're talking about the Sacramento Kings because they don't usually watch. But I was just very, very proud and I was really excited by how you guys and Chris Biederman in Philadelphia and just go down the list of local media that has killed it this week. So I definitely wanted to say that. And of course it starts with you guys. So let me get that. I'll get that off my chest first because I'm proud of y'all.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
But for the real
we are great. Just for the record, we are amazing.
For the real meat and potatoes of what I wanted to get to, I think most people know kind of how I feel about this Fox situation. I think losing De'Aaron Fox is not a disaster for this organization by any means. There are 100% routes that the Kings could go on in trading De'Aaron Fox that ultimately in the long run makes the Sacramento Kings better. So I don't think it's doom and gloom, end of the world if De'Aaron Fox is gone. And at this point in time, it just seems like it is, right? It just seems like it's happening. But De'Aaron Fox here, De'Aaron Fox gone, Mike Brown here, Mike Brown gone, Doug Christie doing what Doug Christie's doing. Ultimately, the problem to me is still here. And the problem to me is this Sacramento Kings front office. And I put together kind of a case against the Kings front office. And as I was like writing this and jotting down bullet points of everything that has happened really over the last 2 years, it just dawned on me, man, this is like, it was almost masked dysfunction because the team was at least sort of kind of fun and good and competing again. But I mean, you start from the very top. Now, I don't necessarily blame Monte McNair and Wes Wilcox for this. This is a Vivek Ranadive and ownership issue. But stability in an organization requires a clear understanding of roles and responsibilities, right? And we don't understand. We don't know. It is not clear at all who handles what in this front office, right? But one thing has been made, I think, perfectly clear, that your general manager, your main guy, if we're doing like The Rock, the final boss in the front office, Monte McNair, is not always the one making the decisions, is not always the one making the moves. It's Wes Wilcox was on the phone with this guy, or maybe Monty was involved with this guy. And I understand you have a front office team to bounce ideas off of each other, but ultimately they're supposed to fall under one general manager who makes the move, makes the call, and leads the charge. And it is a clear and obvious question if Monty is that guy and has been that guy and continues to be that guy with Wes Wilcox being here. And then you go through the last 2 years, right? And I'll try and make this as fast as I possibly can. But after making the playoffs, you went 2 years without addressing the fact that you're undersized at every position. And it was a problem that we knew existed even during the good times. When the Kings were in the playoffs, Beam Team 1, we knew, okay, this is fun. This team is scoring a lot of points. They suck defensively. They're undersized at almost every single position. You let two trade deadlines go past without doing anything while teams around you got better and acquired players that you could have used. The Mavs got PJ Washington and Daniel Gafford. The Suns got Royce O'Neal. The Pacers got Pascal Siakam. Now, I know the Kings were in the hunt for Pascal Siakam, but this is a results league. You didn't get the job done. You had your reasons why. The Pacers did. Look at the run they went on. The Knicks got OG Anunoby. The Knicks also got Josh Hart if you're going back to 2023, right? You have your unanimous coach of the year who, in my opinion, knows a whole hell of a lot more and has a whole hell of a lot more experience about winning titles and actually being successful in this league. And he's telling you what you need to win. He's telling you we need defense. We need to be, we need better defenders. We need these types of players. And the best that he got was Kessler Edwards and Jaden McDaniels, KZ Okpala. These were the best versions of the players outside of Keegan Murray that you gave him for what he was looking for. You sat on your hands at the deadline 2 years in a row. And then when you spoke to the media, you being Monte McNair, he spoke out opposite of what Mike Brown was saying, right? He talked about our offense has to be better. It's our offense. Our offense should just be better. And lo and behold, what happened last season? The Kings got eliminated from the play-in because they lost 6 times to a team that directly pointed out your issues, directly pointed out your weakness, size, length, athleticism. You faced a team 6 times in one season that had that when you've been told and you know that you have that issue and you failed to address it and you got eliminated from the play-in because of it. You lost to a team 6 times. So you go into another offseason and you add DeMar DeRozan, which was freaking awesome. Love that move. Do not regret that move at all. You bring back Malik Monk, which is a grand slam of a move, in my opinion, especially for the money they brought. Malik Monk is the truth here. I think we can all agree on that. But ultimately, you got smaller. I know Harrison Barnes had his issues, but you replaced a 6'8", 6'9" guy with a 6'6" guy. You got smaller. And then, for the third time in 4 drafts, you selected a point guard when your best player and the guy you just re-signed are the ones holding down that position, holding down the point guard spot, holding down primary ball handler. 3 out of 4 drafts, you went out and got a guard. On top of that, it was a dude that had to have surgery and couldn't play for the first 3 months of a win-now season. So surprise, even with better overall talent, your team still had the same issues of struggling against length and physicality while not being able to defend the 3. It didn't just magically go away because you added more talent and more offensive ability. the only true forward that you have on this roster, regressed this season offensively because he is the franchise's lone defender against any forward that your opponent has. And on top of that, he even takes primary defensive responsibilities against top guards like Steph Curry when he has to. So before addressing this lingering problem that's been around for years, that your coach, your eyes, the numbers, analytics are all saying exist, you fired your coach and made him take the fall for it. Then you hide like a coward. You don't address questions. You don't take questions on this the situation. You don't explain, one, why you made the decision. Even when Doug Christie's winning games for you, you don't explain why you made that decision. You do this canned interview that was, I thought, ridiculous. And you also didn't explain why you fired Mike Brown in one of the most disrespectful ways you could possibly do it. You hide. You don't do it, and instead you push, or you allow, rather. They didn't shove Fox in front of the media, but they allowed Fox to be the one to answer questions time and time again. They allowed Fox to wear the responsibility and be blamed for getting the coach fired that he was one of the few in the organization that was actually supporting. He was one of the guys that helped Mike Brown get that extension last summer that the Sacramento Kings, or that this Kings front office, like they do with a lot of things, dragged their feet on until they got publicly almost shamed into getting that deal done. So while you're going through this period of actively negotiating with Rich Paul, Clutch Sports, and De'Aaron Fox to try and keep the star around long-term, or at least exploring it, it's not a done deal yet. And you know your owner wants to keep Fox here. You let him go out and you let him wear all those responsibilities. Now you've continued to drag your feet and not get deals done to improve the roster when your interim head coach was working magic and quite literally, one, buying you time, and two, saving your ass. Like, I think Doug Christie was saving Monte McNair and Wes Wilcox. I thought things were going to completely fall apart. Doug Christie righted this ship. And I give him all the credit for it. And then, as the Insider's James Ham reported, you had a trade of John Collins done to the point where you informed players and agents that it was going to happen. You then dragged your feet again because you wanted one last chance at a Cam Johnson trade, and a week later, the trade hasn't happened. Guys, the Kings' record over the last week, from January 23rd to today, January 30th, is 1-3. You don't think they could have used John Collins over these 4 games to help them out right now? They dragged their feet. They're losing because of it. And now we get to the Fox situation, because all of this really loosely has nothing to do with Fox leaving or not. Even if De'Aaron Fox wants to leave, and it seems like that's where he's at right now, right? He wants to leave. You've basically carried his bags to the door for him. I agree that the front office didn't do anything wrong by taking a phone call about Fox, having conversations. They're in their right to do so. And I also think it's good on them to inform Clutch, inform Rich Paul, hey, we had these conversations, right? Because the last thing you want is for Fox to get wind of this from someone in some other city, and now everybody's really pissed off. So I do think the front office was trying to get out in front of it. But like I've just laid out over the last however much I've been talking, and I apologize for that, you've done more than your fair share to show Fox that this organization is not trending in a stable, positive direction. Why do you think he wants to go to the Spurs? It's not just because of Victor Wembanyama. It's because that is a organization also located in a small, comfortable market that De'Aaron Fox clearly likes. He loves Sacramento for the fact that he can go out to dinner with his family and his wife and have a great time and not be hounded. He does not like the celebrity status that Steph Curry got when he went with him to China this offseason. That's not who Fox is. So small market San Antonio provides kind of that homely atmosphere. It's close to home for him in Texas. And on top of that, he's going to an organization that is not just well coached in Greg Popovich, but has a consistent history of stability and success. It makes a lot of sense for why he would want to go to San Antonio. I put out a poll a couple of hours ago of like asking fans, like, how much faith, how much confidence do you have in this front office to actually get a deal done? How much faith and confidence do you have in the Kings to the front office to handle this trade correctly for De'Aaron Fox? And I was expecting, look, Twitter, X, it always trends negative, plus the emotions of the situation. I was thinking, yeah, this is going to be probably majority negative. So I was going to say, like, if 30% of people who respond say, I trust the front office, I actually would have counted that as a win. Guys, I'm at like almost 2,500 votes. And just shy of 90% of people don't have faith in the front office to handle this correctly. So to me, the best course of action, this is what I would do if I were advising Vivek Ranadive, which of course I'm not because who listens to me? But if I were advising Vivek Ranadive, here's what I'd tell him to do. Keep De'Aaron Fox through the rest of the season. If he wants to have surgery on his hand and shut himself down, so be it. Keep De'Aaron Fox through the rest of the season. Do whatever you got to do at this trade deadline to try and get John Collins, Cam Johnson, whatever. Keep him through the rest of the season. Fire this front office by the summer if you don't want to do it midseason. Go out, go through the hiring process, hire somebody who you trust as your new basketball decision maker. Do not hire their competition as his or her assistant, and then trust them, give them the keys and say, make the decision on De'Aaron Fox. And of course, you can, as part of the interview process, talk to him about what you would do with Fox and whatnot. But if the writing is on the wall that Fox is gone, so be it. Bring someone in that we all can hopefully have more confidence in to make this move correctly. Because at this point, I'm thinking about the organization. I'm not thinking about Fox. I'm thinking about the long-term success of the Sacramento Kings. I don't trust Monte McNair, Wes Wilcox, whichever one of them is picking up the phone and making the phone call. I don't trust them to get this deal done correctly. And if the Kings get this deal wrong, we're looking right at another really long playoff drought because stars don't grow on trees here in Sacramento. And even if the Kings get 3 or 4 first-round picks for De'Aaron Fox in a trade, I know this isn't all on Monte or Wes, but last I've checked, Sacramento has a very bad track record in getting first-round picks, even to second contracts. De'Aaron Fox is one of a few that's been able to turn into a success story here in Sacramento. And now you're facing losing him. So that's it. That's my case against the front office. Sorry to take over the show, but that's where I'm at.
They said we should have put ether under it while Matt was talking. Great stuff, Matt. Very, very well laid out. I think there's a lot there. You said something that I think is actually really, really important that we probably, it's not as relevant to the De'Aaron Fox stuff, but it does speak to the overall issues that are plaguing this franchise. And the fact that Mike talked defense, and Monte McNair came out and did some sort of separate interview or, sit down at Summer League or whatever it was and pretty much contradicted that. Mike and the front office were absolutely not aligned. And while I'm confident this is out there, and I think I know all of us are aware of this. I don't know how much it's discussed. There are players Mike said no to. There are players that Mike said he didn't want. John Collins is one of them. And I was told there was a deal in place for John Collins during the offseason. And Mike said, I don't want him. The argument was he was a low IQ player. I know Casey knows this. I think Matt does as well. We've said it on this show before. Mike did not want Brandon Ingram here. So there are times where Kings fans or us talk about, what about this player? What about this player? It's not like these guys aren't discussed in the front office. It's not like, man, these guys are so dumb. It's right there on the wall. No, there are too many cooks in the kitchen. And speaking as someone who really likes to cook, everyone close to me will tell you, this is a great metaphor. Get the hell out of my kitchen when I'm cooking. I know you're trying to help by slicing the bread. I slice the bread in a particular way. Move. I know you want to measure, the amount of ingredients that go over here in this potato salad. I do it on field. Get out of my face. When you cook, you want to be the only one in the kitchen. This organization lets everybody season. No, you want raisins in the? Go ahead, throw the raisins in there, Wes. You don't want a barbecue flavor. You want a citrus flavor. Well, throw the citrus on the barbecue. Then we'll just make it work. Too many cooks. True chefs. Get out of my kitchen. One person in the kitchen. And that's what happens when you have too many people making decisions, is no one can come together on what the right decision is. And that's why we wonder why deals always fall apart at the end. I think that's part of the reason why. I was told there is still someone in this organization. I think I know who it is. There is still someone in this organization. Shout out Darius Garland, made the All-Star team. There are still people within this organization, and we'll break the bad news to you once it's official, that don't want John Collins here. Still, right now, it's obviously Mike's not here. There's still that within the organization right now. But who is the final decision maker? I have no idea, man. No clue. And I thought that was well laid out, Matt.
Thank you. KC?
Now let's all just sit here quiet.
I'm out of breath. I feel so bad. I feel like I just took over, but
Bro, you have 45 minutes every week for a reason, and that's a reason why. You could talk as much as you want to.
But I will say this
We'll give you the All-Star announcements as they're happening. Cade Cunningham made the All-Star team.
Congratulations, man.
Deserved.
First All-Star selection.
Very much deserved.
First of many.
Casey, I'll say this too. You've said a lot this week that I have actually disagreed with in some way, but like instinctually or impulsively disagreed with, and then you've laid it out, and as you've talked about it, like I think it's really well put too, especially like the concept of like if he's gone, if he's going. This is where my perspective has changed, because at first it was like very much on Fox, kind of on Fox's side. If I were picking a side, I was on Fox's side, the belief that you've got to keep him, that the Kings were in the right. Now the perspective has to switch to the organization just has to do what's best for them. And
I'm sorry, Evan Mobley made the All-Star team.
Wow.
About right. First All-Star.
I did. I'm sorry. Cleveland's got 3 guys, right?
Yeah.
Wow, good for them. Wow, sorry. I did not. I was just gonna let the last one go. I didn't think it would be Evan Mobley.
Good for him.
Cade Cunningham, Pascal Siakam, Jaylen Brown, Darius Garland, Evan Mobley, All-Star reserves for the Eastern Conference.
To sum up what I was going to say, though, Casey, the perspective just has to change at this point now. As much as anyone loves De'Aaron Fox, the perspective just has to change now to what is best for the organization. And here's where, like, if you're going to have to be the bad guy in this situation to do what's best for the organization, at this point, just do it. Like, just do it. If it's trading Fox now, do it. But my faith and confidence in the people making that decision right now is not very high, which is why I would let it run its course throughout the rest of this year. Maybe it's delaying the inevitable, but I don't have the faith in this front office to make the right decision with this, because they're not going to have to deal with the ramifications. They'll be fired. They'll be gone. Kings fans, the organization, they're going to still be here, and they're the ones that are going to have to deal with the ramifications. So at this point, it's the focus is what's best for the organization. And I truly feel, and I felt this way after the Mike Brown firing, a clean sweep, a fresh start. That's what's best. Not to blow up the roster, but the decision makers top to bottom in this organization start there. And hopefully Doug is still around too.
Shout out Tyler Hero. He really wanted to make the All-Star team today, and he did.
Right?
Yeah, he really wanted to make it. He was like, I'm anxious. Dame Lillard is the other reserve who made it for the Eastern Conference.
That's awesome for Tyler Hero, man. He definitely deserves it, man. Definitely deserves it.
Yep.
Heck of a season. But yeah, Matt, it's just one of those things where if I'm the front office, and like I said, I don't know when they got the hunch of he was going to be leaving, but I don't think it was this week. And I think it was a little bit before that. And at some point, just like, I would, when people would ask me if Fox can be a franchise guy or if he's staying or whatever, it was kind of like, it almost felt like it was on a hope and a prayer, looking back on it. If they knew at some point that, like, hey, the only thing really keeping him here is an all-NBA possibility. If that's gone, probably going to leave. Like I said, I'm just giving a scenario. Yeah, man, they probably should have been taking calls at that point. And that's the unfortunate thing about it. And that's, where I wish they'd have a talk and like kind of get on the same page. Maybe they feel like they already have. But no vagueness. Like, let's not lie to each other. Let's not play no games. Like, do you want to be here? Are there things that realistically we can do to keep you here? Or are you already gone? And if you're already gone, let us know so we can try to move forward and do what we can as a franchise.
Well, that's where I think De'Aaron has made it clear or asked, maybe not directly in terms of asking directly in front of the media, but we don't know what goes behind closed doors. The Kings have needed the same things that De'Aaron Fox has been looking for. Now, one thing that you said multiple times, Casey, that I actually 100% agree with is like, Fox, how much more do you need? Right? You got DeRozan, you've got Sabonis, Keegan's a good, like, this starting five is really, really good and features a handful of players that Fox was involved in the decision-making of bringing in. You guys laid up how DeMar DeRozan wasn't someone that Fox like recruited, but DeRozan chose Sacramento in part to play with Fox. The Kings traded for Domantas Sabonis in part to pair Sabonis with Fox. Although one misconception that I'm seeing from a lot of people, the Kings didn't trade Tyrese Halliburton to choose Fox over Tyrese. The Kings traded Tyrese Halliburton because Tyrese's value was astronomically higher than Fox on a brand new contract when Tyrese was an exciting, high upside young player on a rookie scale deal that a team would have contractual control over for 4 to 8 years, right? That's why Tyrese Halliburton was moved. I don't think we'd ever get Monty McNair to say it directly. My gut feeling has always been, if Monty had the chance to choose to trade De'Aaron or trade the guy that was his first ever draft pick as a general manager, the guy he chose, I think he would have traded De'Aaron and chose Tyrese. Not that it's the wrong choice or whatever. I think Monty made the move that he had to move in that time, and it was a fantastic move getting Domantas Sabonis here. But to me, you still have had this lingering issue, especially with the second unit. Your starting five is clearly established. Keon Ellis has turned into something fantastic, which the front office does deserve credit for finding him in the first place. But you have clear holes, clear size issues that De'Aaron has been saying, we need to address these, because De'Aaron and Mike were very in line in what they wanted to do and how they wanted this roster to go. Mike was probably saying the things that De'Aaron was thinking too and feeling as well. And the front office repeatedly dragged their feet and failed to do it and acted surprised when nothing changed. This team is unbelievably talented. Offensively, we know they're very, very gifted. But they still have the same exact problem they had 2 years ago. And at the surface, even if the talent has improved, to say that they have the same problem over the course of 2.5 years or however long it's been that the Beam team has been around, that means you're not growing. That means you're not improving, while the rest of the West has and is.
Matthew, you laid all of this out. You kind of laid out all of why this is happening. What do you think happens now? We are 1 week from the trade deadline. The rumors of John Collins are still very much out there. The Cam Johnson story seems to have died a brutal and painful death. And now you have the De'Aaron Fox thing hovering over all of this. 7 days. Everyone is playing nice together right now. What do you think happens over the course of the next 7 days?
The scenario that I laid out of how I would advise Vivek and what I would do if I were making decisions, I don't think is happening.
Okay.
I think the writing's on the wall. I think, and from just conversations that I've had, whispers, and there's more smoke building up today, and at any point something can go down. Like, I would be very surprised if De'Aaron Fox is on this team after the trade deadline. Guys, I'd be surprised at this point if we see De'Aaron Fox in a Kings jersey in the Golden One Center again. The Kings have 1 game remaining before the trade deadline against Orlando next week. I would be surprised if Fox is a King that night. I think we're going to be looking at Malik Monk as the starting point guard and the primary ball handler of the future in that game, just based off of a mixture of gut feeling and conversations that I've had. That's where I feel like I'm at. It's not what I want to happen, but that's where I feel like we're at this point. I think that's more likely than anything else.
Okay. De'Aaron Fox.
And do you feel that way more so because that's what you're hearing may go down, or just you feel like that's better? Like if he wants to leave and he's letting you know, like, hey, I'm probably not going to resign here, do you think the value of trading him right now before the trade deadline is probably what should push that Kings front office and Vivek to making that deal before the deadline?
I think the way that I want to do it, holding him through the rest of the season and having a different front office handle this decision, I think that's the right way to do it. I don't think, like, believing what I believe about De'Aaron and having covered him his entire career here in Sacramento, and the guy's not a friend. The guy is, I've had conversations with him about basketball, not without basketball. I don't know who De'Aaron Fox is as a person to the level where I can speak confidently on who he is as a person necessarily. But from what I believe De'Aaron Fox to be and everything that he has shown me over his 8 years here in Sacramento is that he's a fantastic teammate. He's a good guy. He's a good player. I think De'Aaron Fox would, unless the surgery is the right route to go, I don't think De'Aaron Fox is going to quit on his teammates and leave him out to dry if he doesn't get traded at this trade deadline. So I don't necessarily think you have to just rip the Band-Aid off and get it over with. But it's clear that that Rich Paul and Clutch Sports, they want De'Aaron to be traded sooner than later because then the timer starts on the extension, right? Because you have 6 months. You have to be with your new team in 6 months. And that's a big difference, guys, because 6 months from now is off season. So he can sign an extension in the off season. 6 months from this off season is midway through or December or January. And knock on wood, God forbid, right? If he starts the season and isn't eligible to start his extension yet on San Antonio Spurs or whoever he's traded to, and God forbid, or he gets hurt, something serious, God forbid, right? Like that's what these players think about. You want the longevity, you want the security. So they want to get this deal done now, and I think the Kings will try to do what's right by De'Aaron.
That's crazy.
James Harden, Anthony Edwards, Anthony Davis are the first 3 selections.
And let me say this: I don't think he should be an All-Star. James Harden has had a really good season this year, but he shouldn't be an All-Star. Or maybe I should say he's had a better season than I expected him to have. All-Star, no.
He's had a fine season.
Yeah.
We'll see what this next name is before I ask Matt my next question. Shaquille O'Neal. He said from the Memphis Grizzlies, Jaren Jackson Jr.
Oh, yeah. Sabonis is cooked. Nope.
No
shot.
You don't think De'Aaron is the Sacramento King when De'Aaron Fox, one-time All-Star, Jaren Jackson, too. You don't think De'Aaron Fox is a Sacramento King when the Kings return to the Golden One Center? What about Kevin Huerter?
Oh God,
or Trey Lyles, or any of that other group that we've talked about.
It's got to be Kevin Huerter, right? Because of the $16 million. Like you just need to move that in order to get, if it's John Collins or Cam Johnson or insert magical player here. Like regardless of if you keep Fox or trade Fox, if you really want to seriously compete, I think you have to make another move on top of that this season. So I don't think Kevin Huerter will be here after the trade deadline. Let's put it that way. But I'm also, I think, trying to manifest that. Not because I hate Kevin Huerter or anything like that, but because the Kings need to do something else. Right. I put this out there, and I understand short term it's kind of controversial. I don't know if the Sacramento Kings would be even a better team than the San Antonio Spurs short term if they make a deal at the deadline with San Antonio.
Do you think
wait, say that one more time?
I put this out on Twitter, and I think you guys reacted to it on the show. I am not convinced that the Sacramento Kings would be a better team if they trade De'Aaron Fox to the Spurs for any package. Let's say it's the best case scenario, in my opinion, which is Castle, Vassell, and draft picks or whatever. I don't think the Sacramento Kings, I don't know. I'm not certain that the Kings are a better team than the San Antonio Spurs immediately. The Spurs have 2 stars. The Kings don't. Well, Sabonis is close, but as much as I love Domantas Sabonis too, Sabonis is your number 1. I think you got a problem.
I think you're wrong. I don't agree with it. You know that. I already told you.
I hope I'm wrong.
I don't agree with that.
I hope I'm wrong, but you don't have a star.
That's fine. Well, you're certainly not going to have an all-star. Let's see who the last one they're going to announce. Jalen Wynn. Oh, of course. It's Victor Wembanyama. I didn't even notice that. So Domantas Sabonis, again, for the second straight year, will be I assume, the biggest all-star snub from the San Antonio Spurs, Victor Wembanyama. Wow. Again, no one's surprised. And maybe this is,
and you got guys
whatever.
like Sengun who they've had really good seasons.
Alperen Sengun made it?
He did.
Okay.
Yeah, Jalen Williams made it too. Again, guys who've had really good seasons. Jaren Jackson, okay, bro. Like, fine. James Harden. Like, Alperen Sengun's had a fine season. He got voted in because of the record of the Rockets. He's not better than Domantas Sabonis. So the all-star reserves need to be like labeled as like the all-star, like the coaches' rewards. That's what this is. These are coaches like picking players to reward, or whoever picks these players to reward them for their teams being good.
And, shout out to our guy, Tone. I know he'll do it. You start asking these coaches when they come through here, did you vote for Domantas Sabonis? Just want to know.
Well, Tone will do it, and he'll get yelled at too. God bless him, cranky-ass Greg Popovich.
Just want to know. did you vote for Domantas Sabonis? I mean, because that's an all-star player right there. He's having an all-star season. And, yeah, the Kings are not one of the top teams in the league.
21 points per game, 14.5 rebounds. I'm sorry, I'm going to do that again. 21 points per game, league leading, 14.5 rebounds, 6.6 assists. He's shooting 61% from the field. He's shooting 48% from three and 77% from the free throw line. Leads the league in double-doubles, 3 straight triple-doubles, but he is not an all-star.
And this could be, unfortunately, like part of De'Aaron Fox's thinking. Like,
interestingly enough, did Tyrese Maxey not make it?
No, he didn't.
He didn't make it, right?
No, he didn't.
Oh, wow.
He didn't play a lot of games either.
I guess not. He was out for a little bit.
But this may be part of like De'Aaron Fox and Rich Paul's thinking. Like when you're in Sacramento, you're just never going to get the benefit of the doubt. It almost doesn't matter what type of numbers you're putting up. And is that fair? Is it right? No, but it's also reality. In Sacramento, it's almost like maybe you could put Portland in there too, or maybe even Utah, but it's like Sacramento's like the bottom of the totem pole, when it comes to respect for what you do in that city as an individual. And, you're never going to get your true due if you're in Sacramento. That's probably the thinking around the league, and it's hard to argue.
It's an unfortunate, and for some reason that's also leaked into guys like the concept of trading De'Aaron Fox because it's the Sacramento Kings. Now suddenly we don't have to pay the price to actually get a star to get De'Aaron. Like I'm all for, because I did this with Keegan Murray. Like I get fan bases and stuff like that. You covet your young talent, but the idea that Stephon Castle is an untouchable in a De'Aaron Fox trade, it's like, then why the hell do you want De'Aaron Fox in the first place? You already got your point guard to pair with Victor. Then just bow out. If Stephon Castle is not available in a De'Aaron Fox trade, what the hell you need De'Aaron Fox for?
Yep.
It's crazy.
Jaren Jackson averages 8 less rebounds, 4 less assists, and 1.5 more points than Domantas Sabonis. Now they'll bark about his defense, except the Memphis Grizzlies are averaging like 123 points per game or something like that. All right, it's whatever. We knew he wasn't going to make it, and this is why. And Matt, we had a theory. As Jesse's going to shut us down here in a second. The reason all of this is happening is because De'Aaron knows he's not making All NBA. Like that much is clear. 40 some odd games into the season, he's not making All NBA. Now is the time to get out, and that's why this is what it is right now.
Yeah. It's hard to accept that. I think also part of the realization too is that this team isn't doomed. There's a reality. There's a possibility that you could trade De'Aaron Fox and this team could still win. 100%.
Completely agree.
But I think what's hard to settle in is not just the end of the Fox era here in Sacramento. When Fox is up there statistically as one of the greatest Kings of all time, there's going to be a debate on whether or not number 5 should go up in the rafters by the end of his career. I don't know where I'm at on that yet. I don't even want to think about it yet. But this is also an acknowledgement that this team has failed, right? And we came into this. If I had told you guys in September that Mike would be gone 30 games in and De'Aaron Fox would be traded at the trade deadline, boy, imagine we would have been putting fires out in the studio.
Yeah, but can we end on this? You've already fired Mike. De'Aaron wants out. What other award did they get that year?
Executive of the Year.
Clean house.
Deuces.
Clean house.
Okay, we're gonna leave. I assure everyone, Hooters was not in the rundown today, so we will see you. Matt, great stuff as always. Locked On Kings, ABC 10, great stuff from our guy Matt George. We will see you tomorrow for De'Aaron Fox Watch 2025.
Oh boy,
Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, nobody still.
No, we did it. We did it.
We did a show.
That's good stuff, Matt. Are you gonna do that on the podcast or no?
I don't know.
Do it. That's good. I'm sure there's more than enough people who don't cross over. Like, do it. That's
I
good
wasn't
stuff.
planning on doing a pod today, but I might just do a mini one and just scream. Just scream for 20 minutes.
You could always just cut what you do. We send you the audio of what you just did with us, and you could post that. Good stuff. Good stuff.
But Chatty House, you're the best. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, for sure. We appreciate you, man. Assume you're gonna go get Artie.
No, he's got Grandma's got him today, so I'm
nice.
I'm
He about to go get a drinking.
Yeah.
You got that right.
Maybe a little Lord of the Rings, huh?
Don't tempt me with a good time now, D-Lo. I'll see you over. You want to watch
little
it?
WWE GM mode, huh?
Ooh, now we're talking. Someone asked about Royal Rumble, and this is the first Royal Rumble where I am totally stumped on what they're going to do.
Yeah, we have
I
no
hadn't
idea.
paid attention. That's why.
I have no idea. I realized I got something. I'm not even going to see it. Like, I won't even watch.
Oh, wow.
It's bad.
That's
it's
bad.
I'm out, man. It's bad.
Royal Rumble?
Yeah,
That's one of the few
bad.
ones
I mean,
I'll watch in its
I
entirety.
might catch it Sunday. Kings play Saturday, right? I might catch it Sunday.
Royal
Maybe.
Rumble, SummerSlam, and WrestleMania are the only ones that I watch start to finish.
I got you. I don't know that I need to watch 2 Royal Rumbles live anymore.
That's true.
All right, we're gonna end the stream. We got to head over to 102.5. We'll see you guys tomorrow.